Oh my goodness, what a late boy. Holy moly. Late as heck. I'm sorry. The setup was a mess. It was an absolute mess. That's what I get for not messing with it, eh? Oi, Sanded Stars, what's up, Calico? Hello, hello, welcome to the chat. Oi, oi, Lupus, I'm sorry that you were waiting for so long. Hello, Pink Monster, hey, Monster. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, hello, Monster. Wolfie, Wolfie's here. Hello, Wolfie. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Riley's here, super early. Hey, you made it. Just in time. Hello there, Riley. You're here at the beginning before I've even shown my face. Hey, Beowulf's here. Hello. Alchemic Refuge. How are you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, Alchemic. How are the vibes, my friend? I hope the vibes are good. Guess what? It's Shiny's birthday. What? What? Shiny, is it? Shiny. Were you not going to tell me that? Oh, my gosh. Shiny Glalie. How are you doing today? Is it actually birthday? Just another person like you? Hello! You need to be serenaded. Yes! Bugs from Safeway, hello! Tolkienny, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Mariana, hey, welcome to the chat. Hello, hello. Oh, Fate Shine, what's up? I'm sorry, I almost missed you. That was horrible. It was horrible. I paused for just a moment, but Fate Shine, hello, hello. The King of Squirrel, what's up? Shiny. It's time to sing a song for Shiny. Everybody say happy birthday to Shiny, please. Alfie, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm debating whether or not I should turn on the face cam for singing. Because the face cam's off and I'm like, that's nicer anyway. Okay, I think I'm gonna sing happy birthday to Shiny really quick. I think I'm gonna do it without the camera because I don't. Because it's off, so I'm gonna take advantage. Okay. You demand face cam? No! No! Oh. All right, face cam it is. Hey, Shiny, I'm gonna show you on the laggy face cam. Laggy face cam, laggy face cam. I don't have my new camera yet. Okay. You guys, let's pause. Let's all sing. Let's sing a happy birthday to Shiny Glalie in the chat. Okay, there we go. There's the early morning cough. I'm sorry, it actually wasn't early morning. Thank you for getting me started. A happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Shiny. Happy birthday to you. Yay, 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 yay. That's a round of applause for Shiny. Hope that you're having a wonderful day. Shiny, please do something special on your birthday. Hey, you deserve yourself something special on your special day. Get yourself some cake or something. Oh, I'm so happy that you found this community, Shiny. I'm so glad that you're here because I gotta say, things are just better whenever there's Shiny around. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that things are better with Shiny. Goodness gracious. Everybody put some love. Cha-cha-cha. Hey, Star, what's up? It's gonna be quite, I was gonna be quiet, but this is important. Happy birthday, Shiny, yay! Happy birthday, Shiny, indeed. Hey, Star, no worries if you gotta be quiet, my friend. I'm glad that you jumped in and got to say happy birthday to Shiny, but hey, go enjoy whatever you gotta do. Hey, and good night, couldn't resist the need to drop by. Hey, Alfie, I'm glad that we got to say hello to you. No worries, get out of here, get out, and shoot, get out of here, Alfie. Alfie, go get some sleep. Go get some schlep. We'll see you next time, all right? We'll see you sometime soon, but get yourself some sleepies. It's only 30 minutes left on your birthday, but it's been a really good birthday. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Shiny. I'm sorry that I couldn't sing you happy birthday at the beginning of your birthday, but you'll just have to accept this, okay? I'm sorry. It's all that I could do. I'm glad that I didn't delay anymore because I almost completely missed your birthday. Goodness. Oh, I haven't got to. I just like to lurk until the starting excitement dies down. Hey, Star. Hey, Star, I'm sorry for being too hyper. I apologize. We're going to be playing, you guys, if you didn't see the title, we're playing Stardew Valley, and I've installed some mods. I went ahead. I already had the mod installer installed, and I have gone ahead and installed some, you guys. I think you're gonna like them. I tested just a tiny bit to make sure, and I'm glad that I did because I had some mods that I do not want to include. But we're gonna be trying out some mods, spicing it up a little bit. It's mostly just improving the game, tweaking the game so that it's not so broken, basically. Hey, Bad Boy, please Please don't talk about that, but hey, we'll see you in a little bit. Hey, Murpius of Murps, what's up? Hey, Murps is here. What? Oh my goodness gracious. How are you doing, Murps? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Yo, 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 yo. Murps is here. Let me see who else is here. Kivi's here. Yo, Kivi. How are the vibes, my friend? I think I got to stab you, Kivi, on Sunday, right? Did I stab you? I can't remember. Alina, you just stopped to say hi. Have a fun stream. You will sleep now. Alina, go get some sleep. Get out. Go get some sleep. It's Monday. Listen, we gotta take care of ourselves, okay? Crystal Summer, did I see you in the chat? Did I see Crystal? Yes, Crystal Summer is here. Hello, hello. Hope that you're having a wonderful day. Oi, champion of the Raven Queen. Hey, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Hello. Some H&K mods. I do not know what that means at all. H&K mods, I'm confused. You stabbed all of us? I don't think that I got to stab all of you. I'm pretty sure that I killed you, Linz. I remember that pretty well. I don't think so. I feel like you got some of the other beans. Yes, I don't think that I got to kill Kivi. Next time. Aaron B, sorry, having a hard day, really sad. Is there any chance that you could say something to make me happy? Aaron, everything that I say, I'm trying to make people happy. Aaron, can we please put some love in the chat for Aaron? Having a tough day. Could we get some hearts? I especially know if you are a fan of OT or Salty, I know that they both have incredible heart emotes. Please, or Joy or somebody, just put some hearts in the chat, you guys, please, for my friendo Aaron. Having a crummy day. Hope you start feeling better, my friend. Or an Ian K. There you go, sweet Ian K. We'll see you later, Elena. Bye. Thanks so much for being here. Or Simsy. Simsy's got a cute heart emote as well. I don't have any heart emotes. I need them so that we can send them to Aaron. John Dos, how are you doing, my friend? What's up, John? Let me see. Hey, Santa Stars, thank you for the 33 bits. Making the lights go crazy. It's a party. It's party. Disco time. That human viewer, how are you doing? Hey, Paula, welcome to the chat. Oh, let me go up a little bit. Shiny's got all of the emotes that I just mentioned. All of them in a different order, but pretty much the exact same thing. Let me go up a little bit. Did I miss any? McGeeney's here. Hey, Zild is here. Hello there, Zild. Hello there, McGeeney. What's up? Are y'all ready to play? Some fresh Stardew Valley? It's fresh. It's gonna look better. It's gonna run better, and it's gonna be more fun. I think that it's only improvements. Some of it might break it a little bit, but I think that it's only improvements. What did A-Star say? I like how it's basically hinted, go sub to my friends for their emotes. Yes, go sub to OD, and if we can get a shout out, go sub to OT, one topic at a time, Salty, and Joy. How about that? I can give a full recommendation for all three of those streamers. They're all good beans. Go subscribe to them. Greetings and salutations, Kitty. What's up with the hair? Any plans, or are you just gonna let it grow? I'm gonna mostly just let it grow. I'm kind of just letting it go wild right now. I don't know. I don't have any plans. I'm tempted to shave the sides just at least a little bit, but if I start doing that, I'm gonna get stuck in the cycle, you guys. This is what happened last time. If I shave these sides to make it look nice right now and get past and try to make it look less awkward, I am going to keep shaving it down, and then I'm not going to have proper long hair. I'm just going to have short sides and long top. So I got to leave it alone, because if I shave the sides, it's going to mess up. I just grow mushroom shaped. Yeah, I'm thinking undercut looks super cool, but I didn't want to go for that. I want the full, I want a full head of hair. Shave it into a mohawk? No, I don't want to shave. If I shave the sides, the whole jig is up. The whole thing's busted if I do that. I need to let it be awkward, let it grow into Bob Ross, okay? So yes, go full Bob Ross, exactly. Pink Monster knows what the heck is up. I'm saying after a month, it'll be fine. It'll probably take, I think that they said awkward phase to the side of your hair. Like if you start growing it, months and months and months from now, it'll still look really bad. But it's all right. I do kind of grow a fro whenever my hair is shorter. It's kind of curly. So yeah, I think that I will kind of have a fro. Excuse me. I'm sure that will stick no matter how crazy it gets. Thank you, the mysterious stranger. I'm glad that my hair won't get in the way. Glad that nobody's gonna unfollow because of hair. It says hair. It says dead cells clinging onto your scalp. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be fine. Gina Beans, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. We're about to get started on Stardew Valley. Just give me a minute. I'm just saying hello to everybody. I've been gone for like 2 days. I did get to kind of say hi to everybody during movie night, but all I did was just say hi. I was like, hello everybody. Hope you're having a good day. Let's watch the movie. Like there was no time, and then it was stabby time. I feel like I'd enjoy seeing Kenny paint. It would probably be a mess. I would definitely just jump into it and make a mess of things. It would maybe be fun. I don't know. Just suffer, even though I don't think it looks bad. McGeanie, you can suffer. All right, everybody's suffering. All right. Everybody gets to suffer. You finally get your haircut in 2 weeks. Hey, A-Star, you be looking fresh, my friend. You be looking fresh. I don't know what your hair looks like. Can you describe your hair? Can you describe your hair to me? I don't know what it looks like, A-Star. Is it long? Is it short? Is it crooked? I don't know. Something with the hair. Unfollowed and unsubscribed. Have you not had a haircut in 3 months? Unfollow, unsubscribe. Murph, I'm a sweetheart. How am I a sweetheart? No, I'm not. No, I'm tough, angry. Tough and angry. Doodle streams are fun. I should do I wonder where my tablet is. I just yanked my headphones out. I do need to do another doodle stream. Last time that we doodled, we figured out that the best thing that I could do is like 90s cartoons. So maybe I'll do that. Probably kind of hairy. Hairy hair. I see. That makes sense. You haven't had a haircut in almost a year, you think? Wow! Kevy is a wild human. Good. Be a wild human. You having a haircut this week? Hey, John, time to freshen up that cut. I like your cut, G, my friend. Yes. You're planning on shaving your head, and you have extremely curly hair. Ooh, letting a lot of weight off would be interesting. Whenever I shaved off like tons of my hair, it is wild. It's wild to remove that much weight off of your head. It's so much colder. It's so much lighter. It's like being a whole different person. And going up to like feel my hair, I would all of a sudden have like nothing up there. It was shocking and very uncomforting. I like running my hands through my hair. That's something that you'll probably notice that whenever my hair gets longer. I think that I'm already doing it now, and I don't even realize it. Riley, you've never had an actual haircut. You've trimmed your hair a bit each time, but never like cut it. Don't cut it if you don't want to. Don't cut it if you want it to be long. Keep it long. Don't just cut it because everybody else is doing it. No way. Just trim it up and keep it nice. That's awesome. Grow your hair out. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be growing my hair out. Grow it out if you want. Chop it off if you want. Just do what you want. It's your hair. It's your plan. Do whatever you want, and don't care about what anybody else does. You cut your own hair sometimes because it's curly. It hides a multitude of sins. Sands and stars. That's a good deal. I may or may not have trimmed my own hair just a little bit, because I was just like, I just trimmed around my ears, okay? Trimmed around my ears, and I may have trimmed the back just a little bit, but nobody has to know that except for everybody that has said it. So wait, your stream pic is you bald and you have hair? That's because not Christmas, but this New Year's, I cut off all of my hair. I cut off all of my head hair, all of my beard hair, and my eyebrows. I was full egg. That's what we ended up calling it. So I was completely bald. Now, this needs updating. Obviously, I have hair now. The reason that it's not updated is because I have a new mascot that should be here by my birthday, which is like roughly at the end of the month. It's May 2nd. Hopefully, May 2nd, what day is May 2nd? I actually didn't look at that. What kind of day is it? It's a Sunday? Ooh, that's tough. That's a tough call. I kind of want to do it on Saturday. I kind of want to do maybe we'll do the Subsiversary on the day before my birthday, and then we'll celebrate it on the birthday? Maybe we'll celebrate the birthday the day before, and it'll go over into the birthday. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll start it off and celebrate the switch over to my birthday so that it's easier. That's what I'm thinking. But yeah. Regardless, it will be a Subsversary, and hopefully I'll reveal my new mascot, and then I'll have a new profile picture, all right? It won't even be me. It'll be the mascot. Do it Saturday then. That's what I'm saying. When's my birthday? It's May 2nd. So I think May 1st we'll start a 24-hour stream. Or a subathon or whatever it's called, where I'll have like a bunch of different stuff that you can earn, including the reveal of the new mascot. It'll be an easy one. It'll be easy, low tier business, okay? It'll be a low tier reward so that we can unlock that sucker soon, because I'm getting sick of keeping it in the background. It's bothersome. One day after your birthday, Taurus buds. Hey, more Taurus for those. You're an extra hairy egg. Ew. I don't think that eggs can grow hair. I don't think it works like that. Not 100% sure. Okay, did I miss anything? Because we're gonna get started. I think that we're gonna get started, you guys. I'm about to click on the game. Let me see. You don't want it to be long, Riley? What? You want it to be short, but you're scared that you won't like it? That's tough. Once you cut it, then it's gone. Riley, I'd say stick with it until you're sure that you want it cut. That's what I would say. Because you don't want to get it cut and then be like, oh no, my long hair's gone. Hairy egg. It doesn't even make any sense. No, there's no such thing. Hey, Texas Lioness, you joined at just the right time. Hair always grows back. Roughly correct. They're made of the same thing. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that they can grow hair. They don't have follicles. They have no way. The shell of an egg is not nutrient rich. It cannot pull nutrients from anything. It's static. It's a static barrier. It's to hold a chicken. It can't grow things on it. That doesn't make any sense. He went from egg to kiwi. Yes, I switched. Eggs and hair are both made out of keratin. That doesn't. Are you listening to me? Are you? Okay, you guys are not listening to me. We're switching. We're gonna play some Stardew, okay? Stardew Day. Let me stand in the right spot. I think that I'm standing in the right spot. Never. I will never be silenced. You can't stop me from speaking the truth. The truth will be spoken. Eggshells are actually full of nutrients. What? Oh, for foxes? Oh, yes, but I was saying that they don't harvest nutrients or anything. Okay, so let's take a look at these new mods that I've installed. So let me read off a list. I'll read off a list right before I start this game. In fact, let me pull this up on the side. I'm gonna, where did I put these? Yeah, mods. So the mod list is, Murphs, you're so sweet. Thank you for all the love, Murphs. We love you, you sweet bean. Just spreading positivity around. I so appreciate it. We love you, Murphs. You kind bean. I cannot believe it. Oh, Vanilla Wonderland, how are you doing? Danny's here. Hey, Danny, what's up? Are you gonna stay for a little while? Hi there. Welcome to the chat. Okay, let me read you the mods that we've got, because hopefully y'all can help me remember these. So I had to install like 3 fake mods. I had to install like 3 prerequisite mods. So I got a content patcher, JSON assets, and Space Core. So regardless, I got so right now I have Vibrant Pastoral Recolor. So I did get a recolor, which you're gonna see like immediately, and you're gonna totally be able to tell. It tones down some of the colors that are like way too vibrant. Slightly cuter characters, which is the name of the mod, adjusts the character portraits so that they're and the character sprites so that they're a little bit cuter. Automate, which makes it so that chests placed next to machinery will move things into it and pull things out of it. So it will automate a lot of things. Chests anywhere, so we could place chests across the world. Let's see, what else do I have in here? Look up anything, which means that I can like check what people love on the fly. I could just go up to them and I could just check. It'll be much easier. I've got NPC map locations, which will make it so that we can see where they are on the map, and a UI info suite, which will just like, it'll just show some cool things in the UI. You'll see what I'm talking about. Let me go over to Earl. Let me go onto this account right here. Let's take a look. You're lurking because you're driving? Oh, you are, Danny. Be careful. Be careful. Don't look at the screen. Don't look at the screen. Okay, so right off the bat.
Oi, oi, oi!
Right off the bat, we can tell.
$6.90. SSSSSSH. Nothing happened.
Merps, what are you doing? Something did happen. Put some hype in the chat. Merps. Thank you for the 69. Thank you for the 690 cents. I appreciate it. Merps. Thank you. Okay, so look at this. There's some things on the menu. Merps, very distracting. Very distracting. How dare. You couldn't have eggshells around while cooking because the dogs would grab them and eat them? Ew, gross. Disgusting. Disgusting. I will not listen to any of this. Okay, so if you look up here at the corner, here's one of the things that's added. It shows how lucky you are in a day. So today we're feeling lucky. Today is Haley's birthday. A traveling merchant is in town, and there's a new recipe, apparently. Well, I don't know if this icon means that we've already seen it before. Let's see, is that the new thing? Oh, it is new. Okay, so now it's removed. Ta-da! We did it! So that right off the bat is different. What? Oh yes, you can also check the billboard in your pocket, just like this. Poof, poof. You could just check the calendar or the billboard right from your pocket anytime. It's totally. See, this one seems a little bit cheesy. A little bit cheesy, but you know, it's too convenient. It's too convenient. La 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 la. And then just take a look at how the farm looks. Everything is much more chilled out. I don't know. I think it looks way better. I'm just gonna adjust the music down a little bit. But yeah, look, everything is much more muted, I would say. Just a little bit more muted. I don't know if we can turn it on and off to show you the difference. But for those of you that have seen this game before, goodness, I think that this looks way better. Much more chill. Alcahestrians, what? Oh, hi there. What? It's Alcahestrians? Ah, I'm confused. No more blinding colors. Yeah, I think it looks nice. And then also take a look at all these chickens. They all have look at the little pats. You see that? There's all these little pats. And that means that I'm supposed to pet them. So it reminds you if you happen to have forgotten to pet something. And they also have, it shows like the cows have milk. I don't know. This mod seems very useful. Hey, Rosera, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Somebody tried to be slick, but that name is unavailable for 6 months. Yeah, it's Alcahestrians. Oh, is that an L? Oh, it's an L instead of an I. Who's making these fake accounts? Hey! There's no such thing as a fake account. I'm only teasing. But hello there. You took the I on this one. Oh, hello there. Oh, you took the L. Oh, what? That sounds like somebody we might know. Hey, Gav the Goblin, what's up? Hey, it's a Stardew stream, my friend. How are you doing? Do you like Stardew? KJP's here. Hey, KJP. What's up? Welcome to the chat. And the fiber grass looks good too. Ooh, yeah, look at how fancy the grass looks. Shuka shuka. Shuka 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 shuka. Look at all this beautiful grass. And as I said, I can see that I need to milk these cows. And the cow needs a pet to be a good cow. And here's something right here. Look up anything. We can look up this cow and figure out why or why not it's happy. Friendliness is at 5 stars, happiness 100%, and the mood is very happy. There's no problems. No problems. We can totally manage our animals 100% now. Now the animals won't be able to hide their affections from me. I will make sure that every animal loves me. It's a cow mood detector. The cow, basically this mod makes it so that the cows all have mood rings on. And you can totally tell what they need or what they don't want. You have this game on the Switch, but you never really played it a lot. Should you get into it? I would say, Gav, if you've already got the game, definitely give it a chance. I did not give it a chance. I only played it for like a couple of hours. And then as soon as I got into it, it is a lot of fun. I would suggest that you at least try to make it, I'd try to make it maybe half of the year. Maybe if you do half a year and you don't like it, I'd understand. But if you start getting stumped or something, look at the wiki. It's a game that, personally, this is like Minecraft to me. It improves if you look at the wiki just a little bit. Don't study the whole thing. I'm just saying, like, if you get confused about something, just look it up. I think that it's a lot of fun once you start to understand a little bit more about it. But initially, it was really boring. I found it very boring at the beginning. But now that I've looked up some stuff and I kind of know what I'm aiming for, it's a lot of fun. A goat! Yes, we have one goat. And the goat will be grown very soon, and then we can have some goat cheese. And then you know what's going on, you guys. Then we're gonna be able to upgrade our... Just move this really quick. Take a look at this. Here's another thing that's been added. Check out this. This is absolutely amazing. Mods, eh? Check it out. Look, you can see where it goes. It's so convenient. You can see where all of it waters because of this mod. Thank goodness. It's too confusing. Jedi's here. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. How you doing, Jedi? Yo. Welcome, Dawn. Hope that you're having a wonderful day. I'm so glad that we've got you back. This is the first time that I've seen you arrive at early stream in forever. We missed you. We missed you. Oh, look at this. This thing's already going. Did you just see that? This sucker just pulled something out of this chest and is automating it. Did you? I saw that. It's automating already. It just started refining by itself. We just need to make it so that there's no gap between these actually. Let's remove the gap. How do we move this chest? Oh my gosh, it's full of everything. Holy moly. You're good? You're sweepy? Oh dear. Jedi is one of the people in the chat that has a somewhat questionable sleep schedule. I totally understand because that's me. Oh boy. Poor Jedi. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself, you sweet bean. Same. Yep, we've got a recess as well. What's a sleep schedule? I think most of us have a horrible sleep schedule, to be honest. There's some people, and I'm so proud of them, that they go to bed and they say, good night, everybody. I gotta go to sleep because of this or that. And I'm like, congratulations on taking care of yourself. Headache's getting worse. Oh no, Rosaire, I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. Get yourself some rest. Turn off the screens. I hope that your headache goes away. Golly, I hate headaches from watching screens because it's what I want to do all the time. If I can't watch screens, what am I gonna do? Rosaire, I hope that you feel better. We'll see you later. I know, it's the worst. Can't hang out with stream friends. Okay, I see another thing running here. I feel like half the people here have a broken sleep schedule. There's so many people in the chat that are from Scandinavia. Scandinavian for those that are like, it's the middle of the night right now. Okay. I'm supposed to. So because of this automation mod, I'm actually gonna have to change up how all these chests work. But it's 3 p.m. I'm gonna go into town and get a little bit of seed. Let's go get ourselves some seed. You do have a sleep schedule. It's just different time than the normal one. Yeah, it's custom. You've got a custom designed sleep schedule. Me too. Okay, so all of the characters have different sprites. It might be hard for y'all to tell, but they've been tweaked like barely. Oh, thank you for the follow, Alka Hestlands. Thank you very much for the, I'm just kidding. Alka Hestrians, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So all of these characters should be their sprites, not the portraits, but the sprites should just be a little bit cuter. A little bit. Work doesn't let me have a broken sleep schedule. Ha ha! Alchestrians, you got. I mean, Alchemic, you've got something backing you up. I used to be that way, and then I lost my job that was keeping me safe. It was keeping me safe. Seriously though, if you ever make merch, Kenny broke my sleep schedule would be a great print. I love that. Kenny broke my sleep schedule. Maybe it could have like the mascot with an F landing on it. You know, like the classic F going bonk. Bonk. Kenny ruined my sleep schedule. I didn't do any of that. Y'all ruined your own sleep schedules. I won't take responsibility for any of this. I'll take none of this. Those brats won't teach themselves. Oh, you call the children brats. I can't believe it. Since surgery 2 weeks ago, my sleep has been all over. Oh dear. Persephone! Hi there! What's up? Persephone, we need to play some more Hades. Every time that I see your name, it reminds me. I think that, by the way, you guys, I think that tomorrow we might play some Noita again. I think we shall. because I was thinking about it today, and I was like, that would be fun. The streamer holds no responsibility over sleep schedules. Exactly. These are long streams. You can choose which part you tune into. You can tune in late, tune in early, but instead you tune in at a time when you shouldn't. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. It's your birthday today? You vote wait, today? What? Well, let's not discuss age, but Persephone, is it actually your birthday? Is that a double birthday? Shiny and Persephone share the same birthday? What? It's your birthday today? Hey, another happy birthday. It's a double birthday. You guys put some happy birthdays in the chat. Oh, snap. It's time. Actually, I gotta sing. I've got to sing again. Okay, let me just pause this for just a second. Let me pause the music. Let me sing happy birthday really quick to our friend Persephone. Hey, it's can somebody get me started? I need somebody to get me started. Let's sing it together. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Persephone. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Happy birthday! Persephone, thank you so much for spending some of your birthday with us. Oi, oi, oi. You're jumping in the chat on your own birthday. Thanks so much for spending some of your special day with us. I hope that is absolutely excellent and you have an incredible time. You and Shiny with the same birthday. That is super cool. We've got double birthdays, you guys. Double birthdays. It's a blessed day. It's a blessed day with the double birthdays. I'm glad that you're here, Persephone. I hope that you have a lovely day. Please do something special for yourself. Happy birth! Happy Human Appreciation Day. This is one of the days that we just appreciate Shiny and Persephone.
Whoa.
Just for existing. Shiny!
Shiny Glalie gifted a tier 1 sub to Persephone
you're not supposed to.
907. They have given
You're not
6
supposed
gift
to
subs in
give
the
gifts on your own birthday. Hey, Shiny, thank you so much for the gift. Hey, so generous. I appreciate it. To Persephone, happy birthday, Persephone. Happy womb eviction day. Wait, what? No, womb escape day. I wasn't evicted. I left. I was out of there. You're thinking about getting a VR headset, but it's expensive depending on the storage. Oh, you're thinking about getting an Oculus headset. I see. Interesting. I have a VR headset. I just haven't used it because my PC's too weak to be able to stream it. And last time that we tried to stream it, it was an absolute mess, and it burned my poor little eyeballs were fried. So if I can get the components for a new PC, then I will definitely try to stream some more VR. But yes, VR is super cool. If you got any questions, I know that we've got several people in the chat that have VR and play VR. Let me just plant everything. Cauliflower takes 12 days. Uh-oh. Actually, we might not have time for this. Oh, I just realized. I don't think that we actually have time to do this. Oh, do we? Because that's what, 7? Oh, well, we got 14 days. Okay, I just cut it a little close. I should have paid attention just in case. Should have paid attention. I did not. I just bought it because I was like, this is a good price. We're going to make a lot of money. Next time, I'll double check just in case. But we're good. We're good this time. You have time. Good. Splendid. But yeah, Merped, I am, the headset that I have doesn't have any storage on board the device, but I think that I would actually suggest one that has onboard storage. It's a little bit easier. It can get pretty complicated if you try to use the more complicated ones. You need to save money to get the 256. Ooh, spicy. You've got the Oculus Quest, but the headset's very heavy. Oh dear. I've got the original Vive, which I pre-ordered. And then I also have the Index. I have the Valve Index. I love how crappy is unacceptable. Crappy is a fine word. It's actually a great word. Gav the Goblin, it'd be awesome. My VR experience is watching streams of videos that on my crappy laptop is your only PC. Thankfully, you still have a Switch, but your PC struggles to run Portal 2. Oh dear. Oh dear, Portal 2's not very intensive. I'm sorry that you got a busted old thing, Gavin, but don't worry. You'll have a computer eventually. You just gotta be patient. Danny, did you say tomorrow's your birthday and you have to work all day? No! That's horrible. Danny, happy early birthday. Happy early birthday to you. So am I not gonna be able to sing happy birthday to you, Danny? I can't sing it early, but I could sure give you a I'm sorry that I can't sing birthday to you. Oh, Danny. No, happy early birthday. You got a secondhand laptop that you're using right now? Ooh, yeah. See, that's the other thing is that you don't need the computer to have the juice. If you get one of those headsets that kind of runs on its own thing, you don't need to have the juice. Okay, so let's just go ahead and put milk in here, because then the milk will automatically process. We'll put milk and eggs. Because look, it makes the mayo run automatically. Leela, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? We're trying out this modded, a little bit of modded Stardew Valley. It seems like a lot of fun. I'm setting it up so that everything is a little bit automated. I'm gonna put this over here. Mayo and cheese should go in the same place. Yo, Gav! Gav, your name just fits in just right. I love that orange color. We've got Sands and Stars, Gav, and Riley. All these fancy colors in the chat. Let's see. So if we wanted to, we could switch so that the coal... We should have coal running automatically, actually. You've never tried mods at Stardew Valley? Which ones are you using? Oh, I made a list, Leela. I think that... Arisa, did you turn that into a real list that can be called up? I'm going to make some more chests really quick so that we can automate some stuff. Like, if I put wood here, then it'll automate all of the coal production. And if I line all this up together, then it'll all run off the same system. So, let's see, do you have to empty chests before you can break them? Let me just empty these really quick. And bust this down. Then we'll move this trash machine over so that they can run off the same thing. Trash and wood. That's what we'll put over there. And it'll automatically run. Boom! In fact, we might make another trash machine in a little bit. Look at it automatically going. But we're already out of wood. So we gotta put more wood in there. Can I ask your opinion on something in this game? Sure you can. Go ahead, Clap. Go ahead. Ask away, my friend. I don't know everything about this game, but I'd be happy to answer anything if I can. Let's see. I'm gonna be out of wood because I just used up my... Oh, wait. But I've got a spare chest, don't I? Okay. Inside... I'm gonna put some more junk. Leslie at the disco, how are you doing? Oi, welcome. You're thinking about changing your color of Twitch just for fun. See, that's much better than cutting your hair. Much safer bet there. Do you think that it's worth upgrading the water can if you have a bunch of quality sprinklers? I don't know about that, my friend. What do y'all think about in the chat? I'm thinking you probably don't need to take it to Iridium or anything. No, I don't think that it's probably worth it. I would put it last. I would definitely, I would make that the last thing that you upgrade. I'm personally going to upgrade everything just because I like everything to be done. But that's just because of the completionist. I would just use the sprinklers. There's really no reason. As far as I know, there should be no reason to upgrade that can. I just leave it alone. Iridium sprinklers will do it. You can save it till later. Yeah, exactly. You can just collect it at the end whenever you have like endless everything. Then you can go ahead and go to that trouble. Whenever you've got a bajillion gold and a bajillion iridium, then you can worry about it. Okay, we're gonna put down our bunny. Oh, of course, Clapped. No problems. No problems. We got you, fam. We got you, fam. We just like talking about whatever game we're playing. So you are welcome to ask any questions, just for funsies. I want to move this. I need to move that chest, actually. These are all, like, weird bonus items. I feel like we could put them in the house. In fact, I don't know why they weren't all together. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to have to start organizing things just a little bit better. Let's put away all that stuff. I've been playing Minecraft, and it's so nice to be able to just insert anything of... Just being able to automatically store stuff is so nice. So nice. Oh, we need to move all of these mayos. This is a worthless chest. Let's move it. Worthless. And over here, we will put in our mayos, which we can sell. I just wanted to put them in here because this is the production line. That'll have it. You're a bit of a Stardew nerd, so ask questions. Yes, there's plenty of nerds in the chat. We nerd out a little bit. Okay, what VR headsets do people recommend on here? Me personally, I would recommend an Oculus because you don't have to have a beefy PC. I'd get one of the Oculus Quests, and I'd get maybe what is there a 128 gigabyte version? That's probably a good starter. I think that the 60, if there is that option, might be a little bit too small. Might struggle a lot. I would definitely go for the middle tier and the Oculus Quest. That would be the easiest. And let me check for these pine cones. We don't really have... Some of this stuff is going to get automated. Like, we could get ore automated, but I'm actually kind of scared of that, come to think of. Come to think of it, I don't want to automatically do all of the iron ore and stuff because there are certain things that require the ore itself, like the, let's see, what requires it, for example? The furnace. The furnace requires just normal copper ore. Maybe that's the only thing. Darcy Neko, hey, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Darcy, hello. Oh, we gotta go to bed. Let's go to sleep really quick, and we'll sell our mayo first. And look at that, the cheese is already pulled out. Boom. Cheese is ready to rock. Let's sell all of our artisan items to make some serious moolah. We've got, almost everything was watered. I think that I actually missed a couple of waters, unfortunately. I kind of forgot that the sprinkler wasn't gonna hit all of the areas. I don't think that I have time to do this. I'm looking at the time. 1:30. 140. Go, 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 go. Okay, I got all the seeds. I think we can make it. Hey, Anorama, how are you doing? Can we make it? Can we make it to the bed? We're so close. Yeah, we made it. That's the most exciting thing that's going to happen in this game, you guys. That was the most pulse pounding. The most pulse pounding thing that will happen. Bum, bum, bum. Will he make it? Will he make it? Oh, he made it to his bed to sleep. What an exciting bit. You got your first rare crow and the range on this thing. Ooh, rare crow. Yeah, I haven't looked at the rare crow's range. I want to pick it up, honestly. Let's pick it up and check it out. Also, somehow these fish are fine. I think that I accidentally glitched the save or something, you guys, because I remember pulling these guys out. Did we end on the day that I screwed up the squids? Because I don't think that it's saved. Look, they're in here. We still got squids, and we can fish them out. No problemo. No problemo. So let's pick up this scarecrow, this rare crow, and take a look at its range. Now that our new friendo Clap mentioned it. Holy crap! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa! Now that I can see the range, my goodness. We can cover it with just one rare crow, I think. I think a rare crow will cover the entire thing. It will. One rare crow, boom. All of the crops are good. All the crops are good. Oh my gosh. And what is this? Squid ink? What? You get production from this? Squid ink, huh? I've never seen this before. I don't know what you would make out of this. MC Harvey with the 13 months. Yo! Thank you so much. Can we put some hype in the chat for MC Harvey with 13 months of support? Oh my gosh, gone past a year, my friend. Thank you so much. Thank you for the continued support. I appreciate it. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Whoa, whoa. Yo, 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 yo. Can y'all put some love in the chat for MC Harvey? Hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. Thank you so much for the sub. For those Bezos bucks. Thanks for snagging some of those Bezos bucks right out of Bezos's wallet. I appreciate it. Pass them on to a streamer. I appreciate it. You could have given them to anybody, but you gave it to me. Over a year of supporting me. Deadly Wolf, hello. Welcome to the chat. Hello. I don't think that I said hi. That's our first goat milk, by the way. First goat milk. That should mean that we'll make that goat cheese and we will put it directly away. Okay, everything's looking well fed, but let's just go ahead and max out everything. Just max out the chow. Bam, bam, bam. Just in case. You never know. Thanks for all the hype in the chat, you guys. Yes! The sub hype is strong. Thank you very much for keeping the hype up. Yes, 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 yes. All right, let's grab our eggs and we'll put it into the mayo machine. No, don't eat the egg. Don't eat egg. Please pick up hay. This game. Is there some way to make it so that you could right click and left click things? All the scarecrows have the same range. Ooh, man. Scarecrows got a lot more range than I thought. Then scarecrows in general are just awesome. Okay, let's put away all of our milk, which will automatically get put into the machines. I thought that we had one more cow, though. Where's the last cow? We haven't milked it. Hello? Cow, cow. Are you down in the fields? Oh, there you are. Which cow is this? Patty. Patty was all by themselves out here. Okay, we got that done. Easy peasy with all of these sprinklers. Never having to take care of that. And now we've got automatic machines. I mean, this is pretty awesome. Wait, because I have a goat. Because I have a goat, I actually need another cheese maker. I wonder what it takes to make it. Wood, stone, hardwood, copper. Okay, so I'm either gonna be short on wood or hardwood. I guess both is probably what it is. Let's check the news. Much love to you all. That Merps, you sweet bean. Let me go off. I think that Merp said something, didn't you? Oh, right before the sub hype. I'm sorry I missed it. You're currently thinking about either spending your money on a VR headset or not. Ooh, only you can answer such things. Only you can answer that. I don't know. You fell asleep during a stream last time and you woke up and had a gifted sub. Hey, Nuss, that's awesome sauce. Hey, I'm glad that you got yourself a gifted sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and all of the emotes. And if you want to, every Sunday we watch a movie. This Sunday we watched Arrietty, which is a fantabulous movie. A fantabulous movie. Sunflowers are sweet. I saw that you followed. Thank you so much. Apparently, it's our friendo under a new name, Weird Dog. Why'd you change your name? What happened? What happened, Weird Dog? Welcome back. Hello. Meant to ask, how was the movie night? You couldn't make it, but I hope that you enjoyed it. Oh, it was fantastic. Though you can ask the chat that too. I had a wonderful time. I totally enjoyed it. Let's keep this chest in our hand because we could use it. All of our extra items and stuff that we don't need to really keep on us. Just gonna slap that, put it away, including these crummy sprinklers that aren't any good for us. Bombs. I'm just double checking. We can sell some of this stuff, but I'm being a lazy bones. You missed most of the movie? That's true. That's true. Lupus could only jump in at the end, but you were a busy bean. You were a busy bean, taking care of things, doing stuff that you need to do. It had to be done, Lupus. All right, let's move that out of the way so that we can smelt some serious stuff. Serious smelting, and they just put all of our junk in here. The junk pile. Ooh, we've got a fedora. I didn't even know that. We got so much junk, I haven't even seen it. Hey, Corrupted Glitch, thank you for the raid. Hey, you guys, please put some love in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, with a party of 4. Welcome, raiders, welcome. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Big camera, thank you so much for jumping in. Hi there, I'm the Earl of Suds, a variety streamer here on Twitch. We play basically anything, but today it's a little bit of modded Stardew. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time with my friendo, Corrupted Glitch. I hope that y'all had a great time. What the heck were y'all playing? I want to know. Thank you so much for choosing me to raid. There's like a million people that you could have raided, and then you raided me. I appreciate it. Little Lucas, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, my friend. Hey, Lucas, welcome to the chat. Corrupted Glitch, thank you so much for being here with your sweet purple heart. I appreciate it. Nansuki, hello there. Straight fire. Ooh, hey, yo, Jess, thank you so much for the 12 months. Artwork Games, thank you so much for that purple heart in the chat. Did you come over? Did you come over from the Stardew stream playing with Corrupted Glitch with a modded multiplayer Stardew stream? Dang, that's awesome, Sauce. So Corrupted Glitch, thank you for bringing over your friendos. I think I see Artwork Gaming. I don't think I've seen them before. They're probably with our friendo Corrupted Glitch. And let me see, I already named one of them. Thank you so much for coming over. I just got a rainbow. You guys, please put some sub hype in the chat for Jess supporting for an entire year. An entire year. Goodness gracious, Jess, thank you so much. Big naughty slash Jess buys slash Jennifer slash Jesus. There's so many names. Thank you so much, Jess, for supporting me for so long. And the dance party, thank you. The rainbow lights going crazy bunching. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. You guys, everybody that came over from the raid, thanks so much for being here. Hi there. Sorry if this is a little bit hyper. I don't know. This is just how we do things over here. Artwork Games, you did come over with the raid. Thank you so much. I knew that I memorized almost all the names of the chat, so I knew that you were a new friendo. Hey, Corrupted Glitch saw that you were doing mods, so I raided. We're trying out mods today. This is the first time that I've done any mods whatsoever, and I'm pretty excited. We've got one color change mod. Hey, this is why I wanted to keep the lights on. Lupus, thank you so much for the gifted sub for our friendo Artworks that just came over with the raid. Dang. Little Lucas, hey, Hyper is the best. Whoa, 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 whoa. Carbon Gin is here. Hello, Carbon Gin. What's up? Did y'all start a hype train? Why? I was on a roll. I've been derailed. The rainbow badge has the rainbow badge has betrayed me. Absolutely betrayed. Jess, thanks for the jams. I appreciate it. Saints and Stars for the 27 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you, Artwork Games, for the follow. Thank you. Yo, man, that's the start of your workday. Start your workday with a little bit of Baby Shark. Hey, it's all right. I see some fishy buns in the chat. Thanks a lot. Okay, did I miss anything? I think that I've got it. Okay, so let's look at these mods, you guys. We just got rated from Corrupted Glitch, who was playing some Stardew. So let's take a look. Yeah, what mods am I playing? Because I've only got a few. I've honestly just got some mods that should just help me out. So for example, there's a mod list right there. Vibrant Pastoral Recolor, slightly cuter characters, automate, chests everywhere, look up everything, NPC map locations, and UI info suite. There you go. Thank you. Arisa got this is the one that typed that out. Whoa. Thank you. Lupus, did you get the sub in there and I completely missed it?
789
I didn't miss that, right? Thank you so much, Lupus, for the gifted sub. And Magini with the 3. Whoa. Holy mackerel. I so appreciate it. Magini with the 3 for the Braveheart, Gav the Goblin, and Cuddle Me Purple Kitty.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to
Cuddle Me Purple Kitty. Hey, Dolby Cuddle Me Purple Kitty. Congratulations on getting yourself right there. You might like the Stardew Valley expanded mod. If I play this game more, I will absolutely get it. Because I saw that Corrupted Glitch. New characters, new areas, redesigned map. It looks great. I just want to play vanilla a little bit more because this is the first. I'm on year two in spring, but this is the furthest that I've ever gotten. This is like the first that I've ever played this game. After a little bit more vanilla, we should play Stardew Valley expanded, maybe with a different map or something like that. That's what I'm thinking. LOL, I hoped it would go unnoticed. Lufus, thank you for the gifted sub. Yo, you like the lights? The lights are gonna get a little bit of an adjustment. I'm not gonna lie. I think that we're gonna put some cool lights either here or there. I don't actually know. Now I've just got to get the lights and we'll figure it out. But there's gonna be some leaves. And I'm thinking that wherever the lights are not is gonna be a fish tank. I think that that's the plan. I'm pretty sure the fish tank's gonna be right there. I think I'm gonna put the fish tank directly behind me, and then we'll put the cool lights right there. That's what I'm thinking, because I think that it depends on how the lights work in the room. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's gonna be fun. And maybe y'all can help me pick up the fishies. Look at the delay. I know this horrible delay. That's because this is not the camera that I'm sticking with. This is a good camera. The camera that's over there for the big room, it's busted. I'm like using software to even run it. It's not running on a, what's it called? On a capture card. It's not even on a capture card. That's why it's a mess. It's an absolute mess. Please accept it for now. I will improve it. I need to buy like a brand new camera. They're expensive. Okay, let me see. We need another furnace so that we can cover up this for automation, you guys. Ooh, light up fish tank. Yes, a light up fish tank with probably some LEDs. I want to look it up. I want to look up and see if that would bother a fish. I don't want to bother the fish. If it would bug them for it to flash, then I won't do that. But if I can put LEDs in that fish tank that won't bother them, I'm gonna totally do that. It'll be reactive LEDs as well. Yeah, I don't know. Is that bad for fish? Can they get epilepsy? I don't want to hurt these fish. I want these fish to be taken good care of. But if I can, I will totally put a light strip in there, and it would be super cool. It would be super cool. We'll probably have a fish cam too. Maybe I'll use this for the fish cam because if that's laggy, it literally won't matter. Okay, so what I was gonna do is, besides building that, so now I've moved all my items and now I've confused myself. Bamboozled myself. I need more copper ore, actually. I need more raw copper ore. Hardwood, we were going to build something with, the cheese machine. So we have hardwood, no stone, no wood. So I think that we need to get ourselves some like basic materials, honestly. Like, so we need some wood. We need some hardwood. I think that we got plenty of stone. You're gonna go make dinner for a bit. It's already after midnight over here. Nuts, go get some food. Holy crap. Don't be watching this while you're supposed to be eating. Go eat. Fish cam as a getting started screen would be so cool. So cool. With maybe some animations on it. Maybe I can make it so that y'all are stream avatars are fish. Or I want to make it so that y'all can check in whenever. I want the people that are here at the beginning of the stream and before the stream to start, I want them to be able to like check in for fun. That might be cool. And either like popping up as a fish or something like that. I need to get some wood. Got plenty of stone. Copper ore, I think, is what I actually use for the cheese machine. Yeah, a copper bar. No big deal, Pickle. We'll get that. Hey, Megini, thank you for the 100 bits of hype. The hype train's already a success. It's already a success. Fish cam, fish cam, fish cam. Tinglers, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? We're having a hype time trying out these Stardew mods. As you can see, maybe you can't, but this changes all of the colors, for example. I could check my calendar from here. We've got all kinds of mods running. It's awesome sauce. I actually, it's a distinct improvement. I do like it a lot more like this. So far, the mods have been great. I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing it. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the hype train, you guys. I appreciate it. Hype train was a success at level 2. Can we please get some hype in the chat, you guys? Some final hype for that hype train. That was a big success because of all of you beans. Thank you so much for the 6 subs and for the 1,000 bits. Ah, yeah, baby. I appreciate it. Merps, you bought it? Merps did it. Merps has done it. All questions are over. Only answers have been found. Merps, I'm glad that you came to a decision. I'm glad that you got it done. I think that you're gonna really like it. I don't think that you're gonna regret it, Merps. Don't quote me on that, but you will not regret it. Ooh, so it shows my experience for chopping wood, eh? You see that over in the corner, the little tree icon? This is so convenient. It shows your experience on everything so that you know when you're upgraded. See, look, now I know that I'm done with that level. 16 out of 3,000. Whoa. That's a lot. That's a lot of matzah. So I can now make my last cheese press for now. Gonna move this loom. These looms are 100% worthless right now. I just had them down in case I could get sheep soon, but I don't have them. It comes in 3 days? That's fast, Merps. That's quick. That's some quick delivery. Gotta appreciate it, though. It comes in 3 days. Lemonberry's here. Hey, Lemonberry, what's up? Welcome to the chat. We're playing some Stardew Valley. Some modded Stardew Valley. Looking pretty fresh. You love the Pokemon background music? It's maybe a little aggressive, Megini. As long as it's not too distracted, then we'll keep it on. Okay, we need to get ourselves some coal. I mean, not some coal. We need to get some normal ore, some normal copper ore. But for now, I'm just gonna slap like half of the wood in here. Yeah, let's see. I'll just crank it down to like 80 wood, and I'll go get some more wood later. Let's get that cooking. We'll get some things cooking over here, and I'll make it so that this chest is only things that I want to smelt. This will be like an exclusive smelting chest. And I think I have an extra chest on me that I can transfer some stuff to. So let's take a look. This is all like, I wonder if I connect these chests if it would start smelting things. I'm thinking. We probably need to just move all of them, so I don't want to place these yet. We're gonna move the chests out of the way, and we'll only have functional chests next to all these machines. Like we've got it over there. All of our animals have been taken care of today. It's 7 p.m. We could go fishing if we dump some stuff out of our pockets. For sure. Let me just empty my pockets, get it out of here. Quartz is gonna have to be stored in here eventually because unfortunately that's something that comes out of trash. There's just so many things that can get into the trash. I'm tempted to put the food in here even though it doesn't really belong. I'm only wanting to do that because I just need the room. I need it to be there where I can get it conveniently. Hey, Awoo, welcome to the chat. Awoo's here, Lemon's here. Oh yeah, the party just began. I hope that y'all are having a wonderful evening or a wonderful afternoon, whatever's going on. I mean, some people are hopefully having a wonderful morning. Hello there, friendos who are just waking up. If you're just waking up, I hope that y'all are having a lovely morning as well. Let's see. So many torches in my pocket, so I don't need to keep some. So much money, I know, Merps. I actually need to go down and buy that automator thing that like harvests the crops and pets the animals and all that. You have your chests in your pockets. You could use it for food. Maybe open the fridge to store things. You have a chest in your pockets for food. Interesting. I totally could. Happy time zone, indeed. Happy time zone to you all. I'm gonna put the squid juice in here because I don't know what it's used for. Oak resin's supposed to go over in this chest. Little Lucas, hey, did you just unlock the hype duck? Yo, thank you very much for unlock. Was that a random emote? That's awesome sauce, Little Lucas. That's one of my favorite ones right there. You have fantastic luck. Oh, we've got an extra bamboo pole. What a waste. What a waste. My boyfriend wants to buy the $2.99 one since he can buy it. Oh, snap. If you could play together, then you could both play VR chat. That's so romantic. So romantic. Imagine playing VR chat together. Oh, dear. Makes me want to just poke my fingers together. Ooh, whoa. Wait, is this my scythe? Oh, wait. I've got an extra scythe? What's happening? Why do I have 2 scythes? I'm tempted to just put down a rare crow so that I have more room. I think I am going to do that, actually. I think I'm going to big brain it, you guys, because I need this bamboo pole. It's completely worthless. I'm putting it over there. Yes, VR chat, but he's playing on the laptop. More VR chat. I'm just going to put Frosty the Snowman right here. He'll watch over the squids. Thank you, Frosty. I appreciate you watching over my little squiddies. That's a good boy. And I'll put down this other scarecrow just for kicks. Just for kicks, because I don't want to move all this stuff. Our materials will go down here. And do we have time to fish? I think we do. I think that we could get down there. If we hurry, if we giddy up. If we giddy up, we can catch a fish or two. Check what's on the, tomorrow. We need to go down, and we need to try to buy that automator thing. Oh! What? Cutscene? Cutscene with Le Drinker Shane? Up late, huh? Oh, snap. Here, have a cold one. Wow, drinking in Stardew? Have a brewski. What? Am I actually gonna drink with him? Oh, snap. I thought that this was a kid's game. Bah, life. Oh my. It's juice. Oh, it's juice. Okay, delicious, juicy juice, 100% juice. You ever feel like no matter what you do, you're gonna fail? Jeez, what is this twist of... Okay, you guys listen. No happy music. Let's listen to Shane's sadness really quick, you guys. Do you ever feel like no matter what you do, you're gonna fail? Like you're stuck in some miserable abyss and you're so deep that you can't even see the light of day? I just feel like no matter how hard I try, I'm not strong enough to climb out of that hole. Drink! Big drink! I'm just like, grr, okay, that's enough. Fast drinker, huh? Man after my own heart. Just don't make it a habit. You got a future ahead of you still. Well, my liver's begging me to stop. Better call it a night. See you around, Earl. Oh no, now I like Shane. Darn it, he bamboozled me. Now I want to make Shane happy. This stupid game. Stupid game, time to install that polygamy mod and make everybody happy. Wait, what? I'm drunk now? Oh man, come on now, dude. I can't fish like this, or wait, this is how people normally fish. Because fishing is boring. Let's go. Hey, buddy, what you doing out here? Hello, farmer. Shut up, dude. I'm fishing. I can't listen to any of your sass. He's amazing. Ah! Dang, Kenny really trying to romance everybody in town. Wait, what? No, I didn't even do anything nice for Shane. I don't even know why that activated. Why did that activate? Did I accidentally give him a present or something? Smallmouth bass, here we go. Whoa, Cory, holy crap, whoa, hey! Cory, wow, thank you so much for the raid, hey! Whoa, 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 Whoa. Curry, what are you doing? What are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Hi there. Hi there, everybody. Hope that y'all had a wonderful time with my friend Curry. Can we please get a shout out? Playing Subnautica? I love that game. I played Subnautica twice, 100%. I couldn't. What did y'all guys think of it? Did y'all enjoy it? Pretty sure that I haven't seen Curry play that before. What did you think? What did you think? I played it. Yeah. What? I platinumed it twice. That game is so good. I'm waiting for the expansion thing. No, the sequel. The Below Zero. I've already got it. I actually already got it gifted by Alchemic Refuge in the chat. Alchemic Refuge gifted me the Below Zero. I cannot wait for it to come out. I'm not playing it in alpha stage though. I'm not playing no alpha that game, you guys. It's the same. You've played it before? You're gonna build a rocket next round. Oh, then you're done. You know what the heck you're doing then. Literally the same? What? Corey, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. We could we could do it back to back streams, but I've gotta raid you next time, okay? No more of this Corey raiding Earl. I need to stream earlier so that I can get you back. Hey, thank you everybody that came over with the raid. Corey is one of my very favorite streamers. Corey and 10 are two great beans. I see the Crane couple in the chat. Hello there. What's up? Today we're playing with you guys. Today we are playing a little bit of Stardew Valley, but it's modded. I've actually adjusted it a little bit. I didn't get bored of Stardew. I just wanted to adjust it and see with a little bit of tweaking, what kind of more enjoyment we could sap out of this game. So far, I've mostly gotten like UI improvements where you could just see things a little bit easier. You have? What did you do? Like the Limit Berry, are you talking about the mods? Look at all those mods. I mean, they're not that many, but I got a few. Thank you so much, Corey, for the raid. You're wholesome, being it. I so appreciate it. It means a lot. It means a lot. Listen, small streamers, rating other small streamers. It means a lot. Thank you, Corey. Some people might get mad if I call us small streamers, but you know what I mean. Sub 300. Sub 300, sub 1000. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. Similar streams. Maybe I should say that. Similar streams rating one another is so wholesome, and I so appreciate it. It means a lot. Honestly, with your next farm, you're going to use the NPC map mod. Ah, strange that you would mention such a thing. I believe that I have it. I believe that I'm using such a thing. Yes. Look, you can see all the NPCs. So convenient. Ah, yes. 2 wizards. My favorite. I think that's the wizard. Yeah, that's the wizard and the wizard's house. That's very strange. He's out in the woods in the middle of the night. It was good you had a bit of a headache, so you ended early. Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry that you had a headache. That's a typical way for me to end my streams, is that I'm still having fun. Everybody's getting tired and I have a headache. It's time to end. Corey, please go take care of yourself. Go drink some water. Don't look at any screens. If that hurts your headache, please don't look at screen. Please do not look at screen anymore. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Rest your eyes. Drink some water. Or do whatever you do for your brain. You might take a nap, please do. Get out of here. Everybody, please put some love in the chat for Kuri, who just rated us. And please send some good vibes so that they feel better. I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. That's a bummer of a reason to end a stream, but too typical. Just too typical. But you'll be lurking. Oh, well, thank you, Kuri. That means that you're going to get thanked even if you're not here. You're going to get a thank you for that lurk. We caught 1 fish. That's all because we drank with Shane. We drank with Shane, and then we got stuck with. And then I forgot to pause the game for the raid. So we've got problems, you guys. We need to go to bed. We already need to go to bed. Cutscene with Shane, I know, and I didn't like Shane. I didn't like Shane at all. But now I do. Oh yeah, was it a pepper? Oh yes, I gave him a pepper at that at the festival. Gave him a pepper at the festival, and now I like him. Darn it. Got to get back to lurking. 2, need some late lunch. Whoa, what? Lunch? Right now, Crane Couple? Enjoy your lunch. Enjoy that late lunch. I hope that you have a good time. Whatever you're eating, if it's sandwiches or some tasty leftovers, or if you're cooking something, hope you enjoy it. Crane Couple, go eat some food. Go eat some food. Thanks so much for coming over with the raid. We love you. Oh, by the way, the maid, I don't know which one of the Crane Couple is there, but those maid outfits were beautiful. I might need you to link me where you got those. Yes. Maid stream was amazing, and I was definitely in that chat, lurking around like the munchkin that I am. But don't let me keep you. Go get yourself some food. Go get your food. Which reminds me, Kenny, do you have food? Of course I do. You know what? I was gonna mention this, you guys. Oh, Julius actually did wax. Oh, I was wondering if that was gonna be reached. That is amazingly horrible. Ooh, oh, look at that. Bad luck. Bad luck, you guys. You have to go back in a little while? Lucas, no worries, no worries. If you gotta go do something, my friend. I'm just glad that you jumped in, little Lucas. I'm glad that you got to hang out with us for a minute. That is more than enough. Thanks for being here. Fifi Abby, welcome to the chat. Hello. Wait, escape our sweetest little goat. Our sweetest little goat got to pet the cow. Pet the cow, milk the cow, pet the cow, milk the cow. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, you guys, I'm thinking about getting one of those lazy people food boxes. You know what I'm saying? Those boxes where they're like, oh, we'll send you all the ingredients and you don't have to learn how to cook. I think that might be a good idea for me since I eat home every single day. Not sure. Maybe I could find an affordable one. Yeah, something like HelloFresh or Blue Plate or one of those. There's a bajillion different ones, but I'm thinking that might be a good idea for a single dude that doesn't take good care of himself and probably needs more nutrients. That probably needs to eat more vegetables than they're eating. Maybe. Might be a good idea. You did HelloFresh for a year. It was good. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'll have to look at it. I have not investigated it. I'm just thinking about it. Let me see. I've got an artisan. I've got honey, but I don't. Oh, this is just an artisan good. So that means that you just sell it. I'm just gonna. We'll sell that in a minute. But I'm trying to, because of the automation mod that I have installed where it pulls things out of boxes and then it automatically just just feeds it into them and then pulls it out. I'm trying to figure out what my process is going to be each day.
Yeah.
Thank you for the, hey, I so appreciate it. Thank you very much for the Prime with 7 months. Holy moly. Ahem. You guys, please put some hype in the chat for Grandpa Pumpkin supporting for 7 months with those Bezos bucks. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for sharing those Bezos bucks. Bezos bucks. You have such well-rounded diet of pizza and nuggets, though. I mean, it's not that's so bad. Last night I ate something so much worse than pizza and nuggets. I don't even think that I could say what I ate. I can't. But let me just suffice it to say it wasn't good or nutritious. There's always enough to eat the meal. You could eat twice because there's always enough extra. I don't eat that much, so I feel like I could probably shyster a couple of meals out of it, eh? Tempting. Okay, I think I pet everything, and I'm not gonna get any more. Well, I could get some more crops for the season if I wanted to get some easy crops. Ooh, I'm tempted. So if these are 8 per, right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 8. It's 7 times 8 is literally one of the ones that I don't have memorized. I could just cheese it by saying 8 times 5 is 40 plus 48, 72, I think, or something. I'll get 70. Okay, that'll be roughly correct, I think. That's what? 56? What? I thought it was 70. Oh wait, no, that goes up to 10. Whoops. I kind of messed that up. You guys, math is hard. Hi there, everybody that's in the streamers doing horrible math YouTube channel. Thanks for including me in your thanks for including me in the compilation. I appreciate it. You could probably get away with it every other week. Every other week. HelloFresh, extra cheap. Did somebody say extra cheap? Cheap food. They're my favorite kind. Okay, let's go inside and say hi to Pierre. Pierre, excusez-moi, sir. Oh, look at that. Harvest price is showed on the screen now. That seems, again, it seems a little bit cheesy, but it's totally good for you guys. Can I grab by 10s? Oh, you grab by 5s. Nice. So somebody said it was what, like 56? I'll get 60. That should be enough. It's only parsnips anyway. We can waste a little bit of money. A little cheese doesn't hurt. A little bit of cheese goes a long way. Mythology fan, welcome to the chat. Hi there. What's up? We're playing a little bit of modded Stardew. Hope that you're having a wonderful day. It's so chill. I almost don't even want to say that it's modded, because if I say modded, they're like, oh, there's revamps and there's new characters and they altered the entire town. But instead, it's just like slightly different color and some UI fixes. That's most of it, okay? Aw, man, I wish that I had all of this already tilled up so that I don't have to water any of it, but it's too late now. I'm just making a mess, you guys. I'm just planting. I'm planting. Here we go. It's pretty, oops, I just messed that up. Oh dear. It's pretty nice though. Yeah, I like every mod that's on here. I tried a more extreme graphical improvement and it had like tilt shift and chromatic aberration and it was way too much. In fact, so many of these reshades are like way too aggressive. Like these people just don't know what the word subtlety means. They don't even know the beginning of the word. I, as a professional graphics designer, it hurts my eyes. They're too blown out. I don't think that these people know what exposure means. Okay, here we go. Let me just move all these out. I could put down some fertilizer, but you know, whatever. Whatever. I don't want to waste any time. I want to go back to the mines. When do I get to go to the mines again? Oh, look at that. The perfect amount. And by the perfect amount, I mean, obviously, one incorrect because that one's not supposed to be there. But look, you guys, between you and me, we did perfect math. Check it out. Every spot filled. Perfecto. We just have to water these really quick, but we won't have to water them tomorrow because they'll already be here. But me and my brain struggling out here. Let me just get these fixed. We've got all of our animals going. The real question is how are we gonna get so much wood? Because I think that we're gonna need some wood for some stuff. Oh, I've got the big bucks. We should go down immediately and see if we can buy that automation machine thing that the lady has. You gonna lurk and have some dinner? Hey, we'll see you soon, Lemonberry. Enjoy your dinner. We'll see you in a little bit. We'll see you in a little bit. Toodaloo. Oh, I think it actually costs some money, unfortunately, because I think I'm gonna be short. Maybe I can sell some fish before it's too late. Let's just go take a look. Magini, thank you for the sip. I'll take it in just a second. What? Is it closed? Oh, it's closed for the day. I can't believe this shaking my head. All right. What? Where'd my, you guys, we've got the big jug, one entire gallon of water, one entire gallon of big drink. Big drinks for everybody. Please take care of yourself. Get yourself some hydration. Ahem. The big one. Yes. Giant jug it is. Thirsty I am no longer. Well, at least we have another opportunity to make some money because we're gonna probably need it to buy that machine. And I could fish out here if I wanted to. What's on the billboard? Like a topaz above the mantle, says Gus. We can do that. Let's go. Chug, 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 chug. Are you trying to get yourself some extra hydration in here, A-Star? Not gonna work. Not gonna work. Chivalrous. That's the way to say it. Chivalrous Eric, thank you so much for the following. Welcome, my friend. Yo, chug, 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 chug. You will. Tasty hydration you get. Yes. Chivalrous Eric. Hello. No, he's speaking the right way around. Chivalrous Eric, you confused him. I'm sorry. Topaz? Topaz, where is it? Oh. There it is. All right, let's go give it to Gus. How are you doing, Chivalrous Eric? So glad to welcome you into the chat. Did you come in with a raid or did you just randomly find us? Also, you changed, with your follow, you changed my background to green, and it fits perfectly in with Stardew Valley. Thank you for that beautiful muted green color. Now let's move our way into town and give Gus that gem. I think that he should be in the saloon, even though we can check everything now. It's a little bit confusing. You can't really zoom in. It's a little tricky. Okay, here we go. Give us those spring vibes. Yes, very fresh. Let's give Gus our topaz here. Here you go, mister. Hey, you brought me the item that I asked for. Thanks so much. You're welcome. Here's your payment as promised. Thanks, Goose. Thanks, you silly goose. Evelyn wants to surprise her husband with a gift, so she wants a leek. Ooh, I should have checked. Oh, you came from Kuri's stream. Hooray, Kuri. Friendo Kuri. Aw, yeah. Kuri's the best. Kuri's the best. And Subnautica is also the best. That's a double best right there. Lily Hops, welcome to the chat. Hello. Lily, glad to see you. Hello. See, every one of these characters looks a little bit more handsome or a little bit more beautiful. Check out this reskin. Just a little bit cuter. I don't know if you can tell. It's so small. So small you might not be able to tell, but it's just a tiny bit cuter. A tiny bit smoother. Just better. Just tweaked. Just a tiny bit. Yeah, let's just pick up everything that's laying around on this. You know what? I've been watching a few videos, you guys, and this music reminds me that I want to play Watam. Is that how you pronounce it? It's the game that's made by the Katamari Damacy guy. And I have it like installed. I just haven't got to play it yet. It's super colorful, and I think that like all the characters like give hugs to one another and then they become more powerful. I don't know exactly how it works, but it looks adorable. You haven't played it yet, but you like the gothic emo boy that you saw one time? Merps, that would be Sebastian. That would be Sebastian, which is a tempting romance. A tempting romance. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking it's either Sebastian, it's either him, or it is the purple-haired girl. One of them. Maybe both of them. Maybe I can install the polygamy mod. Meow, 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 meow. Remember, kids, if you don't like what something looks like, install a mod to fix it. Just make some modifications. Just modify it, you know? Hey, Scenes in the chat. Hello. Is that Ace Pride? No, it's non-binary Pride. I need to memorize these fly eggs. Thanks for jumping in here, Scene. Hope that you're having a wonderful day. Hello. The characters all have BB cream. They rubbed it all over their skin, and now they all look like babies. No, they just look smooth. They look smooth and young and beautiful. Smooth, young, beautiful. We've got no berries. I'm just checking if there's any goodies. Aha! Some salmon berries. See, can we make salmon berry jam? If we can make salmon berry jam, that is what I am making, you guys. I am making some delicious jam. Because I just do not have the vegetables required to pickle all that stuff. I'm gonna put that in a chest, and that will just be it'll be a jelly machine. Ooh, ornamental fan. Fancy. Whoa. Does that hang on the wall? Darcy Neko, thank you so much for the sub. Hey, here's double months. Oh, yeah, here's the many more. Hey-o, Darcy, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. There's Sebastian there. Oh, snap. Darcy, thank you so much for the sub. Here's to many more. Sounds like a plan, my friend. Sounds like a plan. And she's playing the flute. Oh, my gosh. Do I have the music muted right now? Oh, my gracious. Look at the cuteness. Is it muted? I'm confused. I don't think it is. Oh my gosh, he's playing the flute. How adorable. The leak for Evelyn. We should. There's Sebi right there smoking a cigarette. Nice. Let me see. I don't know if I can do the deep voice today. I haven't been practicing. I was thinking that people are like stones skipping over the water. Eventually we're gonna sink. Oh my gosh, Sebi, please. Sebi! Don't say those things. While he's smoking, he's like, we're all gonna sink. We're all gonna sink. She's jamming out to the flute. How adorable. How adorable. Look at these two. How am I supposed to pick between these? Bumbleweeb, did I say hello to you? I don't think that I said hi to Bumbleweeb. Hello. Hello. Let me see if I can say hi to her before she leaves. Come back. Hi, I'm glad to see you. All right, short conversation. Also, check this out. Look at this. You can see all of the things that I can give. In fact, oh, this even shows the things that I have. The things that are grayed out, we can't give. The black ones, I think we have. I don't know what the green ones are. Are those things that I've already given, or they're things in my hand? I think that, yeah, the black, I own it. The gray I don't have, and the green is in my hand. Look at this. A little bit cheesy, a little bit of delicious cheese for the whole family. I'll give her some coral really quick. She likes it. You brought me a present? Thanks. You're welcome. I'd rather her like me a little bit than none at all. Okay, we gotta keep up this relationship, you guys. Better to give her a present. I want her, I have to woo her with the presents. Okay, let me, oh, there's lots of berries over here. I'm just gonna take this. This is just gonna be the berry night, you guys. This is the night that I grab all of the berries so that we can make all of the jam for like the rest of the season. Hey, oh, we'll see you later. Just another person like you. Somebody got engaged? What? Gotta go see a friend who just got engaged. Oh my gosh, engagement party time. Have a good time, Linz. Give them our congratulations. That's awesome sauce. Give them all the congratulations. Hi, there's a Twitch chat that I was in a little bit earlier, and they said congratulations. Do it. Don't disappoint me, Linz. All right, give me these berries. Yum, 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 yum. And we got a little bit of extra here, and I think that we'll have one more day to give Evelyn that leek. Oh wait, oh that's a permanent mission. No worries. No worries. Easy leak. Easy peasy leakies. Why am I so tired? Lupus, that's probably because you have a horrible sleep schedule. Have you ever thought of this? Have you ever thought that it might have something to do with your sleep schedule, Lupus? Maybe you need to take better care of yourself. You've been working your buns off. You've been working your buns off and staying up late. Oh no, you can't do both of them. Oh, that's not rude. Is it rude to care about people now? I see how it is. I see. We're not allowed to care about each other. Lupus said so. It's apparently rude. I'm sorry. Okay, let me... Wait, what? Oh, that's an update. That's an update right there. I didn't even realize. I was just like tossing this stuff in. Check it out. Wow. You can just put all the stuff in the shipping bin and pull something out if you forget. Ha! Genius. Absolutely genius. None of this feels too cheesy, I gotta admit. If anything, it's saving... Oops, the leak. Oh, Magini. You saved my life. You saved my... Oh no, I forgot about the leak. Oh, you didn't even correct me. You just said bye-bye leak. See you later. It was great knowing you. Okay, so it's an ornamental fan? Do I give this as a gift? What is this? Oh, Gunther can tell me about it. Oh, cool beans. You got to donate one to the museum, and they're worth 300 bucks. Whoa, that's an expensive fan right there. Adios, leak. No, don't let it go. No, it shows you the recipes too. I know, it's almost too much. And by almost, I mean just enough. Okay, everything's watered. All of our maybe we can move machinery right before right before it's bedtime. Hey, Cinnamon Sticks is in the chat with the cute Pikas. Cute Pika. Did you see my peek up there? The bean. I love it so much. That's probably my favorite plush. It's just a big old bean pillow. Big Pika bean pillow. Let's see. Let's put away some of this junk. I'm gonna keep the wood in my pocket. I still need to chop down some trees, though. It's the Pika Bean. Pika Bean. Have I said how awesome you guys are? Merps! You're being too wholesome. Too much wholesomeness. It's overloading. Everybody be careful. Please, batten down the hatches. Get yourself some wood to clog up the holes. Too much wholesomeness. It's a wholesomeness overload. It's the Chonkachu. I choose you, Chonkachu. Pika! What was I going to do? What am I doing? Oh yes, we need to go to the mines tomorrow. Tomorrow is the mines, you guys. It's a love storm! Batten down the hatches! Okay, because we're going to go to the mine tomorrow, I'm gonna get ready. I'm gonna put down so I'm gonna put away the scythe. Don't need that. We need the hoe. We don't need the axe. We'll need the sword. We'll need the leek, because we'll turn that in. Ornamental fan. Maybe we could turn that into town. We can also teleport around, so that's awesome. We'll take the bomb and the field snack. Don't need the watering can today or tomorrow. Or the iridium rod. We'll put that away. Let's see if we got some more food that we can use in the mines. Is there any good chow I've got in here? Maybe got some cave carrots. Have we got any miner's treats? Have I not made them recently? Let's see, can I make one? Yes, I can. We can make 3 of them, goodness alive. And I've got 2 chests. We could actually put the chests around town, honestly. I could put one over by the, well, why would I put one in the mines? I don't think that I've ever run out of space. I guess what I'm doing right now is what I do whenever I run out of space, is just make it easier. You're still hoping to get a Pikachu VMAX out of a Vivid Voltage Pack? Wait, what? Yeah. I don't even know what those words mean. Earl of Dragons, thank you so much for the sub. 18 months. The subs anniversaries tonight are insane. 18 months? Whoa, could we please put some mega hype in the chat for some OG resub? That's the longest that you can possibly resub for, by the way. That's max. That's max. That's number 1, month number 1 right there. If our friendos like Elisar were not there at the beginning, I don't even know if I would have been. I don't even know if I would be streaming right now. Thank you, Elisar, for your continued support and for always being a good bean. Oi, oi, oi! And it was fun stabbing you last night. That was awesome. We played some Among Us. Big fun. Among Us after we watched the movie. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Day 17. Day 17. I can't believe the spring is just zooming along. Oh, we got a new Queen of Sauce right here. It may be a rerun, but we don't have this. Maki roll. I think that's something that Sebastian loves, actually. If I'm not mistaken. I wonder if can we zoom over this and F1 that? Yes, we can. Likes this, but who loves it? It doesn't actually say who loves it. Okay, here's a limitation of it. Yay, Stardew Valley. Hey, Owl Power, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Hello. Hello, Owl Power. Is it a bad luck day? It is a bad luck day. Okay, so this right here is for, that's for Sebastian. Can I make anything delicious for Abigail? She loves chocolate cake, right? Pretty sure that Abigail loves chocolate cake. We're gonna make her some. We're gonna give presents to our sweetest beans. And let's take care of our animules really quick. Take care of everybody over here. Pat, pat. Pat, pat, milk, milk. And our goatee. Don't forget escape. Oh, there's a crow by the flowers? Wait, what? I didn't know that they bothered flowers. All right, fine. I didn't even know that was possible. Okay, I'll move that over there. No skin off of my back. Milk the goat, pet the goat. Wait, we already got the milk. Good. We need to take, oh no, did I forget to feed them last night? Ah, crap. Oh dear, I think I may have forgotten again. My bad. What's wrong, Ducky? Let me see, I'm trying to zoom over him. How do I? Where? Omelet looks really happy. I know Omelet's happy. What about this duck? No, not me, the duck. Okay, wasn't fed yesterday. Dang it, I did miss the feeding. Oh, bummer. What? Doggo? There's no doggos. We've got a cat. We've got a squishy cat. They're eating your flowers. Okay, pet, good chicken. Chicken's like, how dare you? How dare you pat me on the head after not feeding me? I'm sorry. There's so much to do in one day. There's too much. Too much to do. I can't keep up with all this nonsense. It's probably some extra food over here. The goat looks like a dog. Oh, wow. No, it does. No, it does not. Are you kidding me? Do I need to is that another mod that I need to install? What kind of dog has udders? What are you talking about? What? Dude, no, dog. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Y'all need to open an encyclopedia every now and again. From the side? What? No, it's got an udder, no matter what side it's from. Maybe head on is the most confusing. Keep the door open to the coop so that they can go back in, or else they can be taken in the night? What? What? Keep the door open. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, well, we're gonna keep the doors open. We'll keep them wide open. Let's see, when does Marnie open? About 9? About 9 in the morning? We're just a tad bit early. Let's see if we can buy that thing. That thing that will take care of our animals for us because I am way too lazy. Supply shop, here we go. Auto grabber. Automatically harvests from the animals each morning. Must be placed inside a coop or barn. Oh, so you need one each. You need one each for the coops and the barns. Okay. But it doesn't feed them, does it? That's too bad. I thought that it would feed. Almost have enough for 2. I know, but it just harvests it. Like, I mean, harvesting's kind of nice, but automatically harvest must be placed inside. I mean, it saves a little bit of time, but I thought that it was gonna feed the animals. That's what I have trouble with. I have trouble feeding these suckers. I don't think that it's worth it, right? If you upgrade it, it does auto feed. See, I'm gonna save up my money for that. I'm gonna save up for the auto feed. That's what I need. Now it's early enough that I could probably go give all these presents. Oh, we haven't been watering our peas. Oh, I forgot about the green beans. Darn. Also, what's this? Bring some coral? We've decided that we need 3 corals. The midnight squid said directly to me. What? I speak squid? I didn't know this. We've decided that we need 3 corals. Okay, very demanding squids. Very demanding squids. I guess I will obey their every whim, question mark? As long as you have enough hay in the silos. Of course. You mean that it doesn't give you endless hay whenever you upgrade your barns? Barn is upgraded with auto hay creator. Spontaneous haymaker. Throw in haymakers since 1997. Boom. Everything's watered. Now we can go straight to town. After I put down this can, we got a lot of work to do. Let's get stuff done. Here we go. I think that we put everything in the correct bins, except for these salmon berries, which I am gonna just slap in there. And let's go. Let's go give out some food. Some delicious food to our friendos, and maybe we'll check the beach if we have enough time. Let's go. I would love auto hay. I know, it's just like it grows grass and then cuts it and then feeds it. I mean, it would all be too much, Jedi. It would be too much. The game would be 100% cheesed. Okay, so I can check where people are now. Sebastian's up here and Abby is over here. Oh, she's on the move. Come back! Abby, I've got some cake for you. Imagine, a young man runs behind you with cake over his head. Ah, come back here! Abby, I got some cake! I seriously love this. You're the best, Earl. Gav the Goblin, you're gonna head out for tonight. It's almost midnight and you wanna sleep better. I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself. Gav, go get yourself some rest, my friend. It's been a blast and I'm excited to give Stardew another go. Hey, I'm glad that I encourage you to try it out. Yo, yo, yo. We'll see you later, Gav. Thanks for being here, my friend. Get yourself some good sleep. The ego check, Cake Man running. Cake Man's on the move. Beware, Cake Man. Cake Man will give you presents and force you to love him. Wait, was it Evelyn who wanted the leek? This is Evelyn, right? I'm just going to assume that I'm correct.
Oh, thank you, dear. This leek looks delicious. George will be so happy. He loves when I make eggs with leeks for breakfast.
Ew, the eggs are leaky. Leaky eggs for breakfast? Nasty. Thank you for the follow. It's Cornelius? Cornelius, ooh, I appreciate that follow. Chaotic Neutral M, I know you. Wait, what? Chaotic Neutral M, I could have sworn you were already up. Oh, that's a sub. I was like, yo, nice follow. Oh, what, tier 3? Whoa, Chaotic Neutral M, holy crap. Tier 3? What? What is that? Whoa! Holy moly, top tier sub? What happened? Chaotic Neutral M with the mega support. Welcome to the Crown Club. Holy moly, there's only like 3 people at that tier. Thank you so much, M. Whoa, you guys, please put some mega hype in the chat for M with a huge sub. Whoa, 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 whoa. And let me take a look. Thank you, Cornelius, for the follow, and Chaotic M, I hope you're having a great day. You make me smile. Why wouldn't I sub at tier 3? I can think of many reasons. I can think of many reasons why you wouldn't. Thank you so much, M. Goodness, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Heavens above. Oh, that's only likes? I thought he loved it. Oh no. He likes golden pumpkin frozen tier pumpkin soup. Oh, it's sashimi. That's what he likes so much. Dang. Holy moly. Tier 3, you've got the crown. We're gonna have it even better. We're gonna have an even better stranger sub emote pretty soon. I think that I'm gonna make it my real face. I think that we'll clip like a funny face of mine and we'll put it as the tier 3, I'm pretty sure. It's gonna be amazing. Alchemic Refuge has got the crown. Check it out. Check it out. There's only one way to get that crown. Oh yeah, Alchemic Refuge has got that fancy crown, and now so does him. Yad. You're having a good day. You got to go to your favorite museum earlier. Ooh, favorite museum. Favorite museum, which one would that be? Let me see. Whenever you said museum, it immediately made me start thinking about the museums that I've been to. I love natural science museums. I've been to a few art museums, not quite my style. Not quite, but still very interesting. I think I've been to some modern art museums, and that was a little bit confusing. I didn't really understand exactly what I was looking at, but it was pretty great. What other museums have I been to? I've never been to a non-modern art museum. Yeah, I think I like the dinosaur museums. More dinosaurs. I'm just ignoring all these enemies really quick because I want to get some copper. That's why I'm down here. That's why I'm down here. Will it be as great as that? I don't know, Jedi. I don't know if I can make such a beautiful face. That's probably the best face ever. That hurts my soul to see that in the chat. Let me see. Strategic Air and Space Museum in Nebraska. Ooh, space and air. That's awesome sauce. I live in Houston, so I feel like I should go to the Houston NASA Museum. Pretty sure that there's a NASA museum. I've never even been to it. I've been to Houston like I went there like almost every summer to see my grandma, and I never even saw anything NASA related. Never been anywhere near it. And it's not like I hate space travel or something. I mean, I was a wee boy. Of course I was interested in space travel. We just never got around to it. Oh, a beast. A beast. We have a really good blade, and we're not used to being at such chumpy levels. These are chump change, you guys. All of the chump change. So I'm just schmoving around because I don't need to be at those high levels with those high enemies, the very difficult enemies. Instead, I'm just snagging some copper because I want to make at least one more smelter. It's to smelt all the other good stuff that we already have. I just can't take advantage of all the stuff that I've got. Also, it's dark as heck in here. I can't see anything with this recolor. Goodness. Bam. Bam. Okay, let me move on down here. You think you might try to go to sleep? McGeenie, go get some rest. Thanks for being here. McGeenie, go get some schlep. Please have a wonderful sleep. I hope that you have wonderful dreams or no dreams whatsoever. Let me see. You'd love to go visiting all of the Texas museums. Ooh, museum tour? IRL stream museum combo. For an entire week, it's nothing but IRL streams in a museum. I feel like I'd get upset. In the art museums, hey guys, stop playing Baby Shark. Sorry, fellow patrons. My chat's crazy with this Baby Shark. I can't help it. No, I can't put in headphones. That's not part of the meme. Ah, yeah, we getting plenty of copper down here. I'm glad that I focus on these low levels. There's no iron, no gold, just exactly what I want. Baby Shark is art. It belongs in an art museum. It would probably be a vast improvement over the Vivaldi that was in the background. Also, I gotta say, wearing this kilt/skirt while I'm mining is probably gives me like a big bonus as far as I don't know, it just makes it I just feel like I can really put my swing into it. Gives me the flexibility that I need. Love suds do. Yeah, if we need a remix of it eventually. Eventually they're gonna get me for that copyright, you guys. You're nerdy. You love this stuff. More nerdy stuff. Goodness, that took forever to find. I'm just in here for the copper. I'm in here for the copper, not for staying in these mines forever. Just give me my copper and I'll be out of here. Kilt power. By the power vested in this kilt, I command all rocks to be broken. Oh yeah, we have a bomb. We should use the bomb for surezies. Oh wait, there's an exit right there. Zoom. Gotta get that zoom. Getting 5 XP per whack. I think that I just upgraded. Oh wait, oh no, it's white. It's a white loading bar. That's very strange. I thought that they'd use that for like, I don't know, milk collected or something. What would have a white bar? I can only think of milk. All right, let's zoom. Scottish power. What? The power of the Scots is in this kilt. We'll be stronger than ever. Wait, we gotta swing. If we swing the sword, it doesn't use any of our stamina. And we're probably gonna be, let's see, yep, energy is definitely what's gonna get us. Because we are moving through here. It is 8 o'clock at night. We still got a little bit more time to get some more delicious copper. Delicious. We've got 76 so far, if you can't see that little teeny tiny number. It's hard to read. I don't know how many levels we're going through, but it's a lot. I guess we're to the level where we'll start getting some iron. That's fine. Little bit of, oh, and some frozen tears. That is something that's loved by my beloved. Loves these tears. Perfect. Also very befitting that Sebastian would love tears. I don't know, there's something about a frozen tear. It's just beautiful. Frozen Tier 3. Oh, is A-Star going to bed? Oi, that time again. Time for me to vanish for another 7 hours, or as the cool kids call it, sleep. Do you vanish whenever you sleep? That's making me think of that Wolf Walkers movie that we watched, where whenever they went to bed, they turned into wolves. But regardless, go get yourself some rest, A-Star. Thanks so much for being here, and thank you again. I already said so in the Discord, but A-Star gifted me an Apex pack during a stream, and I didn't notice it because it didn't jump up. It was during our 12-hour stream. I was gifted by A-Star an Apex pack. Thank you so much, my friend. I look forward to playing some more games. We gotta play some more games. I'm getting behind. We need some practice. No, I totally don't vanish during the night to go kill people in Apex Land. Of course not. To turn into a ghost named the well, yeah, we all agree. You totally don't do that. We'll see you later, A-Star. Go get some schlep. Kenny, I'm now tempted to buy Stardew Valley. Perfect, Merps. That means that you're totally enjoying the game. I say that you do it. You could even get it for the Switch for mobile, for playing on the mobile, or you could get it on PC so that you can mod it like I've got it. That's the only decision, I'd say. The only decision is where do you get it? 1,000 fires! Thank you for the sub! Yo!
There 5 hype, there 5 hype.
Holy moly, the resubs
fun.
tonight. Thank you so much.
To lurk here. There 5 peak, there 5 peak, there 5 peak.
Peek. Thank you so much for peeking all the time. A friendo 1,000 fires. Thank you so much for all of your lurks and all of your support. I appreciate it. No matter how you enjoy the stream, I so appreciate your support. You just being here is super duper supportive. You don't have to say a word in the chat to be extremely supportive. Thank you so much. You don't even have to sub to be supportive, but I do very much appreciate it. Barry Pika, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. I saw that. I was about to mention it. I'm sorry. I was obsessing over the sub. I apologize. I got into the thank you stage. Got into one of those thank you modes where I can't escape. I can't escape. Too thankful. Barry Pika, you're new to the stream. You were under-recommended to watch under Stardew. You love this game. It's fantastic. I am totally getting into this now. It's taken me a little while. It's taken me a bit to actually get into it, but I've gotten to the point where I'm modding it, so I'm guessing I'm a little bit invested for sure. Kim, how are you doing? Welcome. War Game starts tomorrow? Yes, that's true. There's a new Apex event. I probably won't be playing it on stream, but regardless, it starts tomorrow. That's what A-Star's talking about. I feel like most people don't play Apex, and they're completely confused by anything that's said in the chat by A-Star or me about it. But, you know, that's all right. It's A-okay. Seems like a slow game, but once you get rolling, it picks up. Yep. It definitely picks up after a little while, for surezies. But it's big fun. I've totally been enjoying it. Let's auto smelt some of this stuff. Boom. It's 1 a.m. Can I sell anything? I think that we should have some things produced. In fact, I'm just gonna sell all of this except for one goat cheese. It's 1 a.m. We got a minute. Let's see, dude. We haven't gotten any jelly yet. It's gonna take forever. Salmon berry takes 147 hours. Okay, are we gonna make any? This is gonna be all the money that we make today, is all this mayo and stuff. Aquamarine, those are things to bust. We'll do that tomorrow. Okay. Oh, with cheese. There we go. Now let's lay down before we have a passing out problem, which happens far too often. But yes, thank you so much for jumping in the chat, Barry Peak. I'm glad that you gave this stream out a try. We basically play a variety of games around here, and we just like vibing and talking together. Always trying to keep it positive. Always trying to keep it hype. I love to celebrate anything possible. Everything is a celebration. If I can get away with it, then I'm celebrating. Okay, that's just how it works around here. The maximum positive vibes. Playing anything that I can get my hands on, anything that sounds interesting. Salmonberry isn't worth turning into jelly. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that it's worth almost nothing, because salmonberry is totally free. Granny's gift. Okay, Evelyn's paying me $500. It's Pam's birthday, so I'm wondering. Let me check if I can F1 while I'm floating on the map. Nope, I can't F1 there, so I need to get her a present. What do you think that Pam wants? That grouchy old lady? That grouchy old curmudgeon? Ooh, cauliflower. Ready to harvest. Nice. I wonder, should we use the cauliflower on anything good? Should we make something out of this? No, don't eat it. I should probably just throw it in the box, right? Right? You just spent $400 on a game system, but I also want to buy a Stardew Valley. Well, Merps, this is the struggle. That reminds me that I keep buying games way too quickly. I bought the new Binding of Isaac with all of its new DLC, and yet I'm out here wanting to get, I can't wait for Pokemon Snap to come out. I've never gotten to play it before. It's going to be fascinating. It's going to be good. I'm sure of it, because I've never played it before, so I can't even compare it to the original. I'm just gonna have a good time. You really like your clicky drawing? You hope that Odie drawing turns out good? Oh, Kim, doing some art? Doing some art? We get to see it, right? Right? Okay, so I took care of all those animals. Let's go pick up all these eggies. We got the eggies, we got the milk, and the goat cheese needs to go straight to the town hall because we could turn that in right now. So what would you, I'm actually gonna take the goat cheese and replace that. So Jedi, what would you suggest that I put in that, in these jelly makers? In the jelly jar things? What should I put over there? What's something affordable that I could probably put a lot of? Milk. So I got these cauliflowers. I guess I can chuck these out of here. Would it be weird to ask if I can add anybody on Switch? A really close friend gifted me, and you've been wanting to add people. Well, Barry Pika, you could get them in the chat, or if you want to, you could join our Discord where lots of people put their friend codes. You could also add me. I'm if you just put !FC, that should pull up the friend code. I'm not gonna keep that friend code there forever, by the way, because I'm probably gonna run out of room eventually. So get it while it's hot. Get it while there's still room on my friends list. Because I'm gonna have to delete some randos if I get like streamer friends on there. Wah, wah. We need to water all of these beans. We got plenty of beans. Let's just sell all these because I'm pretty sure that we've already got some extras if I'm not mistaken. Sell the beans. We need to get the goat cheese. We need to find out what that old lady wants. What old Pam needs. Wow, wow. Bam, bam. We could put a copper ore in here too, but we're gonna need some more wood. We're gonna need some more wood to make some more copper, but let's continue along. Continue along. We'll go into town, find out what Pam wants, and hopefully we can cook up something. I could have swore that she liked glazed hams, right? Glazed yams, right, LSR? Because you just looked it up. Isn't glazed yams one of her favorite things? Cactus fruit, mead, beer, pale ale, parsnip soup, glazed yams, and parsnip. Okay, so maybe I'll just give her a parsnip because I've already given her a glazed yam. I could have swore that I had extra parsnips, right? I haven't been checking. I just realized I haven't been checking any of my dang... I haven't been checking the mushrooms, have I? Oh, dear. Okay, so parsnips, huh? I don't think I have any, even though they're so easy to get. Wait, parsnip in here, maybe? Seriously? Not a single one? We're in the season for parsnips. There is no reason for me not to have them. You don't feel comfortable enough sending friend requests to people that I don't know? Then don't do it. Don't do it, Merbs, for heaven's sake. Just do whatever's comfortable with you. I totally understand being a little bit concerned. I'd be concerned too if my sister hadn't already leaked all my information onto the internet. It's a little late for me. Oh wait, we can't make glazed yams either. Dang, I might have to just give her something that she kind of likes. Cause I don't have any, I don't have any yams whatsoever. Oh dear. Check on my head. Oh, you're gonna go help with dinner? All right, Lupus, go enjoy, help it with dinner. Make something delicious. Make something delicious. And I'm just struggling out here trying to think of something for Pam. Oh, a train's passing. Let's go. Check. Quickly now, don't waste any time. We gotta go straight to the train. Where is it? We go up a couple more. Oh no, I should have gone the other way. It's too late now. I hate cinnamon sticks. Kenny, bless your heart for having the chillest dreams and the most wholesome, the most welcoming vibes. Oh my gosh. Cinnamon sticks, you flatter me. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the streams, my friend. That's what I do it for. I want to share all of the good vibes that I got. I got plenty of good vibes, so you just take them. You just take them, all right? I'm overflowing. Overflowing with the vibes. Take, please. Pam likes batteries. Too bad I don't have any batteries. I don't know why I would have batteries. Probably for her remote. How often does she lose her batteries? Goodness. Man, there's a lot of salmon berries everywhere. Okay, let's see if we get lucky. See if we get lucky. Take some good vibes, please do. Kim, take them. Take them. Get those vibes out of here. I've got plenty. Okay, while we wait for this train, I'm just gonna whack some of this stuff and get a little bit of this stone. Actually, I don't need stone. I need wood, and I didn't bring my wood thing. The wood on a stick. The wooden stick. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Probably fiber is more useful, to be honest. I have so much stone. Nothing dropped from the train? Are you kidding me? Not a single thing. This train's the worst. Look at that, nothing. Well. Nothing drops off the train. I don't think I've ever seen one, right? I don't think I've ever seen anything drop off of this train. You think Bohemian Moon is crazy? That's who told us that things drop off this train. Do you think that Bohemian Moon is crazy? Nothing has dropped so far. It's true. Not a darn thing. Not a darn thing. This train is more worthless than the trains in real life. Well, in the US anyway. Our train system is an absolute mess. You can't even, there's almost nobody riding on trains. I mean, there's the DART, and then in some inner cities, the trains are good. Or the subways. But man, we've got an aging infrastructure, you guys. Okay, let's grab the salmon berry. So should I just sell these salmon berries instead of turning them into jam? Because basically, I just didn't want to waste them. And I don't really have anything to make into jam. So I thought, you know, better a salmon berry than nothing. Oh, we should go crack some geodes. Let's go crack. Let's get this thing cracking. Well, yes, but stuff does drop. It's just usually really lame stuff. What? Am I going through all this trouble for lame drops? You're gonna be back and go get some food with your mom. Sounds good. Murphs, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Have fun getting some food. Hope you get something delicious. Delicious. Get some good food. You've been reading reviews on the passenger train in Austin, and they're hilariously negative. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The infrastructure's a mess. A mess. All right, let's, oh, yeah. We can turn in the fan to Gunther, too. Okay, I think we got time to do both things. Gunther is way easier to catch. He's open way longer. Ooh, new reward. All right, let's check it out. What do we got? Rare crow. Darn, I thought that was the key. Was that a rat? Is that a rat rare crow? In memory of Daydreamer Dan? Amazing. All right, Buster. Let's get cracking. Feeling lucky, but not too lucky. Okay, it's on the line. Good enough for me. Good enough for me. I've got good luck no matter what. Bam. Oh, yeah, that earth crystal's my favorite. You can take the train from your home to downtown. That's not too bad, but probably because it's newer. Ah, I see. Just don't use it during South by So What? South by Southwest? South by So What? South by, whoops. Aquamarine Mineral. Oh, yes. Check this out. Watch us. Oh, wait. We don't want to do that. Let's go down to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Oh, wait. Pam. We need to get something for Pam. But she stays up super late and she'll be in the bars, so we could totally do that later. Pam, you can wait, you old curmudgeon. Let's go down here, try to grab a little bit of free junk. We actually need those little weird red sticky monster things. We need more of those so that we can give them to our squids. We have to please the squid gods and then they will smile down upon us. Big squiddly smiles. Big twisted squiddly suction cupped smiles. Also, we might run into Elliot, who is a rare find, honestly. I almost never see that sorry sucker. He's always hiding in that shed, and he won't let me in because I don't love him enough. Maybe we need to build up love points. Then we can totally invade his shack whenever we want and crash. Emily! Hello! No, I'm not gonna actually say hello. I was just saying... hello. Oh, free pine cone. Ha! These suckers throwing away the best treasure ever. Who would throw away a pine cone? I cannot believe these people. It's only okayish things drop from the train. Oh my gosh. Shaking my head with these lame train drops. So, I think Jedi is really telling me that these are some worthless salmon berries. maybe I am just wasting my time. But there's also free stuff down here in the spring, so I guess I can get some free loot. It's not probably worth my time because I can already make tons of money other ways, but you know what? It brings me joy, okay? If it sparks joy, I do it. Look at all this loot. Oh, look at all of it. For the berry. We have to do it. Listen, if not for the money, then for the berries' sake. These berries are waiting out here to be harvested. And we must harvest them. Ah, satisfaction, yes. Yes. I love the physics in this game where they just kind of go poof. They go poof out into the ground, then we can slurp them up with our little vacuum body. Our weird little personal vac. I think that our aura is very attractive. Very attractive aura. I think that it's been well polished and shined by some local yogi. Also, I have no idea how to make. I don't know how to make that little bridge up there. I don't even know if you can do that. Hopefully someday. The berry. By the way, the berry, for anybody that doesn't know, is definitely a reference to us playing that game Celeste. Holy crap, those berries, they're like the hard collectible. And the game is a very, very difficult platformer as it is. So the berries are, I mean, you have to bend over backwards to get those sorry suckers. And it takes forever. But you've got to do it for the berry. You still harvest them because it's fun. I can't stop it. I play games for fun, okay? So I have to harvest them. Where's the leeks? Where's the spring leeks? It's still spring? Where do they only show up for a few days? I can't believe that they haven't respawned. Grab all these delicious berries. Oh, I should have brought my axe so that I could chop down stuff. My axe! Yeah, in this dirt, during spring, there's some nice free spring, no, I think they're actually spring onions, aren't they? They're not leeks. They're not leeks, they're onions, but I guess they haven't respawned yet. Grab all these berries, slap them in the box, and let's make our way back. It's 7:20, so it's time for us to find out what we're gonna give Pam. Is there some universal like that I have? Maybe I can just check some items? I don't know how to look at Pam's likes and desires. Let's check if you can do it in your hearts. Where is she? Where are you, Pam? F1 that. There we go. Okay, so I don't have any loves, but I do have some likes. Aquamarine is one of them, which is actually in my pocket. I'll give her that aquamarine. I haven't even found a use for it. She could totally have it. It's like just giving her junk. I think that it's junk, but she thinks it's treasure. I still don't have anything for those poor fishies. Oh, I need to put down the salmon berries into this box over here. Slap them down. Let me see. What am I gonna do with all these foraged items? I could keep them if I wanted to, but I'm almost more tempted to just sell them and get a little bit extra loot. Just get some junky loot. Oh my gosh, is it actually a rat? What is this rare crow that I just got? Gunther, what did you just curse me with? Oh, it is a rat. It's a rat. Oh. Oh, she also likes daffodils. Yeah, maybe we should just go for some cheap junk, right? Give her some junk that she doesn't need. And if we run into Sebi, we'll give them that. And what about? Let me just go E. Let's look at what Abigail likes. Oh, she likes frozen tear as well, but doesn't love it. Let's give her another amethyst. You know, just give her the purple thing. You know she loves it. Okay, put the quartz away. We don't need that. Dump all this junk. And, yeah, let's go to town. Basic retaining soil. Okay, so we got an extra leak for no apparent reason. There's a leak in the boat. I'll put the leaks in here so that we could just throw them in there with ease. I didn't put the salmon berries away, or did I? I don't remember. Let's go. Can we name the rat? I don't think that you can name rare crows, no. I wish that you could. Oh, I forgot the daffodils. Oh no, back we go. Back we go, the bar's gonna close. The bar's gonna close and we're not even gonna get it. Whee! Let's go. Where are you, my sweet daffodils? There we go, perfect. Literally unplayable. This game is completely broken. Oh my gosh, I totally missed Barry Pika speaking in the chat. Oh no, I'm sorry for ignoring you. You said kiddos are getting dino nuggets, corn, rice, milk, and yogurt for dinner. Whoa! So much food. Big yum. Can I have some of those dino nuggets, please? Dino nuggets are delicious. We love the Christian nuggets. More Christian nuggets. You're never too old for chicken nuggets. Chicken. I think nobody's here. Pam's here, but she's probably getting sauced for her birthday. Saucy birthday hours. Here, Pam.
Oh, is it my birthday today? I guess it is. Thanks, this is nice. All right. You're welcome, Pam. I hope you enjoy that gift. Enjoy the beautiful gift.
Sebi is out. Sebi is out and wait, why are there two Sebastians? Maybe, do I have two mods that are running? I think that I have two mods. Let me show townspeople on map. Okay, let's turn that off. There we go, okay. But they're in different spots. How am I supposed to know which one's true? Wait, what? Both of the mods are supposed to act the same. They should be in the exact same location. Are they calculating them in different ways? But which one do I trust? Oh my gosh, okay, Sebi's inside, regardless. Everybody's in bed. The one showing you where his house is? One of them wasn't the house. It was two different locations. It was two different Sebastians. Then I turned off the other one and it disappeared. I don't know what's happening. Okay, but we can go to bed. It's 10:30 and let's put the goat cheese in. We might as well get that out of the way. I know it's weird. They must be calculating it differently. They were both approximately in the same spot, but not exactly in the same spot. Okay, let's go put away this goat cheese. You trust me. I'm a mod. Wait, what? I trust Jedi. If I'm gonna trust any mods, it's gonna be Jedi, okay? All of these Stardew mods are sus. These Stardew mods cannot be trusted. Okay, so now all we need is truffle oil and cloth. Or anything from one of my trees, like an apricot or an apple or an orange. But we need two more things. I'm thinking if we get pigs, then we can get truffles and we can make truffle oil, I think. Which I believe is one of the most valuable things. We really should get the pigs. I was totally sleeping on the pigs. I'm so sorry. Kimmick told me, get the pigs, get the truffles. But I did not realize how much money they were. Yeah, which mod do I prefer? Jedi Aurora! Jedi Aurora, Die, and Orisa are my favorite mods for this game. But they're mods for all of the games. It's like a stream mod. Modification to the entire stream. You know, it's kind of dark around here. I do have the torches to be able to make it like well lit. Let's just slap down some torches, make it not look like a haunted house around here, you know? Goodness, the torches, they barely do anything. Look at the huge gaps. Oh my gosh, this reshade mod is so aggressive. You have to put torches like every spot. You could just make the entire path could just be torches. That's how you can tell where the path is that it's just pure torches and darkness. Darkness everywhere else. Boom, that's about as good as it gets around here. Okay, time to go to sleep. Too many torches. Oh, let's put down the last one. I don't want to carry any. Boom. Now let's go to bed. I'm sleepy as heck. Oh, wait. Did I sell stuff? Recycling soggy newspapers will yield you cloth as well? Ooh, maybe we should just go fishing. Get some freebies? What do you think? Probably have some recipes for other types of lights by now, or you can buy a recipe from Robin. Oh, I didn't know that there were actually improved lights. Of course there are. There's like improved everything in this game. We'll sell all of our mayo and all that business. And first thing in the morning, let's take care of our animals. And I think that it's time for us to build another building. I know that we don't have, it's really just upgrading the coops. I want to make it so that I don't have to feed them every day. That's the thing that's getting me most of the time. Traveling merchant is in town. Luck's not so good, and there's no queen of sauce. Okay. Oh, and it's raining. Oh, nice. Well, we don't even need it because we've got all of the auto feeders. And I see here, okay, for one, the stinking crow's messing with our green beans. Let's move our rat crow down here. Bam. Rat crow. You need to defend these peas that we're totally not watering. There you go. Or is that a raccoon? I can't tell. Well, regardless. Let's check. We got squid ink. Let's take care of our animals really quick. Not with the sword. I just put it there so that I don't accidentally click the wrong thing. Pet all the animals. Milk all the animals. Maybe the traveling merchant will have rabbit's foot. Ooh, lucky? Does it make you more lucky? Let's slap down some hay. They need to be more than fed. Overly fed. Have you pet the merchant pig? He oinks? What? If you pet the merchant's pig, then it oinks at you? How adorable. Oh, look at all these angry chickens. What the heck? Did I not feed them again? Oh, wasn't fed. No, all my hearts are wasted. Why is Nugget? Nugget is mad as heck. Gosh darn it. Egghead Ketchup ain't so happy. Oh, dang. How do I keep forgetting? This is why I need to upgrade this coop, you guys. I cannot manage these chickens. I can't do it. It's too much. And there's no eggs now. Dang it. Ah. Brain too small. Too small. You could put a rabbit's foot in the enchanter bundle or give it to the guy to the truck that you found. Oh, yeah. We need rabbit's foot for that. We need it for a variety of things. Cauliflower is popping off. That's good. So basically everything on the farm's good, except for we could pet the cat if I found it. I don't actually see it. Salmon berries. Goodness, we've got a lot of these. Excellent. So we've got presents to give today. We need to go down or we need to go over and check what it's going to take to upgrade some stuff. And we'll take all of we've got hardwood, stone. Let's maybe take clay in case we need it. And what else could we maybe need? Fiber? Question mark? Possibly. And any wood? Do I have any wood? Hey, Naraya, welcome to the chat. Hello. Hello, Naraya. Hope you're having a splendid day. Hiya. What's up? Ooh, I just realized with that automation mod, we might be able to make it automate on both sides of the chest. Let's see. We need to go to... Where was I going? Oh, yeah. We can teleport there. I think that it's a little bit faster to go to the mines and then go south. But yeah, I think that the automation, we can make it so that it makes coal on the left and then it flips it over and it smelts with the right. That would be cool. Now let's move on over here and see if we can make something. Sometimes I wish that we could react to messages so that you could heart stuff like Discord. I agree. That stuff's the best, Naraya. I use that all the time. I love reacting to stuff and I love seeing all of the reactions. I also always check who it was. If there's hearts on my message, I'm like, who hearted it? Who loves this message? Who's being a sweet bean? Where's the support? And so that I could get as much information as I can. That'd be an awesome feature, but think how messy the chat would look, especially in bigger streamers. Imagine every message has reactions on it underneath it. It would be a super huge mess. Okay, let's look at what we could build. What can we upgrade? A deluxe coop houses 12 coop-dwelling animals, comes with auto feed system. Unlocks rabbits. We need wood, and this is 12, and it's also auto feed. I'm having the most trouble with the chickens, though. So we need 500 wood for both of them. That's cheap as heck. Let's do it. We just need to get some food. Wake up, buddy. Wake up. We got some presents for you. Have some tears. Everybody loves tears in the morning. I really love this. How did you know? I know everything about you. You can't escape my knowledge. Hey, Mystic Silver Moon, hello, by the way, and welcome back. Calico, you made it. I hope that you drove safe. Of course you did. Do you have groceries that you picked out yourself? All by yourself. You picked them out all by yourself. Calico, I hope that you love all your choices. Bringing Sebby tears in bed? How sweet. What a sweetie. Good morning. Here's some tears, my love. You thirsty? Here's some of my tears. Last time I gave you an itchy sweater made out of my eyelashes, but this time I made this one out of tears. All right, let's get our axe, which I am a dodo for forgetting that I need that stinking axe. I need trees, not the eyelash sweater. What is this thing made out of? It's kind of itchy. Eyelashes. No, SpongeBob, the eyelash sweater's the worst, please. Okay, put that away, boom, and let's get our buns over to the forest and start chopping down these trees. We could also go over to the quarry, I guess. We need 500, which is crazy. 500, and we probably need to trim out some of this hay. Some of this hay could be, we could just turn it into, oh, dang. What a waste of wood. What a waste of wood. Totally just knocked it into the water. Why? How much wood do you get from a tree, eh? Because we need like 1,000. We need like the big 1,000 of wood. Rest in peace, wood. Just dipped into the water. It's just soggy. Pick it up. Pick it up. The wood's not ruined. 12 experience for knocking down a tree. That's about right. That's about how much it is in real life. About 12 experience per tree. Better get chopping if y'all want to learn. There's also a secret forest area below your farm. Eh? For wood? Secret area? Sippa mode times 10. Wait, what? Was there a sip of the? Oh, snap. You guys, can we please get some sippies in the chat? Otherwise, I don't feel like I have to drink anything. And my goodness, I'm feeling so parched. My throat. It's about to shrivel up, but I don't think that I could drink any water without seeing any martial emotes in the chat. I don't even see a single one. I don't see a single. Oh, Grandpa Pumpkin just put one up. 1,000 fires, Mystic Silver Moon. Hang on. I'm seeing some sips. Oh, I feel like I might have to do it then. I don't know. Boom, boom. Cleaning it out with this fancy golden whack. Darcy Neko. Aw, snap. Darcy's still here. Darcy's still here with the spam. Okay. That's enough. For a chill Stardew stream, that's a lot of spam. The emote brings up feelings of needing water. You clearly need water. There he is. Okay, thank you. Where is it? It's on the other side. I've got my jug on the other side. It's totally messing with me. I've got to put it right back where it belongs. Thank you very much for the water, you guys. I appreciate it. All right. Boom. Now we're ready to go. Now we're ready to chop away. Chop our lives away. Hitting these trees. And by the way, I can't upgrade anything past these gold. These golds are as fancy as it gets until we can get some iridium, which I have only gotten iridium from a comet that landed on my property. So obviously, a comet landing, pretty rare. It's not really something that we can count on for more delicious iridium. You're still just here working and lurking. All right, Darcy, thank you very much for working and lurking, my friend. Oh yeah, get that work done. Hope I'm not distracting you too much. Bam, bam. Okay, we're just gonna take our first 500 and we're gonna invest it in that coop because I think that we can make it there in time to be able to actually buy it. If we can just chop down these trees quickly, we should be good. Okay, that's 500. Was this a 500 or the 550? I don't remember. Were they both 500? I forget. Okay, let me just, I'll just get up to 5. Oh, I'm already at 550. Let's go. I wanted to keep chopping these trees. Will they make it? Will we make it and be able to build our coop or get it started? It takes forever to build these dang things. Zoom. I think it closes at 5. I hope. Yep, it's 5. We could make it. We can do it. I believe it is. Ooh, Stream Elements has a sub now. Wait, what? Stream Elements has a sub? So fancy. I can't believe it. Some people don't have subs in Stream Elements. The bot is just like, Event? Cutscene? Oh, snap. And we've got a present for her, too. Tweet, tweet. Oh, I'm over here. What? Oh, I'm in the bushes. Why am I hiding in the bushes? I can barely even see myself. Why am I? Oh, there we go. Slow, scary approach. Stalking closer in the rain. Yes. A bush baby. Earl, why are you out here in the rain? I was just doing some work. Enjoying the weather. I could ask you the same question. Ooh, hang on. These are all pretty good options. Just doing some work. Oh, that's the truth. Enjoying the weather. Yeah, I'll say enjoying the weather. Look at this nice rain. I like it. The Uno reverse card. What about you, huh? Enough about me. Yeah, I guess that you would be one to appreciate this somber ambiance. What are you saying about me? I came here to spend some time alone. Well, excuse me. Sorry about that. I'm just like, you want to spend some time alone with me? But I don't mind your company. Ooh. Whoa. You're getting soaked. Come stand under the tree. Ooh. Oh, stand under the tree with her. Her personal tree she offers to me. Ooh. It's impossible to describe this feeling. Watching the curtains of rain whisper above the silent lake. I mean, it's not that silent, right? Can't you hear plop, plop, plop? Hey, Goofy's here! Wow, what? It's your birthday's tomorrow. I was about to say triple birthday. Holy crap. Because we've already celebrated 2 birthdays. Hey, Goofy, happy early birthday. You're sharing birthday with Danny. That's super cool. Hey, Goofy, happy early birthday. If you arrive tomorrow, I will totally sing you happy birthday. I'm so glad you made it through another year. Goofy, hope you're having a lovely day. Hello. A lovely pre-birthday day. Fantastic. Okay, let me see. She's saying, it's impossible for me to... Oh, I already said it. The silent lake. What? What do I have? Hey, a mini harp. You're full of surprises, Earl. I'm impressed. I would be impressed too, because I cannot play any instruments. I just whip out. Oh! Musical note. Oh, we're playing together. Oh my gosh. I'm playing my harp. She's playing the flute. It's a match made in heaven, you guys. A match made in heaven. The gods are crying right now. Also, who knows what the... the implications that you carry this harp around the entire time. Romantic Ace, it's true. It's literally in my backpack all the time. Oh, I just keep it under my hat. How small is this? Is this miniature harp? The implication. Yeah, except for the implication. The implication that you... Oh, snap. Another one? Double? Double? And it's the 2 people that I like the most? Well. Sebby / Abby, double. My 2 beans that I want to marry. Oh, hello, Earl. The cuties, let's go! Double cuties. What, you haven't seen my motorcycle before? I guess I haven't shown it to you. He's got a motorcycle. He's a bad boy. He's a bad boy. Now that's super cool. I wish I had a motorcycle. Double cutscene all the way! Romantic Ace! I'm so glad that you're here. You've seen it. The daily double. How are you doing, Romantic Ace? Hope that you're having a wonderful day. Hello. I'm glad to see you. I still love your name. Your name is absolutely fantastic. Sometimes after sundown, I make the long ride out of Stardew Valley. And there's nothing else like it, blazing along the empty stretch of road towards a faint city glow. Once I've saved up enough money, I'm gonna head out on my own to the city and beyond, just me and my bike. What about me? Is there room in the back seat? There we go. Oil's changed. Hey, maybe I'll let you ride sometime if you want. No thanks, that sounds stupid! Oh my gosh, what are these options? This is the easiest choice I've ever been given. Holy crap, no thanks, that sounds stupid. Don't ever say that. I'm scared of motorcycles? What? No, that sounds fun. All the rest of them, yeah, that's a no-brainer. Most of them are like, ooh, do I want to look like a bad boy, or do I want to look like I'm friendly, or do I want to look soft? Like, there's options, but this one's just like mean, or I like you. Great. Wait, there's a rainbow in the game? I don't see it. Where is it? Naraya, show me that rainbow. You're winding down after work with some Stardew yourself. Ah, yeah. Getting to chill, double Stardew. Double Stardew, and no time passes during those cutscenes. Sweet. so we can still totally make it. I was about to say we're about to get screwed out of updating our thing, but we're all good and we made it. Boom. Okay, so let's upgrade our coop. Our coop into deluxe. Deluxe coop. Auto feed system, and it unlocks rabbits. Perfecto, just in time. Let's make it deluxe. Deluxe, super fancy, auto feeding, and it fits more chickens in it. Great. So the only thing that we have to worry about is just making sure that we have the hay for it. So we've had, we've already given them 2 presents this week, Sebastian and Abigail. Oh, I was going to give them more presents, but there's really no reason to do such a thing. Yeah, we're going to focus on them for now because I don't want to learn all these items. And we could just go home. I guess chopping trees all the way, eh? Get ourselves some free food. Free food. Yum, 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 yum. Delicious. Oh, yeah, we'll just teleport from the mines. Don't fall into the... Ow! Gosh darn it. I've done it again. Always knocking it. Look, I'm going to stand on the side of the water this time. This time you will not bamboozle me, you dumb tree. All right. Oh, we could actually check out the quarry right now, which we can teleport straight to. Let's see if it's updated. I don't know. Yes, it is updated because look, there's something green down there. What is that? What is that? Grass minerals? Yeah, you can marry whoever you want. Oh, the rainbow. Yeah, you can marry anybody that you want. In fact, we might install the polygamy mod so that we could date everybody. Date everybody at the same time. Fantastic. Oh, wait, do you have to install a mod to date everybody at the same time? I'm gonna blow it up. Wow! Hey, nice. What was that? Oh, it was an emerald. Oh, snap. That's nice. And I'll just grab this free copper right there because I don't really need stone at the moment. I really just need to get myself some more wood. More wood. And back to the bus stop. Yes. No, you don't need a mod, but they may turn on you. Oh no. You could date multiple people at the same time. You just can't be married to more than one person. And hello, Anaya Falcon. What's up? Anaya, how are you doing? Anaya, I could have swore. Were you streaming last night? Because I was watching your stream recently. I'm trying to remember what was going on. You were just chatting at the moment. You weren't even playing a game, I don't think. You were just chatting, and I got to pop in, and I didn't even say hello. I'm sorry. I promise I'll say hello next time. I'm such a horrible viewer. I apologize. Vood. Are we Bobby Duke now? Bobby Duke of Bobby Duke Arts? I think I've heard of this bean. Yeah, you were just chatting before playing Myst. Ooh, the original one? The original one or the the Redux, the upgraded version, the remastered. It's fine. I love my lurkers. Hee hee. I'm afraid I'm one of them. But I should still say hello. I should at least say hi. I'm not going to talk. Hi, I'm silent. Hello, I will not send any messages. You like lurking? You watched KJP decorating and then played Valorant earlier. Ooh, playing some Valorant, eh? What do you think of it? Have you played that much? Or did you just pick it up? I found it rather interesting. I did love the super accuracy of the guns. I feel like it was trying to teach me to be a better game player. Myst 2 Riven. Oh, a sequel, fancy. You played a few rounds, not bad. The ultimates are interesting. Yeah, I really love, we now don't have any room in the silo, as you can see, since the little hay icons aren't popping up. But yeah, Valorant made me want to be really accurate. Because you do most damage if you just it's better to shoot one headshot than it is to just go bang, 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 bang. So I felt like it was making me into doing some better gunplay, I guess. Okay, we can still use some more wood. More wood, huh? Oh yeah, you don't get to jump. If you don't get to jump on him, you're done. I know, it's so scary. But yeah, I feel like it makes me better at games. Oh, Bohemian Moon's here. Yo, with the cute. Is that Whitney Soups? Oh no, that's Breezy. It's a little Breezy meow meow. I've never seen that emote before. How adorable. How adorable. Is that maple syrup that I see? Do we finally get maple syrup? How are you doing, Bohemian? Hope that you and Phil are doing fantastic. And the kiddos. Yes. But don't forget them. They're part of the family still. That's sad. How do I get through here? What is in my way? I cannot even see. Oh, I'm starting to feel exhausted. Maybe I could eat a pine cone. Wait, no, I'll just eat this pine cone snack. Yummo. I gotta get to my maple syrup. Maple syrup, so that's the thing that that we're supposed to put in the ancient forest, eh? I guess we could do that tomorrow, huh? We could finally give in the maple syrup. Maple syrup. Maple syrup will be turned in tomorrow. I won't do it tonight just because it's getting so late. Okay, we got pine tar. Yeah, let's see if I can complete some more stuff in my area over here. I'm so busy. I have so many things, so many different irons in the what is it called? It's irons in the fire. Is that a term? I think so. I have too many irons in the fire. I'm not able to focus on all these things. I'm like upgrading coops and a bunch of things are cooking and I'm trying to automate all these machines and goodness, it's just turning into a mess. Too many pots in the kitchen. Too many pots. Okay, let's see, like, I need to slap this over here like yesterday so that we could do some auto work over there. And I took care of my chickens, right? Finally, did I take care of my animals? Yes, okay, they all have food. They all have food and the mushrooms, which I always forget. That's what I need a auto pickup thing for, is these mushrooms. Just put them straight into a jar for me, because I am gonna forget them every single day. And let's also take this time to sell some stuff since we just built that big building, to make sure that I actually sell my stuffs. And I got no mayo today because I didn't take care of my chickens because I'm a horrible owner. Because I'm just an absolute monster. An absolute monster who doesn't even feed his chickens. My chickens, my ducks, and my crazy chicken. How do I... Oh, wait, no, don't put it... Oh, too late. Yep, cook it all. Cook it all. We'll probably be able to get food. We'll be able to get food before it's time to build another building, I think. And let's put this artisan stuff down. I think you could make stuff out of it, right? If I'm not mistaken? Hopefully. Hey, Tin's here. Yeah, what's up? No mayo, but the money is in the mayo game. What? What? No mayo, but the money is in the mayo game. Is that a pun that I don't understand? Meaning? Oh no, I'm getting scolded. Thank you, Tin. Please teach me. You gotta make mayo. Oh, the money's in the mayo. The money's in the mayo. There's always money in the banana stand. I mean, in the mayo stand. There's always money in the mayo, boy. Don't forget, you gotta make mayo. All right, mayo. Yes, write that down. Write that down. Very important, very important. Let me see. Oh, yeah, money's in the mayo. Okay. Okay, good stuff. I just threw that over into the information pile. And now let's the banana stand. You are the banana stand, Charlie. Now let's go. Through that idea like he throws his code cards. What? No, but the code cards have been saved. You asked me to save them, Tin, and I did. I've got a big stack of code cards all for you. All for Tin. Only Tin can have them. No other options. You wonder why your room is a mess? Oh, what? My room is getting cleaner and cleaner. Thank you very much. It's the cleanest that it's been in weeks. Weeks and weeks and... Oh, it's Shane's birthday. Aw, snap. Shane probably wants one of those nasty old... What? It's raining again? Are you kidding me? Tin, how are you doing, my friend? Have you been lurking ever since Kuri raided? You just moved in? No, I didn't. What? I've been here for months. Let's just scroll down and take a look at old Drunky Poo. Where's Drunky Poo? Is he at the top? Let's check on Captain Sauce here. What does he love? Yes, I know. Show me that. There we go. What does he love? He loves golden pumpkin hot. Okay, hot pepper it is. That's definitely what he wants. Oh, wait. Was there things to cook? Hang on. Pepper poppers. I don't want to make anything for him. Let's just give him an old spicy pepper. Here you go, sir. Just have this delicious spicy pepper. Waiting on your chicken nuggets in the toaster oven. Yummo! Heyo! Chicken nugget time. Oh yes. Chicken nugget stream win. When are you gonna do the 100 chicken nugget challenge, Tin? We've all been waiting. We've all been waiting. I threw down the gauntlet months ago. Or weeks? Threw down the gauntlet weeks ago. Yeah, where's the 100 chicken nugget stream? You can even cheat. You even have a partner that can eat them with you, and it'll still count. Oh, writing down. Ah, yes, give me that milk. Give me that milk. You know what I came here for. Milk. Let's get out of here. Don't listen to him, 10. He couldn't even get to 40. That's what the gauntlet is. That's what the gauntlet's been thrown down. You gotta be able to eat more nuggets than me. You don't have to get 100, but that was the challenge. It doesn't change the name just because I only partially completed it. Why, give me that egg. Omelet, move it. Otherwise, I'm gonna turn you into a real omelet. I guess it's too late for that, because now it's a full chicken. You can't make an omelet out of chicken meat. You gotta get them while they're young, you guys. Gotta get them while they're young. Wait, where's my... Pull the hay... No, don't eat the duck egg. Stop trying to eat these eggs raw. They're horrible for you, probably. Well, I guess the same vanilla is from transporting eggs, right? Yeah, they're probably good. They're probably healthy enough. Huh? So, did you not believe in yourself and settle for a lesser number? 10, have you ever eaten 40 McNuggets? I don't... If you haven't tried, I don't feel like we're even speaking the same language. Because I have ascended as a human being. After eating so many nuggets, I feel like my brain grew 10 sizes that day. Exactly like the Grinch, except for my brain. Now, let's take some of this maple syrup, and we're gonna go out to the field. Oh wait! Oh, the parsnips are ready to harvest. Also, oh, I did give Pam something. Now I gotta give Shane something, but I'll give it to him in the bar. I'll give it to him in the bar because he's an absolute drunk, and we can do it later. That's the only good thing about drunks, you guys. You know exactly where they're gonna be in the evenings. He lost me all my points by wussing out on those nuggets. Listen, your poor judgment cannot be lumped upon me, Bohemian Moon. You had two options. I didn't force you to bet on me. I probably told you not to. So do you have the McNugget advice? Yes, the McNuggets, they whispered to me. They whispered to me and they told me the secrets of big consumption. You believed in me? Bohemian Moon, that's your... Ooh, that's a bear. Oh dear. He speaks.
That smell. Come closer.
Don't do it.
Hey, it's not every day that I get to speak to a human. Looks like you've got a little forest magic in you. Now, about my note. Did you bring the good stuff?
Here you go, maple syrup. The Aldebar emotes.
Oh, the stuff. It's really sweet stuff.
His teeth are completely yellowed. No, you've had quite enough.
It's my favorite sauce. It makes me very happy.
The heart wasn't near his brain, it was near his stomach. His tummy loves me.
You've made a friend today, Earl.
This picture's the best. I love this pose. I made friends with a bear today, you guys. Magic bear with a maple syrup problem.
I've got something special I want to show you. Come on into my lair.
Of course he wants maple syrup. As a Canadian, I approve of this representation. Is he a Canadian bear? Wait, what? The bear left you with his special knowledge. This game. Salmon berries and blackberries are now worth 3 times the gold. He really knew how to hawk up those prices, huh? He really knew how to get the prices up. He was a business bear. In his day, he was a business bear, and he sold all of the salmon berries. That's what we get? How does a bear know how to sell berries better than a human? Oh my gosh, 3 times the price. This bear was super business time. Secret knowledge. I know the secret knowledge of how to sell salmon berries. Amazing. Now, somebody told me to go south here, like a long time ago. So let's see. Is there something south? Shaking these bushes, maybe? Oh, look, there's a stump over there. Hey, Miss Phantom Trash, how are you doing? He can smell the juiciest berries. Lauren, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Hi there, Lauren. Can we go through here? He just knows how to find the best berries. That's what it is. He finds the best berries. Okay, maybe we could walk over. Let's try. Somebody really did say that you could go like south. You can smell and find the juiciest berries that are worth so much more. Now you can't cut through here. What the heck? It was all a ruse. It was all a ruse. All right, let's get out of here. It's rainy in this forest. Oh, look, Shane just changed his outfit. This little tiny icon changed to Shane in a JoJo outfit. I love watching you go around the entrance repeatedly. What? What are you talking about, Bohemian Moon? Where is it? You can get in on the left or the right? Huh? What do you mean the left or the right? What? Oh, wait. Oh, right there? Oh, I think I see it. Oh, yeah, there it is. That is genius. There's a little, it looks like there's 3 different ways in here. Is there 3? Oh, there are. What the heck? Oh, I'm stuck. Help! Help! I'm stuck! Where am I? Huh? What's happening? How do I get? Okay, whew, I was kind of stuck in there a little bit. What am I doing in here? Shaking these bushes? What is there? Some bush? Some good bushes in here? What are these bushes for, huh? Shaking the bushes. Oh, maybe I gotta crack these logs open. Oh, a little bit extra log. Little bit of loggy. Kenny Loggins. What do I Kenny Loggin. Is there nothing to do it? All right, I'm leaving. Or am I? I'm stuck. I'm stuck in this stupid bush again. Oi. Oi, bruv. Let me out of these bushes. I hate it. Oh, the hardwood respawn every day? Oh. So this is a hardwood farm. Oh, sweet. Well, I'll just grab it since I'm over here, you know. I already made the walk. I made the big walk. Let's grab some wood. Some wood, excuse me. Almost said it wrong again. Doing well, you suppose? School's making you tired? Oh, wow. This Phantom Trash, you gotta sleep. You must get the schlep. You must take good care of yourself. Wood. The wood. Yay, Earl befriending a bear. Yeah, so the bear's a little bit creepy, but at least our salmon berries are worth more. Now I really want to sell them. Maybe we really should make it into jarred goodies. Yeah, let's see. How much food do we have? Because I'd like to get back up to 500 eventually. It's 2 p.m. Dang, it's so dark out here with this rain. I'm trying to think about what I need to do. I could buy, maybe I've unlocked something. Have I unlocked another animal that I haven't bought? Bought? Boughten is not the right word. Do. Let me just grab some of this wood. Getting 12 experience for every wood that's chopped. Oh, I think I've got a minute. Let's check what Marnie's got. What can we get? Check if you can purchase any more livestock? That's what I'm saying. I want to check what I got. Ducks, chickens, cows, and goats. So I've definitely got all of those. Boughten. Hey, what? Arisa wakes up from the dead to mock my grammar. I've heard you say worse. Thank you very much. Yeah, what are we about to get over here? Interesting. Yeah, so let's just wait. Our coop will be done very soon. Let's go to town really quick. And we can find out exactly when Shane gets off of work, right? Oh, thank you for spelling it right, Calico. I appreciate it. Oh, we can't chop down these trees? Are you kidding me? I'm trying to ruin the infrastructure. And I don't think that we're allowed to give any more gifts. Yes, we've been far too charitable as it is. Since we've got a little bit of time, let's go down. Let's go downtown. Downtown, take a look. Can I ask Chad a question? Of course. You don't need permission to do that. I won't answer it, I promise. It's only for Chad, okay? I'm not reading it. Well, I'll read it, but I won't tell you. It'll be my secret. I won't answer. See, I can't answer that. Can't answer this question. When Norwegians are mocking your English, Kenny, listen, everybody makes mistakes. Jedi, everybody makes mistakes, and I don't feel like I have to tell you that. My brother and I play this game all the time. He always says botan. Oh, no. Yes. Lauren, that's amazing. That's amazing. I knew that there were other people that like to pronounce it correctly. Zoom. Ooh. This music's getting jammy. Maybe we should listen to some Splatoon music. What do you think? I don't think I have anything to talk to Gunther about. But we can teleport back to our town really quick. Back to our area. Or we could go to the quarry, chop down a tree or two. The mines won't have anything around. Let's go back to the bus stop and bust down some trees. It challenges every week. So the city gave us bins whenever we moved in last year. Our recycling is green and our trash is blue. That is the opposite of what it's supposed to be. Tin, this burns my eyes to even read these words. Please don't type words like that in my chat anymore. Didn't you read the chat rules where it said no upsetting language? This is very upsetting. They have switched around the colors, and I will never forgive them. But this is my life. I'm telling my story. I'm just telling my story, Kenny. I'm not trying to hurt anybody, but I have to sing my song. I have to live with this. This is me. This is us. This is our life. I mean, that's horrible. It hurts my soul. It's not right. Something has to be done about it. Well, you do live in Austin. I mean, things just don't make sense over there. All right, let's put that in there. And do I have any more of that? Do you have any more of that juice? Juice is not the right word, but let's see if I can find any more. Did I put it up here? I could have swore I kept some of it. Aha! Coral. We need one more. Uno mas. I think they made a mistake. Our trash cans are tan. Yeah, that's all right. Your compost biodegradables are green and recycling is blue? Wow. There's 3? California always trying to do some extra tricks, you know? California, AKA the we are better than you state. Let me put in this golden parsnip right here. Sell that. Sell those parsnips there. Yeah, we'll just sell these high quality things. It's not worth keeping. And let's keep the parsnips to be able to make some jars of stuff. Jars of stuff right here. Let's sell all this stuff right here. Yep, get these potatoes out of here. When your housing is that high, you bet they're gonna want to give you 3 bins. You paid for them. You deserve them. It's true. You've invested enough in the economy. I think that they should help you out. Help a friendo out, would you? All right, let's put them over here. We've only got 100 wood. Shaking my head. Well, Shane is out and about, you guys. It's time to give Shane what he deserves. Let's sell that fan too. Hey, $300, not bad. Makes me wonder about all of these other things that we've already donated. How much are they worth, huh? Tundra boots. You guys? What do you think? Should I sell my my extra clothes? Should I sell off all of my clothes? This is worth $1. Are you kidding me? Trilobite's worth something. We'll sell that. Okay, prehistoric vertebrae. What? Look, this needs to be donated. It even shows, it shows what needs to be donated now. Well, that's convenient. Well, let's not waste any space, shall we? Prehistoric vertebrae needs to be sent to him. Rusty spoon. The rusty spoon. Neptune's glaive. We could sell that later. Let's go give some hot peppers out, shall we? I once went window shopping in a home for Callie, thought the Zillow map was broke. Little did I know, I was looking for a price that didn't exist. Oh no. Oh no. Zillow was like, sorry, no results. And you were like, wow, everything must be bought up around here. Nice. Must be a good area. Mahogany seeds are worth $100? Did? Wait, I don't have any mahogany trees, do I? Oh, we should plant this. Let's plant trees in a super inconvenient location, just like that. All right, now let's go to Shane. To Shane. For Shane. Take this pepper. take this pepper from my hands. Shane, it's too spicy for me. I accidentally eat it right before I get in. I'm also not gonna hold it over my head in case somebody just jumps out of the door. Like, oh, thanks a lot for that pepper. Here you go, Shaney. Happy birthday.
You remembered my birthday? I'm impressed. Thanks.
Oh, nice. I like this guy. That was some quick talking there, chum. Thanks for keeping it short. Yeah, he's happy. He smiled. Did you see him smiling?
If you want to make friends with my aunt, you can't go wrong with the farmer's lunch. It would make a great gift.
4 out of 8? What? It is so easy to win his heart. Look, Shane likes us more than Sebastian, and we've given Sebastian gifts for like months. Dude, Shane is easy. That's why y'all all like Shane, because he's easy. Okay. Now I understand. Okay, also... Okay, anyway, sorry, my camera, I felt like it was too high. I like this better. Anyway, oh, wow, look at him, he loves us. He should love with us, he can't get enough. Okay, is she a real friend now? The fresh mountain air is nice on a day like this, she says in the dingy bar, in the sweaty bar. The sweaty bar with the fire. The fresh mountain air is nice on a day like this. Well, well, well. Does that mean that she's super duper friendies? Did we unlock super duper friendship status apparently because it says reach a 5 heart friend level with somebody. Interesting. Reach the lowest level of the mines? We're apparently pretty close to that. You've given Shane 2 peppers and he's already on the same level as the other 2. I told you, he's easy. This is why we like Shane. I should have brought a parsnip for Pam. Dang it. Pam of the parsnips. He really does love those peppers, huh? He's like, you've changed my life. These peppers mean so much to me, you don't even understand. And I'm like, calm down. He's like, no, you don't understand. Look to dissect a bream. Delivered to Demetrius at something. Okay, so he wants bream? I wonder if I have any bream. We will take that mission if I've got any in my pocket. Oh, we do not want to go to Jojo. I was going to teleport, but you know what? We can just take the long walk, you know? Night-night, Abigail. My new best friend. Hooray. Oh, is there sippies? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Do I see some Marshall spam in the chat? Unbelievable. Y'all better enjoy that Marshall spam. You're only going to have it for like 1 more month. You've only there's a 1 month expiration on that little cute Marshall sippy coffee little baby boy. So I hope you enjoy it. You better enjoy it while you've still got it. Oh, snap. Thank you for all the spam. I'm taking a sip. Ooh, thank you for the follow, Shar. I appreciate it. Oh, Animal Crossing New Horizons. Hey, one of my other most played games right there. You've said that before. Well, I told you as soon as I had more information, I got an update, and I told you the end of April, right? That's what I was saying. That's what I said. I mean, I was hoping that it'd be sooner, but you know. I'm not gonna. I certainly wouldn't want to rush art.
You can't rush art.
Our sippy baby. This is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. But yeah, my emote artist updated me. Should be by the end of April. Hopefully, if all goes well. It's 10:20. Let's knock down some more trees. I really do need that food. We need the food, not Marshall. I'm sorry. Maybe the gifts that you can give the others were likes instead of loves? Nope, they were loves. They were amethysts and frozen tears and stuff like that. It was their favorite stuff. I mean, admittedly, I think that what it is that I've given Shane stuff so quickly, and I think that the other ones slowly deteriorated. And obsidian, yeah, because I think you got to keep up with these suckers, unfortunately, because I saw a mod. Excuse me. I saw a mod that said, like meter doesn't deteriorate or something, and I was like, what? It deteriorates? Are you kidding me? You got to keep up with these relationships? This is horribly realistic. I hate it. And I'm horrible with follow-through, you guys. I'm really, really friendly, but, you know, I'm not going to call you or anything. Ooh, give me that food. Give me the food. This is how I manage relationships in real life. That's it? It stinks. It's horrible. It's horrible. I thought that this was a simulation to escape reality, not to be haunted by it. Okay, we need to go to bed in a minute. He'll read your DM, but he won't respond. When have I ever done that to you? I don't remember ever doing that. Let's grab some of this food. Well, all these people are talking some serious yang in the chat. Talking some serious yang. Boop. Man, there's some serious trees over here. It was a joke, funny man. I'm not funny man. Is that another joke? Or are you mocking me? Mocking me. Funny man, juggle more. Juggle more, funny man. Do a dance. When's the Just Dance stream, funny man? Pinklers, welcome back. Welcome back. Boom, boom. Oh wait, that one's tapped. We're not allowed to chop down that one, that's for sure. No chopping the tapped trees. All right, we gotta go home. But we've almost got 500, dang. We do be zooming. Where's our deluxe coupe? Should be just about done. Might need like one more day. All right, let's get back. I don't have any time, oh dear. Oh, I hope we make it into the bed. Go, stupid saplings in the way. Zoom! We need speed boots. Where's the boots of speed? Whee! Gloop. Hop into bed. The cat's out of the way. Thank you, meow meow. What a good meow meow. Could have got me. Could have got me if they'd stood in the way. Oh, all these parsnips. Oh, it says monoculture. Achievement get. It says ship 300 of one crop. Ooh, that must be for parsnips. Must be for parsnips. Spring year 2. Aw, snap. We're getting it all done. And there's a new queen of sauce. There's a new queen of sauce. What's it gonna be? Sashimi, please. Complete breakfast. Dang it! Where's my sashimi? Where's my delicious sashimi, please? I want to make that for my sweet Seb. I don't think that I have it yet. I want to make him some delicious Japanese sliced meat or whatever it is, you know? Sashimi. Much nostalgia? Wait, what? Where's the nostalgia? What happened? Oh, the Mario Party music. Earl, I found this recipe in a magazine and I thought it sounded interesting. Feel free to give me a taste if you make it. Shane, he taught me how to make pepper poppers. What a guy. Sashimi is a sushi, isn't it? I don't think it is, but it might be. Pierre here. I really want a plate of sashimi. I'll pay top coin for whoever brings me some. Nice, Pierre. Literally exactly what I was talking about. I just mentioned sashimi, and then Pierre's like, hey, if you get any, please. Don't have any peppers to make pepper poppers for my boy. No pepper poppers for my boy, but I was going to check if I had a bream. Got any bream? Halibut, herring, snails, anchovies, clams, lobsters, perch, periwinkle, sea cucumber. I don't see any bream. Oh dear. I think I'm breamless. Breamless? What's the sushi you got called? Maki rolls? Talk about maki rolls? Pet these chickens. Oh wait, what? No, pet the chickens. There we go. Yeah, we really got to break up these chests. There's just far too many. Look, all of them are happy. I actually fed them last night. It's crazy. It's crazy how much animals love it whenever you feed them. That's real. That's how to improve relationship with any animal, is actually give them food. Wow, what a difference it makes. Also, the auto feeder should be popping off in here. Aw, snap! Auto feeder! Hey! And we never ever have to feed these these beautiful, incredible chickens and ducks ever again. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Aw, yes. Sashimi is just the sliced fish part of sushi. Yes, I think you're right, Grandpa Pumpkin. It should just be the sliced part. The slicey, delicious meat that can be on, I think that there's a little bit on a dragon roll, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. It's all very complicated technical stuff. It's hard to explain. All right, we got all this auto stuff going. Boom. But we do have to, oh, look, the blue jazz is ready to harvest. Okay, so should we keep this blue jazz right there? Right? Dragon roll was super good. I didn't actually know that it, I didn't know that it had eel on it. It was bought for me by Malice, who's not in the chat right now, but Malice bought me Dragon Roll, and I did not know that it was eel. Thankfully, they didn't tell me. It's crazy how happy animals get when you feed them. Oh no! Don't say that! Ah!
Yeah. Dragon roll is
summoned
amazing.
it! Summon the troll! Hey! Here's the troll. Now pay the toll. Pay the troll toll. Oh snap! Malice! Thank you so much for the sub for 15 months. What the heck? What kind of timing was that? Are you serious? Were you here? Were you in the background, Malice? Tell me you were in the background, because what would the odds be? We just happened to mention it, and you're here. You just got home. Ah! Malice, thank you so much for the sub and for the dragon roll. Thanks for making me eat eel without telling me what it was. That was the best. That was the best. Thank goodness. I click on a link and I hear my name. I promise I didn't mention anything before. You just clicked at literally the perfect time. Troll's ears are burning. Hey, that's awesome, Sauce. Hey, well, welcome home. Welcome home. The flowers bloomed. I know. I'm saying, do the flowers? So now that they're bloomed, do I get the special honey? The special honey? Also, what do I make with this? Oh, dang, this is $900 right here. $900. Okay, so we've taken care of all the animals. Oh, we can buy a new animal, right? That goes in the coop. Let's go check what it is. It's already 9 a.m. And Pierre's notice needs a sashimi. I know that. And then I have let's check what is on the billboard today. Nothing's posted. Okay, so we wouldn't have had we wouldn't have the bream anyway. All right, let's grab this delicious food right here. Yummy yum. Oh, no, do not eat it, please, for heaven's sake. For heaven's sake, more animals. Yes, we need more animals. Where are my beautiful animals? Oh, snap! Shane! Shane's wasted on the floor. Oh, Shane's dead. Shane's dead. Oh no. Shane. The alcohol poisoning. Oh no. Too much Joja beer. Wait, is that just cola? Wait a second. That just might be soda. Shane? Oh? Ow. Mr. Fish, did you die? He's been drinking like one. Oh, dear. Oh, dear is exactly right. Oh, no. The boy. Earl, can you do something? He's out cold. We need to dump some water on this sucker. Do I have my watering can? Just go. Oh, look at new picture right there. Shane wasted. I love he's got. Oh, yeah, the watering can. I knew it. Oh, Shane, what's the matter with you? All you do anymore is mope around your room and drink beer. You wouldn't understand. He's had a rough night. I'm worried. Oh no, Jazz, no, don't go in there. What's your plan? Don't you ever think about the future? She smiles widely. What's your plan? What's your problem? P-Frog, hey, P-Frog Sims, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, P-Frog. We are playing, and Shane was passed out on the floor. You don't understand, Mom. It's not a phase. Plan. You know, I kind of relate with this guy a little bit. Except for the drinking part. Except for the drinking problem. I like his plan. What? Hopefully, I won't be around long enough to need a plan. Never mind. Never mind. I do not at all relate with Shane. Goodness gracious, Shane. Oh no, the kid. Oh my gosh. He's making Jazz cry. Dude. Oh my gosh, this is the worst story ever. This music is really going right along with this story. Oh my gosh. Shane, you monster. You can't say that in front of kids. It's 10:40 a.m. Should I throw a... Wait, no. He doesn't have the Sebby voice. It's 10:40 a.m. Should I throw a frozen pizza in the microwave or should I wait? Shane, holy crap. What a video. That's like the worst one so far. Actually awful. Oh, rabbits. They're woolly rabbits. They shed precious wool every few days. So cute. So cute. I want a rabbit. Let's get one. Oh, Murphs is back. Hey, Murphs. Welcome. We were just about to buy a wabbit. All right, you guys. It's time to put the wabbit. And it's time, you guys. There must be justice for Pookie. Yes, there must be justice for Pookie. Pookie? Pookie is the name of Lynn's rabbit. And unfortunately, I accidentally killed Pookie. I killed Pookie whenever we played Minecraft, so there must be vengeance. And she's not here right now. It's perfect. We'll name this one Pookie, all right? Ah, it's wabbit season. Pookie the rabbit. This is the name of a real rabbit that is in the chat. If you go over to Discord, where was the most recent Pookie picture posted? I think it was in general, but I accidentally named a rabbit in Minecraft Pookie, and it got eaten by a fox. So listen, there has to be justice. There must be justice for Pookie. Great, I'll send little Pookie to his new home right away. So cute. Kenneth is Elmer Fudd. Time for wabbit season. Oh my gosh, this whole family situation is awful. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. We got Pookie the bunny. Let's go say hi to our new bun bun. Let's go say hi to the cutest little bun bun. Ooh wee. I gotta say, the recolor of this is pretty great, in my opinion. That's how I feel about it. Ah, the goat's hanging out with all the chickens. Now, where's our little bunny? Baby bunny. Pookie. It's only 1 month old. Pookie seems curious but a little cautious. It's a strange new world. Look at the tiny bunny. It's like 5 pixels wide. Look at it. Oh my goodness. It's got its little eyes closed. I love it. What year am I in? Oh, I'm in year number 2. Year number 2. This is pretty much the first time I've ever played this game. So it's my first year too, that's for sure. I never even made it to fall the first time that I played this. So I don't know what I'm doing, but the bunny is so cute. So cute. Heart-meltingly cute. Adorable. Is the week over? Yes. Abigail and Sebastian can have more presents. More presents. More presents. Move it, chicken. I have a date with Destiny. 2 different destinies. One destiny with Amethyst and the other one with a frozen tear. 2 of their favorites. And what else can I do today? We can upgrade our thing immediately. Let's go up to the carpenter shop. BRB, gonna get VR chat. Oh, wow. You're gonna buy VR chat? I mean, it's free. You mean download it? Oh, interesting. P-Frog, you love Stardew? Well, I'm loving it too. It took me a little while to get into it. I suggested to somebody else earlier, you really got to make it into, you got to make it past summer, honestly. And there's so much stuff that I looked up on the wiki, and as soon as I found out about different mechanics in the game, I was like, oh, now I'm starting to understand how this game works. Now I understand the appeal. Also, I don't see Sebastian. Where's Sebastian? And Purple. Are they stacked? Are they stacked on somebody else? Jas is going out to the wizard tower. Yeah, they must be stacked. There is so much to this game. It's layers and layers. It's like an onion. It's the onion of gaming. Yeah, definitely worth digging a little bit into. You gotta give it a big chance. Gotta give it some time. Okay, he's probably in here. Old Shibby. Crack open that door, Sebastian. I got a present for you. Got a present for you, laddie. Take this tear. I really love this. How did you know? You know. You know that I love you, Sebastian. Now you better treat me right. You can't wait to meet Sebastian? Hey! Because you bought Stardew? Oh, snap. Murphs! You're a person that gets what they want. Gets what they want? That's awesome. Get out there and get it. Okay, so we need to upgrade our deluxe barn. Oh, it's 550. Dang, I'm so close. Okay, let's get a little bit more food. We're like directly next to it. We just need 50 food. Where's my? Let me get this axe. Here we go. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Now you give more than you take. Oh, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. I meant also that you want to give. I've seen you go crazy. Oh, I didn't mean selfishly speaking. Sorry, let me just put my foot in my mouth for a few more seconds. It's a very tasty socks. Tasty socks and tasty shoes. Not explaining himself. Okay. We need to chop down what? One more tree? Not this one. Not this one. This one's blessed. I tried. I wasn't allowed. Me going crazy? I don't know what you mean. I've seen you sitting at the top. I've seen you sitting at the top of gifted subs too many times. Let me see. We got bats, skeletons, cave insects. So do I get anything for completing like random ones, like a single one? I think that you might have to complete them all, question mark? And then you get some kind of special thing. Okay, so I got the wood. Now let's get back there before this thing closes. It's an innocent angel. It's the sweetest. Would never harm a fly. Would never. Look at Demetrius. Where are you going, buddy? Demetrius still needs that melon from like way back when. Like one of the first missions I ever got, he was like, can you please give me a melon? And then I never did it. For an entire year, he's wanted it. He's probably already studied everything else. He's like, I'm just still waiting on that melon. Earl said he'd bring me that melon a year ago. I'm just waiting. With horns holding up the halo. What? Hey! Earl of Dragons? Halo's got to stay up somehow. Okay, where are we gonna... You didn't get Willy a squid for 3 years? Oh my gosh. You've really got Willy on the hook for forever. Also, I haven't talked to this character in, months. Let's not change that, shall we? Not interested. Where's Abigail? Abigail needs some amethyst. Also, I'd love to get Shane some more spicy peppers during the summer, I suppose. Where'd she go? I don't know where she is. On the hook? Hey! Oh, no. Did I say that? It was an accident if I made a pun there. Give this old lady a radish. You looking for a radish, old lady? Where's my purple-haired... Oh, Abigail's out there? I didn't even know that she visited that area. Okay, so today it's getting a little bit late into the evening. I shouldn't go after the trees. I don't actually need any more, don't need any more wood. Well, let's meet Abigail. Run into her. What should I aim for now? We really need to get to the bottom of the, oh my gosh, no, Murphs, that was not, no!
Murpiest of Murphs
Murphs,
gifted a tier 1 sub
bait.
to Raga Joyful.
That was not bait. Thank you so much for the gifted sub for Ragamuffin Pirate. Hey, awesome sauce. I appreciate it, Die. Thank you so much for the lurk. What's up? You guys, could you please put some sub hype in the chat for Murphs? Can we get some hype in the chat for Murphs? No, I regret saying anything. Foot in my mouth, foot in my mouth. Thank you, Murphs. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted sub for our friend, a Ragamuffin Pirate. A Ragamuffin indeed. Aye, the saltiest dog, a Ragamuffin Pirate. Hype, hype, hype. The P-Frog hype. Look at those happy frogs. Happy frogs, happy frogs. Where's Abigail? Where am I? Oh, I'm too far down. Abby, where are you hiding? Are you playing your flute in the forest? Aha! What are you doing out here? Here's a present. I seriously love this. You're the best, Earl. Hey, Ragamuffin Pirate, I hope that you enjoy that sub that Murphs gave you. Hey. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, your emotes, and movie night if you want to participate every single Sunday. I wonder what would happen if I spent all night in the graveyard. Nothing? Earl, what do you think happens to us after we die? Oh boy, what a deep question. Why you gotta ask me these questions, Abby? Yikes! What do you think happens after we die? I have no idea. We come back as spooky ghosts. We go to heaven. Our energy bodies enter the astral plane, or nothing. We just cease to exist. Dude. Goodness, I've believed 2 of these answers. 2 of these answers are right. We come back as spoons. I mean, I'm tempted to just put the first one. First one I think is the easiest one right there. You can't choose between Abigail or Sebastian. They're both the best. They're both the best. We shouldn't have to choose. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna say nothing. We just cease to exist. You know, that wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, ditto. I agree, Abby. I agree, Abby. I'm glad that we had this very deep conversation in this fake game. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that we get to oh wait, what you doing out here? If you hear any banging from inside my hut, it's probably just me working on one of my sculptures. Sculptures? Interesting. Now let's pet this pig. Can y'all hear that? It's a beautiful pig. All right, so let's see. What do we got over here? Nothing? Nothing? Rare seeds? Ooh, rare seed. Whoa! Whoa! $3,000 for the cheapest thing? Dude, wow. That's amazing. You bet I'm gonna buy those. A fiddlehead risotto. Ice cream, blueberry tart. What are all of these? I wonder if these are some people's favorite stuff. Dang. We got those. The rare seeds are great. A modern lamp for $2,000. I don't think so. Not modern enough for me.
Whoa!
Not modern enough for that. Ashley Rose with the 13 months.
Zany face.
Guess who's back? Back again. Ashley's back. Ashley's back. Thank you so much for the resub for 13 months past Rainbow. You've already made it an entire year and you're still subscribed. Holy moly. Ashley, I refuse to believe that you're still enjoying these streams. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Yo, Ashley, thank you for supporting these streams for so long. We all appreciate it. Thank you so much. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let me grab that ink. Let me grab the ink. Guys, help. My cat is attacking me from underneath the couch again. Help! Somebody help. Feline attack prevention.
Whoa!
Merpiest of Merps gifted a tier 1 sub to P-Frog Sims.
Thank you for the gifted sub for P-Frog. That's... Oh no, what did I... Oh no, Merp, stop. Stop it. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to P-Frog Sims. P-Frog Sims, hooray. No more ads. No more ads for an entire month. Aw, yeah. Nobody wake up Laura Senta. Keep Laura Senta. No. Thank you very much, Merps. I so appreciate it. Goodness gracious. Ah! What am I? Oh dear. What was I doing? I lost what I was doing. I'm gonna make some coal. I'm gonna make some coal. That's what I deserve for Christmas. Don't say Laura Senta's name. They'll appear. I'm just kidding. I would love to see Laura Senta, but I can't help but feel overwhelmed. Overwhelmed. Too much support. Too much wholesome bully. Too much wholesome bully. It's too much. It's too much for the little bean. The little bean can't handle it. Help! Help! Oh, let's plant these rare seeds. It says, sow in fall. Oh, takes all season to grow. Ooh, the kidney bean. Dame yo, dame nano yo. Anta ga sugi de, sugi sugi de. Dore dake 強い酒でも歪まない思い出がバカみたい It's that 強い part 強い酒でも That's I'm practicing it. Calico, thank you for the beautiful jams and for starting the hype train. It's turning into a small obsession of mine to try to actually say this song correctly. It is surprisingly difficult. I am getting closer and closer every attempt. Every attempt, we're getting warmer. Warmer, warmer. Too hot, spicy hot, on fire. Oh wait, let's water our beans. Water the beans. Water beans. What is that? Thank you for the 100 bits, P-Frog. Oh no, I jacked it up. I messed it up. P-Frog, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hey, almost there. Just one, two. Just one, two left. One more. What are we eating? Hey, you keep those eats out of my chat. Hi. Thank you for all the hype in the chat. You guys are wilding out. What the heck? I almost know the song by now, and I basically know no Japanese. I know. I also practiced it with you, so it makes sense. It makes sense. You should know it. You should memorize it. Everybody sing it together now on 3. 1, 2. Okay, let's sell this. Get this out of here. Boom! The rest of the song is just as good too. No, there's so much of that. That's actually a full song. That is far too much. Far too much. Okay, we listen. We fed everything. We took care of everything. I'm only scared because I keep underfeeding my animals. Okay, these animals are fine. We need to upgrade. Oh, the building's being upgraded. Then we won't have to worry about feeding them ever again. Thank goodness. And we are out of coal again. Wait, no. Oh, we've already smelted everything. Dang. Wow. Can we do gold? It's super efficient. This mod is fantastic. Look at this. We got stacks and stacks, you guys. We got stacks. I posted a duet and shameless plugs. It's pretty good. Oh, snap. A duet? Are you kidding me? I didn't see this. Let's see. What can we build? Because now that we're 2 bunnies, are bunnies going to give us stuff to put in the loom? Are we gonna be able to do it? You have a shameless plugs channel? Yes, that's the only place that you can post links. So yeah, if you're doing streams, you can totally put it there, P-Frog. For whatever it's worth, you can totally do it. So we're gonna upgrade it and get pigs pretty soon. We can make more bee houses. We just got a little bit of maple syrup. Okay, so maple syrup, coal, iron, and wood. We might be short on wood, actually. I can't believe it. Yeah, it's wood. Wood is the thing that we do. What's the thing that we don't have? Excellent. So, but we need to definitely just go ahead and make another couple of these honey things. And how close do the flowers have to be? Should I just put another one right next to the flower? After 6 days, the bun should start giving wool? Bunny wool. Is that a thing? Is there such thing as bunny wool? It doesn't sound like a thing. Okay, let me put away my golden can. We'll put away that right there. Wow, we've got a bunch of chests. Okay, so basically, again, I need wood. Again, I need it. Did I take the forestry bonus? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure that I did. Let me look at my stats. I chose to be a rancher, a miner, I did get a forester. Trees drop 25% wood. This is the best thing that we can do. Ah. Love it. Rachel the Horror. Hi. Happy to finally catch a stream of yours. This is like your first stream that you've been able to pop in since you followed me. Last time that you were here, you just shaved everything off. Hey, Rachel, welcome back. Here's the update. Here's the update. My hair is so long that it looks goofy on the sides. You see this? It's totally growing out. Check it out. And I've got a beard and everything. Oh, snap. Thanks for coming back, Rachel. Hiya. Did you come over with a Simsy raid whenever I was going full egg? Oh, yeah. Thanks so much for jumping to the chat, Rachel. I know that you've been a busy bean, but I'm glad that you found a little bit of time to hang out. I'm going to keep growing this hair, by the way. We're going mega hair. You've seen the lowest that the hair has ever gone. And now it's time for us to find the longest that the hair has ever gone. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, we can just get a couple of trees. Let's go. 1 a.m., friend. I know. Just give me a second.
Whoa.
Lupus.
Yeah.
Thank you for the gifted sub. For I like Oreo.
To I_like_or0.
Oh, snap. Lupus, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Yo, for I like Oreo. Dang. Lupus, with the support. Oh, there's still a hype train going. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lupus. Oh, you came during Daydreamer Dan. Awesome sauce. Daydreamer Dan is a super cool fella. We need to play Apex together. I've been trying to dog him. We got to play Apex. That's got to be a plan. I got to hang out with him on his birthday. Now it's time for us to play a game together. We've gotten to play some, I think we played some Among Us, right? We played, or was he busy that day? But Among Us, I think we may have played. I know that we played a little bit of Phasmophobia. Could have swore that he jumped into it for a couple of rounds, right? The handsomest of all streams. Indeed. Nobody could possibly stand up to the Dan. Oh my. Oh, thank you so much for the hype train, you guys. Can we put a little bit of hype in the chat? Thank you so much for the 3 gifted subs and the 700 bits. 2 hype trains. 2 hype trains on a Monday stream. This is supposed to be a chill day, you guys. It's supposed to be a chill day. And what have we got? Kuri rating, 2 hype trains. Madness. Utter madness. All of you are mad in the best of ways. Absolutely mad in the best of, oh my gosh. A duck feather? Hey, is that from having a happy duck? What is the duck feather? I've never seen this before. I've never seen such a thing. So fancy. Mad Mondays. Mad. Mad spelled with 2 D's for extra madness. What is the duck feather used for? Does anybody know? I've never seen this. Also, wow, he looks kind of strange from behind. That's a weird looking goat. Your boy Elliot loves those. Ooh, Elliot wants a duck feather, no doubt for his hat to look extra fancy. A most dandy feather. A most dandy feather for a most beautiful hat. Oh, keep it for the community center, Pinglers. That's what I'm talking about. That's that thinking right there. Boom. You can see it right there. That little community center thing is bouncing with joy. Bouncing with joy. Elliot is bae. Elliot is the best. Elliot is so fancy. Such deep and luxurious fellow. We're totally gonna be at least best friends with Elliot. If we can't marry everybody, we'll be at least friends. Look at the bunny. The bunny's on the loose. Be careful, bunny on the loose. Cutie on the loose. Beware, beware. Also, these salmon berries. I think that this wine might have. How far has this wine been going? Did we get any yet? I don't see any salmonberry anything. Oh, there's salmonberry jelly. And it's worth only $60 a piece? They were totally right. They were totally flipping right. Watch out for foxes? What do you mean? They can't be foxes during the day, right? During the day? If you leave them out, then yeah, something bad might happen, right? You've switched streams? What's going on? Oh, Murphs! Oh, Murphs, we just got a duck feather. We just got a beautiful duck feather. I'm so impressed and amazed. Impressed, amazed. He's a writer. He loves a feathered quill, a feathered quill pen. So fancy. He is a fancy gentleman. It's true. Let's put away these green beans. I'm gonna save these beans, you guys. You never know when you might need a bean. Okay, so we've got all the milk done. We've watered everything. We're taking great care of everything right now. We just need to get some food for our animals here in the barn. And I think that we can go mining today. Because we got them working on the barn in here. Let's fill it up just in case. Yeah, but we could go to the mines today for surezies. More love for everyone. Merps, it's a love overload. There's almost too much love. Just kidding. There can never be enough. There can never be enough. Thank you so much, you sweet bean. You sweet bean, you. Ooh, let's see. Can we make... Yes, we can. We can make snacks for days. Watch us make these snacks. Wow. Wow. 24. 24 field snacks. It's all because of those dang old seeds. We got the wood. Wait a second. We got the wood. Do we have the pine tar? Yeah. Not the pine tar, the maple syrup. We got the maple syrup. What else do we need? You can leave animals out all the time. It's only the barn coop doors that get shut. The chance of them getting eaten goes up. You can leave them out all the time. It's only if they get shut that they can maybe get eaten. Oh, good. Well, I'll just keep the doors open all the time. I let them free. Let them roam. We're going to make another bee box. Bee box just needs some coal and some iron. I hope I didn't burn up all my... Oh, we got coal. And we got some iron. Perfecto. Be free, children. Let them loose. Let those children loose. You mustn't keep them in captivity. Let your creatures... Oh, so this is the area that they have to be in, huh? That you have to have flowers? Awesome. Honey right there, 100 hours, 50 hours, boom. All right. Well, we actually, we like staggered them. We staggered them. I think that they'll be pretty convenient to harvest, actually. Duck feather can go to the box, and I will go ahead and slap out these iron bars that I've got. And the coal, I'll keep in here. Take this gold out. And if we can get some coal on the way, that'd be great. We don't need our milk pail whenever we go to the... Yeah, it's only 9 a.m. Let's definitely go to the mines today. We can bring all of these goodies. No clay and no stone. And the wood we'll put over here so that we can smelt it. Smelt it. Yes. More coal. More coal for the coal gods. And let's, you know, we could teleport straight to the mines, or we could just put this duck feather away. You're obsessed with field snacks until you had like 300 cheeses and started taking those down the barn? Wait, what? You could just eat eating the cheese. I cannot believe it. How much money did you have? You must have been making way too much money, because that cheese is like, that's my bread and butter. The cheese is my bread and butter. Let's see if we can slap this duck feather away really quick. Where's the duck feather go? I feel like it's gonna go over on the billboard. That's what I'd bet. Dies. Yes. Splendid. Boom. Now I just need a red cabbage and a sunflower. Now let's get out of here. Oh, we could also spend money and just buy those bundles. Is it worth buying the next bundle? You're in a lovable mood right now. Hooray, Murphs. I'm glad. I hope that I've encouraged you to be in a lovable mood. Yes. Love everywhere. Hooray. I'm having a good day. I'm having a splendid day. Just, you know, just another great day, honestly. Just another great day. Hanging out with friendos. Having a good time. Wah. I'm glad that we got to try out these mods. They're super fun. Super duper fun. I like the mods. You know, again, tomorrow I think that we might play Noita again, or... Oh, wait. Ooh, nice. Schmacked. Absolutely schmacked. Whammo. I don't know. I've been feeling good, you guys. I'm glad that I've been taking like a couple of days off on the weekend. That's nice. It's been good. Which mods did you get? It's in the, there's a command for it if somebody will pull it up. Noita would be great. Yeah, I think that we should spice it up with some crazy explosions. But these mods are fun. I think that we might get the revamped mod in the future. But for now, this is quite enough info for me to chew through. It just generally makes the game so much more fun, these mods do. They fix some UI problems. SD mods. Oh, Stardew Valley. Oh my gosh, SV. Goodness. Okay, yeah. So slightly cuter characters, a cool recolor, chests everywhere, automate, look up everything, NPC map, and UI info suite. Yes. All basically quality of life. Quality of life and a little bit of graphical. But no overhauls or anything.
Yes. Thank you very much, Jedi Aurora. Splendid.
I say, me guessing at commands on my own channel. Oh, romantic ace. I'm just saying, I didn't make it. It was made today. Oh, sorry. It was made today by Arisa. Got this. God bless. Whammo. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I really want to play some more Pokemon. I think that we should try to catch the rest of the Pokemon in that Pikachu game. Because I've been playing some Pixelmon on Minecraft, and it's got me urging for the real thing. It's got me wanting to play the real thing, you guys. Boom. Let's just... I'm just going for Geodes, by the way. I'm going for the little extra red Geodes. Can we just avoid everything? I mean, eventually we're going to have to kill some monsters to be able to get those missions done. But, you know, why do it now whenever we got crappy weapons, right? Boom. I know, but Sebastian. What about Sebastian will love you if you'll only buy the game. Sebastian's ready to let you into his open arms. Or they might be gripping a motorcycle and you'll have to ride behind. Still got the end of that game to go through? Yeah, we still haven't even beaten the we haven't even beat the boss. We still have much more petting to do to sweet Pikachu. More Pikachu pets. I'm just trying to avoid this guy, you know, dancing around the issue here. I've got an exit over there. Any goodies over here? Nope. I'm outie. Bye-bye. You can't touch me. I'm made of magic. Yeah, if we can make it down 5, we'll be actually making progress, because we're still not to the bottom of this thing. We still haven't gotten to the bottom of this. Oh my gosh, it's a high-quality slime. We gotta make sure that it doesn't... Oh, I was gonna say, make sure that it doesn't hit us. Immediately hits us. Oh my gosh. No, stop. Ah, what? Oh no, it killed us. Oh gosh. Dang it. Oh, we lost a lot of money and stuff. I didn't see that. I was looking at the energy thing. I didn't see that it was hurting my health.
Yeah. Dang it.
No. Oh, what? Robin helped me? Oh, I thought that it would be the homeless guy. Oh, nice. Oh, P-Frog, thank you for the lurks. I appreciate it. Yo, enjoy your lurkies. I found you unconscious in the mines. Almost mistook you for a piece of exotic wood. We killed us. Wait, what? Azriel, how are you doing? Hey, Shar, you're still here. I remember you followed earlier. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Be a little more careful next time, okay? Did we keep any of our stuff or did we lose it? We lost it, right? Ow, I seem to have lost $900 in 6 items. No! Oh, no. Obsidian Edge? Oh, heck no, son. Oh, heck no. We are buying that back this very moment. Heck no. That is my sword. That is my sword, and it shall not be lost. It will not be lost. I'm glad that we didn't lose another thing, because I would not have given up that one. A couple of chests, gold ore, who cares? Wood, void essence, all garbage. Obsidian Edge. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm taking it back. Thank goodness. You're making my day. What? Char? Making your day? We should talk more. We should talk more if you think that's so special. Hey, Char. How much Animal Crossing have you played? What's your favorite villager? My favorite villager is 100% Marshall. You could probably see him over in the chat. I love Marshall. Absolutely my favorite. We spent 850 tickets looking for that sucker. We love him. Love that sweet Marshall baby. But I also love characters like Anka and Marshall is the OG. We had to search so long for Marshall. I've played a lot of Animal Crossing. Playing a lot of Animal Crossing. I'm a big fan. Big fan. Lots of people found me while I was playing Animal Crossing. It was like my game for a period. Wait 1 second. Oh wait, we've already done the fire quartz thing. Never mind. Never mind. I was like, we've got it. Oh, we need to turn in the goat milk and a large egg. Goat milk, large egg. Dang. I could have turned in goat milk a long time ago. Marlon's running a racket there. I know, and he won't let me recover more than 1 item. It's ridiculous. Marlon is absolutely a shyster. Absolute baloney right here. Oh, there's the sippies. Aw, snap. Lauren says that it's time for me to take a drink. Okay, fine. The power of Marshall compels you. And what else could I... I could give out some presents. Oh, I could give out some presents if I wanted to. I wonder if I have any... Who should I work on? Who deserves some love? Abigail still can take something. So can Shane. Let's see. What is Shane like, though? He loves golden pumpkins, and none of the rest of this stuff do I have. A rabbit's foot? Are you kidding me? You want a rabbit's foot, Shane? I need like 2 of those, like yesterday. It was what? It was Egghead crossing back then. Egghead. It's true. I was an egg. He was an egg. Can I make pizza? Oh, I have the recipe. We need tomatoes and cheese. Dang, I've got no tomatoes. This is why we gotta save stuff. Who likes fire quartz? He likes it, but that's not good enough. That's not good enough for me. Let's see what is Abigail like? Amethyst and chocolate cake. I mean, we always got that. And pumpkins. Into pumpkins. What about, and Sebastian? We already know some of these. Golden pumpkins, frozen tears. I mean, I could give him another one, right? Hot peppers are the easiest? That's true. For Shane, definitely. But I just don't have any more. Char, you played AC for a good bit. You had it on your phone. Oh, nice. Okay, so you came over from the mobile crowd. I see. Nice. It seems like a pretty common thing, which I was surprised about because I liked playing the original Animal Crossing back on the GameCube. And that's what got me into Animal Crossing is just I've been playing it for forever. So seeing people coming in a little bit later, it's awesome. I'm so glad that there were so many people that got introduced by the mobile app that I personally didn't like, but clearly lots of beans loved it. And I was glad to welcome new friendos over into the community. We needed more friends. Now they'll keep making the games. Hooray! Don't stop! New Horizons was your first AC? Hey, nice. You could buy lots of food from the bar. That's true. That's true. We could buy food from the bar. In fact, let's go to the bar. We're bleeding. No better time for us to go get a drink. My blood pressure's low. Let's go have some booze. Oh, also, I'm supposed to sip. Thank you. Who turned that in? I could have swore I saw one, but now I don't see it. I don't see it in the activity feed, so it probably didn't happen. They better not stop. Oh, Lauren did? Oh, okay. All right. Lauren, thanks very much for the sippies. I'll take it. A boom. Let's go get some food from town and find out what have we got in the saloon. What's for dinner? What's for dinner, Gus? That's a huge bottle. It's a whole gallon. Also, Garrett copied me, and he got a gallon thing himself. He bought himself a gallon water container, and I was like, did you buy that because of mine? And he was like, yes. Oh, we could buy pizza for $600. Did I just spend $600 on that? Did I just? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. $600. Oh, wow, Earl. How'd you know this was my favorite? I know everything about you, Shane. Just like that YouTube video. I know everything. Look at him. He's so happy. He's happy. Ah, since a mountain of love. A mountain. It's too much. I'll be crushed. Merps. Merps. I send a mountain of love your way so that we have some equilibrium. Thank you. How'd you know it was my favorite? Ah, sweet Shane. I'm just trying to get you to eat some food. I'm just trying to get him eaten because I don't want him to die or anything. Beer, 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 beer. Where's Abigail, huh? Abigail, let's play this game together again. You're my 5-star friend. 5-star friendo. I'd rate her 5 stars. Oh, Char AC, thank you, Animal Crossing New Horizons. Thank you so much for the 100 doggos. 100 doggo bits. My very favorite. We used to have a cup on the side of the screen that was just for the doggo bits. Because I think that may be the best bit, you guys. It may be the very best. All right, so did you all know that there's an achievement for beating this without getting hit, without losing a life? It's absolute madness. I don't see how anybody could do that, honestly. Where's my shot upgrades? Oh, there we go. Bram, burr. Big shoot, go burr. Clear them out. Clear them out, boys. Here we go. Ooh, shotgun. Doggo galore. It was overflowing with doggos. Ooh, should have saved that. I didn't know that killed everybody. Oh, I'm back to my normal shots. We need an upgrade. Come on, game. Give me my upgrade. Oh, one little coiny. Risking my life for a coin out here. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, is it boss? Oh, look at us. We're continuing along. And we're now to a well-defended fort. Fort Lauderdale. Very nice. What's happening? Oh, okay, here they come. Here they come. Get a little bit of practice. Bit to be king of the prairie. The prairie king. Oh, yeah. I got myself a wagon wheel. I got a wagon wheel of gun. Kaboom. What's all these coins? I don't care about no coins. I don't even understand what those are for. Points? Who needs points in a wave shooter? I can't buy anything with them, right? There better not be a shop, otherwise I'll be upset. What, are we trying to set high score? Oh my gosh, what's Spike? Okay, can I just avoid that? Is that a real enemy? Gotta assume I'm just not allowed to walk past that. Goodness, we're doing way better than I've ever done. Oh, oh, you can kill him. Okay, before he turns into a spike. You could totally, oh no, I've been hit. Achievement canceled. Achievement canceled. We cannot do it. We will not be the Prairie King. No. Now I'm really making mistakes out here. Commence singing the wagon wheel. I don't understand what to do here. How many times do we have to? Oh, look, I've got a bonus thing. What is that? You see that in the corner? What, how do I use the little square thing? What is that? Does anybody know how to use that? Help. The background music slaps. Yeah, I've got my own background music. This isn't from the game. All right, I've reached my limit. Azrael, yo, F's for the achievements.
F for achievements.
Thank you very much for the beautiful F's in the chat. Thank you. In memory. Oh, this made me faster. Oh, do we have to get 2? Oh, snap, we zombie. Maybe there's music that would help you figure out whenever this is gonna end. Oh, okay, I kind of figured it out anyway. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Give me a better gun. Come on, give me my, oh, baby.
The star gun.
Oh, you can buy stuff with money. Oh my gosh, this game is awesome. You actually should get the money. This is like a legit little game. People would pay for this game. Chop, chop. Chop, chop, get out here so that I can blast you. So I can blast you away. That also makes me concerned for how long this game is. If they put this much effort into it, I'm a little concerned that it might be a little bit beefier than I'm willing to play. What have I gotten myself into, everybody? Now I feel fully invested in this game. I'm fully invested in this game within a game. Very meta. Can I make it across? Yes. Oh no, we're getting cornered. No! No. No! Mario music commences. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Let's go. Super Goomba. Oh no, I was gonna get this shotgun. Dang. Last life, you guys. Last life, thank goodness. Because this game is taken, it is a rabbit's hole. I'm glad to get out of here. It's a doozy of a game. You're supposed, there's an achievement for beating this without getting hit. Can you imagine? Not getting hit. Not surviving. No. You just can't get hit. Not a single time. And obviously, yeah. No, that's not gonna happen. Not anytime soon. What a mission. Okay, we are done. We are done. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh. Getting out of here. Getting away from that tiny screen. Wow, my eyes. The world's so much bigger than I remember. Okay, what else is for sale there, Buster? Spaghetti? Ooh, triple shot espresso is a recipe for $5,000. Hey guys, would you pay $5,000 for a triple shot of espresso? Also pepper poppers. We could get pepper poppers and pizza in the same night. New person here, what year are you on? I'm on year number 2. We just started out, yeah, year number 2. We're on spring the 22nd. They really should put that on the screen, shouldn't they? I guess they do every evening. Just getting pepper poppers right there. Nah, we're not doing it. We're not doing it not right now. We'll do it later. We'll get them the pepper poppers in the future. I'll teleport to the bus. Let's check the trash cans. And look around on the ground. Maybe there's some goodies over here. I don't know. I want to keep checking the good materials can come out of this trash can up here by the well, or nothing. Either one. All right, boom, to the bus stop. Let's go home. Let's go. Well, it's actually 8:30. Let's go to the quarry really quick. Oh, wait. Oh, we don't have any energy. No, we'll just go to bed early. I totally ruined it, you guys. I died out in the mines, and I never even made it to the 5 point. Oh, I should never have battled that slime. He was just, I would be in danger if I had fought a normal slime down there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This guy thinks that he's Superman. Oh, nice. First playthrough. You're on year 6. Whoa. Yes, this is my first playthrough. I think I made it. I think I barely made it to summer one time, and then I kind of gave up. And then I wanted to rediscover it a little bit later. And I am so glad that I came back, because this game is most excellent. Most excellent indeed. I think that it's time for us to go to sleepies. I think that we're just going to go to bed early, because I totally ruined this. Totally ruined it. Hey, cuddle me, purple kitty. Welcome. Hey, I saw you get that. I saw you get that sub way earlier. I hope that you enjoy all those emotes, my friend. Wee. You found great stuff for the community center in those trash cans? Oh, snap. You're like, I found a treasure. There's a treasure right here. I found it in the trash can. It must be good. By the way, I have a mod that makes it so that I don't have to check for Queen of Sauce. Hey, Cassie, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Cassio Pizza? Is that what that is? Cassio Pizza. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Let me pet my meow meow. Good kitty, pet the bunny. The bunny must be happy. Oh yes, we can put the goat milk. The goat milk can go to the community center, and then we only need one more thing. Oh, we need a bucket. Sorry, my bad.
Whoa.
Meow meow. Hey, Murphy's
Murphist of Merps gifted a tier 1 sub.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Hey.
They have given 12 gift subs in the channel.
You get a follow, you get a sub, you get a sub, you get a sub. Murphs! Stop being the Oprah of streaming. Hi. Thank you so much for the gifted sub for Cassio Pizza. There you go. You followed, so clearly you would like ad-free viewing from now on. Oh, there's a sword. Thank goodness. Goodness gracious. Freaking me out. How dare you hold my sword hostage like that? Don't you ever do that to me. Ever again. I'll never forgive you for what you've done. There we go. Get that cow milk. Get that goat milk. Come here, cow. Great. Oh, yeah. I think that we can get pigs now, right? Hype, 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 hype. Yes. Also, Animal Crossing New Horizons. Did you see this? Did you see that we named our cat Lolly? Because the cat looks exactly like Lolly in Animal Crossing. Oh, wait. We missed a chicken. We missed one chicken pet. There we go. See how hard it is? See how difficult it is to take care of all these animals? Too difficult. Sub-pick look like Kenny playing with happy tree friends more than an Animal Crossing character. What? Sub-pick? Ah! I'm confused. What the heck is happening? Ow! Oh, you mean the little image that pops up? Oh, that was done by Pixelated Noms. Jen. She's not in the chat right now. Where the heck is Jen? Jen. Let's put this is just a normal egg. We still need a large egg. Let's keep the goat milk. Let's put the cow milk in there, and our automation continues along. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Let's see if we can get ourselves a piggy. Boom. Who is this, Mayor Lewis? Dear Earl, tomorrow we're all getting together for the flower dance. If you could find a partner, you might even want to participate in the dance yourself. There's a little clearing beyond the forest west of town where we hold the dance. Arrive between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you're interested. Can we ask anybody to the dance? Are we good enough friends? Ooh, I'd like to ask Abby to the dance if she'd have me. If she'd have me. I don't know. Let's put that over there. Let me just water these peas. The peas are the only thing that I haven't been taking care of. What do you say? Important decision. Should I make chocolate chip cookies or snickerdoodles? Chocolate chip. Chocolate chip are the best. Sorry, chocolate chip totally beats snickerdoodle. I apologize to any snickerdoodle stands in the chat. So many of our green beans are getting wrecked by these dang crows, but I didn't know. I didn't know that they needed protecting from the dang crows. I hadn't thought about it. Okay, we should ask Abby to the dance, and we need to go down and try to buy a pig. Choices are for kids. Adults just go catch them all. Wait, what? Adults have no self-control? That doesn't seem correct. Asriel, is that correct? I accept your apology. Thank you, Calico. Oh, man. Are you kidding me today? Also, I want to figure out this whole pantaloon situation. We really should figure out what this lady likes, eh? Where is she? Marnie. How do we get friends with Marnie? Diamond! Gold pumpkin pie. I think we have a pumpkin pie, don't we? Let's go get a pumpkin pie and give it to her so that we can finally get these pantalones. I know, she's never there. What the heck? Is Marnie running a business? Is this a business or what? When Marnie was there, it's a boring movie, but it's a great concept. Let's go. Let's see. That's why you always buy both versions of the Pokemon games. I bought Sword and Shield, and I didn't even finish Shield. So I guess I kind of regret it, maybe? Nah. Regrets are for I don't know, people who regret things. Let's give her our pumpkin pie. Let's stop talking. No think, only pie. What have I got? Wood? No, I got no wood. All right. I think that Marnie's doing the workout, right? Is she doing the workout with the other ladies in the shop? Stretch. Doing some yoga? We'll get it. Here we go. Is it 2 days aerobics class? Yeah, that's right. I think you're right, Casio Pizza. I believe so. I thought it was at Pierre's, but maybe I'm... Oh, Caroline's is Pierre's, I think. Oh, where's Marnie at? Let me check. Marnie. Oh, she's already back down there. I've been bamboozled. Been bamboozled by her once again. She's already made down. No think, only love. No think, only be nice. John says, let's get the Geo. Oh, wait. No, it's bad luck today. It's bad luck day. We shouldn't break these. Hey, where you go? Come here. Eat this pie. No, not me. This is an incredible gift. Thanks. You're welcome. Now let me in that room. Let me in that room to investigate. Is that enough hearts? Is that... I'm expecting, them to like me immediately. Look, that's one heart. I think I can break in. Let's break in. Check this trash before anybody notices. Don't want anybody to find out that I'm the trash goblin. Let me steal those pantalones. They've been sitting there for a year. You'd think that Marnie would clean those up, but you know what? I'm not good enough friends? Ah, come on. How many hearts you gotta have? Ridiculous. I can't buy anything, and I don't have enough hearts. Shaking my head. Let's see, what else can we do? We could turn in the goat milk. We could smack the geodes, but it's not lucky enough right now. Maybe we should just work on our areas, smack down some trees. We could also go to the mine. It's 12 p.m. Yeah, let's see if we can do 5 in the mine, because I don't actually want to stay in there very long, because I'm not nearly tough enough. I'm a weakling. And I might die like last time. So let me just get this stuff out of my pockets just in case that we lose it. Animal thing, we'll dump that off while we're running over there. Let's get everything out of our pocket that we possibly can. Hoe, pickaxe, edge. Perfect. Let's go. Turn in the goat milk. Let's go to the mines. Hopefully we can get through a quick 5. I want to get to the bottom of the mines as soon as possible. Would be faster to teleport there, but hey, the mods are pretty. There's actually only one. No, there's 2 different visual mods. One of them is to change the colors, and it looks so nice. I love it. And then there's also a mod that just barely changes the characters. It makes them just a little bit cuter. It probably changes like 5 pixels or something, but it's worth it. It's worth the trouble. Is the animal products in here? Artisan quality, summer, animal. Boom. 1 more animal product. We just need a big egg. Honestly, I expected to have a big egg like a long time ago, but I guess we haven't been taking good care of the brown chicken, unfortunately. That's our most recent chicken, so it would kind of make sense. The characters look the same to you. Well, Calico, I apologize. I'm streaming on 720. I am streaming on 720 because Twitch might not let me lower it down for y'all because I'm not prioritized. But yes, you probably can't tell on 720. It's very, very subtle. It's barely different. I mean, look how small these pixels are. How could you possibly know? You play on Switch, so you cry over not having the aesthetics. Well, I'm sorry, Casio. I wish that you could experience them, but then again, it's just silly visuals. Don't worry about it. You can still enjoy the game. Boom. I'll play the modded version so you can at least watch it. You can at least see it. Okay, I'm gonna get this stuff so that I can save energy. Maybe. Exit, exit, exit. Hello? Ooh, ruby. Nice. Schmackety doodah. So now I'm gonna hit these red ones because I think that they have an up chance of having a geode. Very inefficient. I said that we were gonna go fast, but here I am. We're at 101. We just need to move down 5. It's 3 p.m. And I can make it home in less than an hour using the teleportation. Oh, I missed these. Okay, at least the exit wasn't there. All right. Basically just as fast as possible. The music's great. Perfect for being in the mines.
Come on, Mario. Mario. Mario, time to get out of here. Come on, Mario. No.
Zoom. Oh, what do we got there? Emeralds? We can trade these with the villagers. With the Minecraft villagers. I didn't see any other bonuses, so I'm just gonna smack every rock I can see. Just smack everyone that you find. Hey, elongated muskrat. What's up? Elongated muskrat, welcome back. I haven't seen your name in forever, but I remember you. How you been, my friend? How have you been, my favorite elongated muskrat in the entire world? Ah, I heard a bat. I'm staying away from that bat if I can. Beowulf! Yo!
Whoa! Yeah.
Thank you so much!
3 years and I came back on a meme song.
Get out of here! 3 years? Why? You haven't been gone for 3 years. Hey, Beowulf, thank you so much for the sub. 3 months, baby, you guys. Please, could you put some sub hype in the chat? Thank you so much for supporting me, Beowulf. Hey, you keep these streams going, my friend. Thank you so much for fueling. The streaming. Oi. Oh, BRB got a lurk and drive to coffee. Yes. Coffee time. Coffee mod finally getting the coffee. So glad to have you back, Jedi. So glad to get to celebrate your coffee time. Finally returning. Hooray. Jedi, we missed you. Go get your coffee. Go get some delicious coffee. Yeah, I hope that it's the best coffee you've ever had. Now look out, here we go. Garrett made me coffee this morning. Haha! I didn't even have to do anything. Okay, let's just dodge everything. Let's just dodge. Hopefully we find an exit over here. Come on, exit, exit, exit. Come on. I'm speed. Oh dear. Okay, well, we'll take care of this munchkin. He's not too bad. I'm gonna restore some health if I have to mess with this slime. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Quickly, quickly. We just gotta go 5 down. Just 5 down. Don't kill anything. Just escape. Just make it. Because it's already 5 p.m. anyway. 6 p.m. Hey, Keki Catercorn. How are you doing? Keki. Oh, did you having a wonderful day? Hello. Hello. We are playing Stardew with mods. I finally installed a few mods. A little bit of visual mods. A little bit of UI mods. And it is working great. Big improvements, in my opinion. I think that it's great. Okay, that was my fault. That was my fault. I thought that I was in the zone. Okay, I'm gonna just eat a couple of field snacks. Let's keep going. Let's keep going deeper, deeper, deeper into the mines, into the dangerous mines. Great. I cannot defend myself. Wow! I'm out of here. See you later. I want to just go break these boxes up here. Bye bye. Ooh, nice. Geodes, and more geodes. Some gold. Whew. Oh, and the exit's up here. Oh, yes. Oh, and that's 5. That's 5. And health looking pretty good as I get hit with a fireball. That guy's dead. Nice. Let's just keep going. Might as well. Hey, Kuri, you're alive. Was that a nap? Was that the nap? That's a short nap. Kuri, welcome back. Welcome back. I hope that your headache's better. That was it? Wait, what? Is that like, well, then again, you probably don't want to nap too long now, do you? You don't want to nap that long at night. It was like 4 hours? Oh, what? No, that's not possible. Well, yeah, you probably don't want to nap too long. I always nap for way too long. I can't nap short. It just doesn't work for me. I'm impressed. I'm impressed, Kuri. My naps turn into 6 to 8 hours every single time, and that's why I never nap. I'm just not very good at it. I think I might need more practice. Can we escape? Oh my gosh, there's so many enemies. I made a mistake. Oh no, there's even more over here. Oh dear. Okay, kill that sucker. Kill that sucker. He had a actual ingot on him. Whoa. Your naps always escalate too? I know, I got no self-control. I just can't help but sleep more. Okay, please give me an exit over here. Yes. We are getting lucky. I deserve to be dead. Now, we all deserve death, you guys, but I deserve it most of all for those bonehead moves. I think I'll just grab some of these extra red ones. Well, let's see. We are 107. I don't think we're going to make it 5 down. I don't think it's possible. Oh, I just hoed that box. Do not hold the box, please. I don't want to go past the slime. Hey, Linz is here. What's up? Oi, you're back. Did you give all of the congratulations to your friendo that just got engaged? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Glad to welcome you back, Linz. We're still going. Still going after all this time. Tale as old as time. Doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Tale as old as time. He sprinkled her with lime. Beauty was a feast. Quote from the beast. Oh, that's my exit. What am I thinking? It's right there. The exit was right at the door. Boom. We need one more? Just one singular level more? We've got it. We've got it. It's 10:40. We gotta go home. We gotta go home. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Escape enemy. Stop shooting your green beam at me. Stop beaming me. Leave me alone. Oh, all right. We made it. Oh, in a box. Treasure. Yes, yes, yes. Give me the treasure, please. Give me the treasure. Oh, space boots. That's awesome. What do they do? They're 4 defense, 4 immunity. Right now I have 3 defense and 3 immunity. Aw, snap. Space boots. They're worth $400. Check out my $400 shoes, and they're purple. Finally, some purple shoes around here. Ooh, wee, nice. I got purple shoes, and they're absolutely amazing. I love them. You have Megalovania as your alarm. Set it at max volume. Works every time. Oh my gosh. Waking up to memes every morning? Elongated muskrat. That's gotta be healthy. Chalky milk. Hey, thank you for the hype in the chat and hello. Even sleep through all your alarms, even whenever you set heavy metal music. That's probably because it's so nice, right? It's nice. Cakey, you're just like, nice jams. It just makes your dreams more cool. If you have heavy metal alarms, it just makes your dreams cooler. We got crabs. I mean, a crab. We got one crab. One single crab. And let's dump all the rest of this junk somewhere else. I mean, what? You nap roulette, maybe you get 5 minutes, maybe several hours. It's a dangerous game. The one thing that I can definitely do is that if I drink a bunch of caffeine, and then I go to bed and I only sleep and I sleep for less than an hour, I can do a power nap. It's possible. It's possible. It's been done. Wait, can I not sell these boots? What? No boot selling? But yeah, a power nap is nice. That works pretty good. Got cave carrots. Let's put those in here so that we can make some treats. Some delicious treats later. Not right now. Stop cooking. You're not supposed to cook at 12:30 a.m. We all know this, right? We all know that. You've never done less than an hour nap. It's always 2 hours at least. I mean, it's difficult, but you can do. I believe in you. I believe in you, Kuri. I know you don't, but I do. I think you can do it. All you got to do is just drink a ton of caffeine and make sure that you don't reach that 1 hour mark or you're busted. You'll be cold stone busted. Bam. All right, we got one bomb, one singular bomb, and we're gonna need the watering can tomorrow and the milk pail and the golden axe and, you know, all the stuff. Boom, we got it. Naps are dangerous. I wouldn't suggest them ever. I wouldn't suggest them. They'll betray you. They'll turn their back on you. Oh, my mushrooms. Oh, no. I always forget the mushrooms. Ay. Never, ever getting the mushrooms like I need them. Okay, we're doing it today. Also, today, radish salad. Ooh, radish salad. That sounds disgusting. Oh, yeah, the danger zone. Welcome to the danger zone. Nobody's ever betrayed me like a nap has. What about that one time that I killed Pookie, huh? Or do you remember also? Linz, we got a bunny while you were gone. A bunny! Look at the bunny. Look at this bun. Look at that bun. Look at the buns on this bun. How adorable. How adorable. We've got a new Pookie. Listen, Pookie has been replaced. Don't worry. This Pookie is safe as heck. As long as I don't accidentally close the doors, which I just did. Just so long as I don't leave the bunny outside, it should be fine, right? There we go. As soon as we got a bunny, we all knew what had to happen. We all knew that it was Pookie time. Pookie time. All right, give me that milk. Give me your milk. Nice. Do bunnies produce milk? We got a bunny, hooray! Which means that we get fur, right? I think. Also, no big brown egg. Unbelievable. Oh, what year have I reached? We're on year 2. This is year 2. I've never made it past this elongated muskrat. This is it. This is it. This is the blessed year. This is the furthest that we've ever made it. Year of our Lord. Year 2. Year of our Lord. Oh, I just picked a flower. Dang it. That was not at all what I intended to do. Should have attacked it from the top. Should have been an upward attack, sir. Here we go. Elongated muskrat. Do you play this game? I loved her like I loved the first digital Pookie. Oh no. Her? But this... Well, wait a second. This here rabbit over here is a male. It's Pookie's better half. Hooray. Green bean. Here we go. Hey, Tay's in the chat. Yo, Tay, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. Tay, as into the chat. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Tay's here. Tay's here. Oh. Time to walk the dog, BRB. All right, we'll see you in a minute, Lupus. I might not be here when you get back. Maybe. Nah, I'll probably be here. Bam. pinky promise. Hey, how's it going? Fantastic. Today's been fantastic, my friend. I almost woke up early. And got stuff done. Tomorrow, I think that I've got some plans. Oh, the flower dance. I forgot to ask Abby. Oh, dang. Too much stuff to remember in this game, man. Oh, nuts. Oh, nuts. Now I'm going to be all alone and nobody to dance with. Shaking my shake. Ah, man. We've done it again. We've done it again, everybody. P-Brain Squad. P-Brain Squad, move out. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, wait. Oh, we might be able to still be able to woo her. Woo! Let's go. Most of your trees are still there. You cleared just enough to get to Marnie. Oh, you're saying you're on year 3 summer. Your farm doesn't look anywhere near as nice as yours. Well, elongated muskrat, you're probably still having a great time. Doesn't matter what it looks like. I just need all that wood. I literally needed the wood. I couldn't help it. I had to do it. Look at them, 2 cuties. Look at all these cuties. Who are we gonna invite to this dance? Let's see if we can get purple hair to dance with us. Excuse-moi. I really hate dancing in front of everyone. It's so embarrassing. Mom makes me do it. Yes, ask Abigail to be your dance partner. Should we do it? You guys, should we do it or should we dance with? I mean, we're better friends with her than Sebastian. I don't know. I don't feel like I should lead on Sebastian too much. I don't know. Time for me to go. Enjoy the stream. Have fun, everyone. Oh, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, Earl of Dragons. Toodaloo. 99, my friend. Thanks for being here. Let's see if Abigail will be our partner. You want to be my partner for the flower dance? Okay, I'd love to. Even though she doesn't like dancing. Oh my. Even though she doesn't like dancing, she said yes. Oh my goodness gracious. A budding romance. I say, let's say hi to him though. What? He said, What about Shane? Excellent sauce. Slurp. Slurp the sauce. Okay, I don't think there's anything to do here except for maybe buy a rare crow really quick. Oh snap, Abby's gonna dance with us. Ooh, I don't have this rare crow. I don't think I have that one. We gotta buy it. We gotta buy that one. And then ceiling plants, daffodils, Tubbo flowers recipe, which is tulip bulb, jazz seeds, poppy, and spangle seeds. Flowers planted in an oak barrel. Blooms in spring and summer. That's kind of cute. Blooms in spring and summer, eh? Interesting. Tulip, jazz, poppy, spangle. I wonder, is that worth $1,000? No. No. We're not going to make this island aesthetically pleasing. We're just going to get stuff done. Now, where's Elliot? Let's get this thing on the road. Let's get this dance moving. Yes, yes, dancing time. I wonder if that improves relationship. I don't actually know. You don't do too much farming. You make most of your money from the animals. Ah, husbandry. I actually have a dance partner. Adorable. Look at them dance. So cute. I seem like I'm out of rhythm. Am I a little too far in the front? So cute. Dancing. They got their hands up. Ah, 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 ah. Ooh, 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 ooh. Dancing. Just kind of flicking the skirt a little bit and then, ooh. Oh my goodness, how adorable. I love it. How long are my streams on average? I hope that you take decent breaks and hydrate. I generally go 4 to 6 hours. That's generally what it is. It would improve my relationships. Calico, I thought that you were helping. But you were just saying that it would improve your relationships if you danced. You should dance. Oi, Goth Girl, what's up? Welcome to the chat. If you don't play a game, would die on this game, what? Goth Girl, is that English? Is that English that I'm reading? I'm confused. Please help me translate. What else do we need to do this evening? Like nothing? We should get this pine tar out of my pocket. What the heck do you make out of pine tar? Look how much we've got. We've got $800 worth of pine tar. I don't even think I have anything that you can make stuff out of. The oak resin makes a keg. Okay. And let's see, pine tar makes a loom. Okay, so it makes some tools, but do we really need all this? It's not a real-time game. A save is static till you play again. Oh, that's true. Yes. Oh, is that what Goth Girl was? Oh, if you skip a day, would your stuff die? Oh, Goth Girl. Yeah. So this isn't real time. This is not real time at all. I forget how long the days are, but I don't know, something like 20 minutes or something. And then that's it. Like, you could just save the game, it stays still, and you can go through days and days and days, which is one of the worst things about this game, is that you can literally just keep playing it. You don't have to stop. You never have to stop playing, you guys. As somebody who has played many hours of this at this point, you never have to stop. In fact, you probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't, because there's always just one more day. There's always one more day of goodness. I've also got to just put this over here because I like how it looks. By the way, how many of these rare crows do I have? I got a bunch of them. I wonder how many I've collected. Oh, today's lucky? Today's lucky, but I can't break anything. What a waste of a good geode day. Okay, let's chop some trees. The visual field is super helpful. I know, Lemon Berry, right? That's one of the mods. I think that's helpful UI. It's so nice. Also, if you can see right here, you can check your calendar and billboard right from your pocket. Also, it shows what your luck is, and it'll show whose birthdays are up there. It's so nice. It's totally cheating, but it's the best cheating of all. Cheating that just helps just a little bit. It's UI improvements, okay? I could imagine them being in the real game. My imagination is powerful enough. All right, let's grab some of these wood. Grab the wood. More twee to destroy. The greenhouse. Ah, yes. The sweet greenhouse. Whenever will we finish that? We didn't make it the first year. Now we cannot make it through another winter with no greenhouse. Oops, sorry, romantic ace. I forgot. I should have cleared that. Should have cleared that one for passage. Your animals will not die if you don't pay attention to them. They just get super grumpy. Yeah, and you lose all the hearts that you were working on, which if they're happier, then good things happen. You get more mooch. You get more moolah. Okay, let's grab these mushrooms for the first time in 3 weeks. And they were all crappy. They were the worst mushrooms. You saw the new Disney movie? Oh my God, it's so cute. Are you talking about that dragon movie? I heard mixed reviews. I heard that a lot of people enjoyed it. It was just very mixed. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. It looked pretty fun. It looked like oh, I got a secret note. When the heck did I get that? Must have been in the mines. I wasn't paying attention. Too focused. Okay, everything's in the bin. Let's go inside. Let's learn this note before I forget about it. Boom! It's a page from M. Jasper's book. The creatures known as the forest spirits, or Junimos, are said to appear in abandoned buildings after they've gone to seed. As a general rule, when humans leave and nature begins to reclaim her territory, the Junimos will undoubtedly appear. Folk wisdom holds that Junimos display some kind of resonant affinity with gemstones that are placed inside their little huts. Of course, all of these claims come from dubious, unverified sources. As far as we know, the mere existence of these creatures has never been proven. What? It says they display some kind of resonant affinity with gemstones placed inside their little huts. Interesting. Gemstones in a hut. I know that they've got a hut. You got to see it for free the day that you got hired? Ooh. Awesome sauce. Free movie. Your friend who was in seminary was obsessed with Raya because he was seeing a lot of philosophical concepts in it, and I'm just like, it's My Little Pony Dragons. Grandpa Pumpkin, you're just like, kid movie. I'm not seeing no deeper themes here. Nothing past Dragon Go Burr. Me think Dragon Go Burr. All right, let me pet these cows. Good cows. We've got like a few more days, you guys. I think that we're gonna complete a couple more days, take care of our animules. We're getting very close to taking care of our Bun. The Bun is almost pleased enough to give us some fur. Bloop. Ah, come on, no big brown egg yet. Shaking my head. That's what I need. I need the big brown moo-moos. Also, look at this auto feeder. Woo, so nice. Okay, pet the cat, pet the goat, take care of everybody. Everybody gets the love on the farm. Also, we've got a fair bit of money. We had like 50,000 whenever we started, but you know, we spent it on upgrading our coop and our barn today, so I think we've been doing pretty good. We've also got a big crop of cauliflower that we'll be getting soon. What happened to the dino egg? It wasn't a dino egg. It was like a cursed egg that turned into that like cursed looking chicken. That scary old chicken. This one right here. That was the dino egg. You have acquired coffee. Oh, Alchemic, you're back. What happened? Where'd you go? Where'd you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? What happened? Oh, welcome back, Alchemic. Ooh, I accidentally plucked one of these flowers. No, I plucked a flower like the fool that I am. Should we save our wood to build something? Oh my. Well, I know. It's horrible. It's just been plucked. I ruined it. Actually, let's dump all this junk out of here. Boom. Let's clear our pockets. I want to put my mixed seeds in there. I'm getting sick of putting it in this exclusive chest. I know that it's better, but I'm not gonna keep it together with the seeds. Let's put our pine tar away. All right, let me see. Oh, you're doing a little prep work for class tomorrow. Ooh, awesome sauce. Getting some work done. Getting some work done. You named your void chicken Dyla. Oh wait, no, that's the Dahlia. Sorry, Dahlia. Is it the black Dahlia? My bad. I just totally ruined the pronunciation there for a second. We could get some, let's see, what should we do today? I think I got some ideas. I've got some plans. Let's check the billboard. Nothing posted, huh? Really? Nothing at all? Okay, well, we can, today's luck's no good, so we don't want to crack any geodes. Going to the mines, we could do 5. We could go fishing. We haven't fished at all today. Let's do that. Let's have a little fishing day, shall we? Let's get our iridium rod and let's soup it up. We've never gone on an actual real fishing expedition. We need to water this stuff really quick. Then I can take this can out of here. Name it Dyla. Oh my gosh, the black Dyla. Die. Oh yeah, did you see, Alchemic, we discovered that, what was the saying? It's in Italian. I think that it's either Italian or French, but is it die something. I think it's die ma. It means like, what did die ma mean? But there were tons of gifs of it, because I looked up die, and die ma is like a really common thing to say in Italy, which I think is it means oh you. Die ma, oh you. It's perfect. Let's get some of this junk out of here. This is like all of our mining stuff. Well, let's put it together. Well, a burglar shank? When did I get that? What the heck? When did I get a shank? Getting worried. Where'd we get this shank from? I'll put the flower away. Wait, no, this is a good flower. We're actually gonna get rid of that, right? It's also a really pretty flower. It is? Are you shanking people now? No, I didn't do it. Just because I have it doesn't mean that I've used it. I haven't shanked a single human soul. Just human bodies over here, I promise. Oh, wait, the lure. Let's pimp out this rod, shall we? Thy rod and thy sword, they comfort me. Whereas we've got a barbed hook. Makes your catch more secure, causing the fishing bar to cling to your catch. Let's just pick them all up, shall we? Let's pick up all the goodies. Ooh. I think that's all of them, because we won the fishing competition. We got some goodies. Barbed hook, dressed spinner, metal tab, colorful streamers, entice spectacles for fish, increases the bite rate. Okay. All right. Increases the chances of finding treasures while fishing. Although the fish aren't crazy about the taste. I'm gonna do the barbed hook. There we go. We're gonna hook them. We're gonna hook them good. Hey, Arson, how are you doing? Arson, yo, I've never welcomed an Arson to the chat. How are you doing? Oi. Welcome. I leave for a bit. Now you've got a mobster on me. It was Pink Mobster. Pink Mobster converted me. I'm sorry. She totally took me into the mob. It was my fault. All right. Now I think that we should go sea fishing, because that's my favorite. Pink Mobster. That's what I'm gonna call them whenever they come back in here. Okay. Donkey Kong is here. Here we go. Oi, Arson. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, are you a Stardew fan? Because if you are, I'm playing Stardew right now. Every homeschooler you've welcomed is a secret arsonist? What? What? Is that true? All homeschoolers like arson? Well, I mean, my parents did teach me at a young age that I could set fires with a magnifying glass. I don't know. You are an arson who uses spicy pronouns. Spicy? What spicy pronouns are we talking about? What kind of spice? I'm confused. Arson! All right, I'm going to go down and let's see if we can get ourselves a little rod down here. Get ourselves a little fish. Back to the bottom. Oh, look at this. The water looks very strange. Very, desaturated, eh? You're back and wet from the rain. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I'm sorry to hear that you are wet as heck. Lupus, I'm sorry. The umbrella did not do it. But welcome back. Yes, I also play Stardew on mobile and computer, and they/them. Awesome sauce. I generally, Arson, I just don't use pronouns. Thank goodness. I do not want to. I don't want to upset anybody. And also, yeah, I could just generally just avoid pronouns in general. You know, wouldn't want to accidentally say anything. Certainly. Yeah, we've got many friendos that what, identify? Yes, that's the word. Identify as they/them. No worries, my friend. You are welcome no matter what you call yourself, no matter where you're from, no matter what you look like. You're welcome over here, and we will treat you with the most love that we possibly can. And if somebody makes an accident, I'm sure that it's in good faith because we kick all the bad beans out of here. Yes, we welcome all beans of all types. It's true. Half of us have misleading usernames too. Like Grandpa Pumpkin is young lady. A young lady. Very tricky, Grandpa Pumpkin. But don't worry. I'm sure you'll figure it all out eventually. There are some misleading usernames, certainly. Ah, yes. You've been called out. How dare you? Told us that, Grandpa Pumpkin. I would have never assumed. I try to make no assumptions. But sometimes I accidentally use a pronoun. So, my apologies in advance. Whoa. Actually, this hook made it harder for me to get this fish. Because it's like trying to magnetize onto this fish, and I was overcompensating. Look at it. It's going on its own. The hook's kind of strange. I don't know if it's gonna help me more or less. Ooh, magma geode and gold. Heck yes. Look at the rarity of these fish, though. And also, where's my XP bar? I expected to see the XP bar because they have because of my visual upgrades. Oh, it shows how broken the fish hook is. I didn't know that it ever broke. Oh, I'm crying over here. Look, it's doing it all by itself. I'm not even pressing the button. You can't even tell. You can't even tell. It's just doing it all on its own. It automatically hooks onto it. Zoop. What did Lynn say? Calico is not a kitty, believe it or not. The jury's still out. We're not totally sure. Meow, meow. You want this game on your Switch, but the hard copy is so much more than the downloaded one. It's true. It's true, Goth Girl. I'm glad that I got it on PC for the mods, but I also have it on PS4. So, you know, I bought it twice. Big brain over here. Mialo Al-Meowick Refuge. Oh my gosh. Mialo Al-Meowick Refuge. That doesn't sound like a cat. That's not even close to how a cat sounds, I don't think, right? Maybe you're right. Get to fishy. Fishy. Get some more. I want you in here right meow. Listen here, cat. Cat, you better get in here right meow. You are in serious trouble. Yeah, I couldn't magnetize myself off. I literally couldn't. I couldn't move the lure. It wouldn't let me loot. It wouldn't let me move up to get that treasure chest. This hook is a little powerful. A little too powerful. Prey bottle forces victims to say their prayers. Spray holy water in the cat's face. Back, Satan. No Satan, cat. How do you know that that's not how it's pronounced? Pronounced. You missed an N. It's all right. Meow, meow, meow. Oh! Pronounced. There's so many. I need to learn that one anime meow section where the character says this long like nyakudu nya nya nya, just goes off with the nyans. Nyan attack. Pronounced. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm going to stop. I'm sorry. We were just fishing. This is what happens whenever we fish. Oh, it's 4 p.m. Oh, does this close at 5? This closes at 5. Then I'll get myself some more bait. More bait. I've only got 11. Oh, what? Seaweed? You kidding me? Unbelievable. All right. Excuse me, sir. Could I get some? The crab pot's only $1,000. Very tempting. Just get like bait for days, and let's look around. What kind of treasure we got around here, huh? Also, question: is the hook worth the same thing, even whenever it is slightly used? Slightly used hook? Oh, dang it! They thought of everything. It lowers in quality. It's not as worth it. When y'all say meow, I think of that scene from Super Troopers. Super Troopers. The soup's worth it? Aw, dang. Is it too late now? Is it too late? It's too late to eat the soup. Costco has decided that they want to deliver in my area. I fear for my bank account. Just think of the pretzels. Just think of the pretzels. Arson doesn't know. I don't know. Aw, it's son of a biscuit. There he goes.
There he goes. Out to do a little of his own fishing, huh?
Or the churros. Ooh, but the churros are only 99 cents. That's like the deal of the century, my friend. Whoo, those churros are so good. I remember whenever they tried to cancel the churros, they were going to get rid of those suckers. They got rid of churros at the same time that they got rid of Coke. And the churros came back, and Coke hasn't been there since. So you can tell what people really wanted. What people really wanted is those churros. They removed a bunch of things from the menu at the same time. I can't believe it. I would have rided for the churros. I would have been done. I would have been like, okay, Mom, whenever you go to Costco, you can go by yourself because there's no churros in it for me. So I don't see the point, you know? I went there half for the churros, half to get out of the house. Oh, yeah, that reminds never get rid of Coke. How dare. I'll never drink Pepsi. Costco, this is fine. They're like, well, I mean, Coke was probably being like a ridiculous price or something. I'm sure that it wasn't fair at all. And Costco was like, not worth it. But they got rid of the churros, and that was definitely not worth it. Emerald Artist is in the chat. Hey, what's up? Barry Pika's still here. Hey, Barry Pika followed like way at the beginning. You've been lurking during dinner, and now you're getting your 2 kiddos ready for bed. Hooray! The kiddos that ate the dino nuggets. Oh my goodness, the list of the food that you ate was so long, Barry Pika. I don't even think that I could remember it. I could have swore that you said that there was what, milk, dino nuggets, corn, and I can't remember. There were so many things. I was like, this is a meal. That's a meal. I don't ever eat a meal that complicated. You're in England and Costco isn't that Kamyan. Kamyan? Is that how you say it? I'm in England and Costco isn't very Kamyan. It's kind of long. I don't know how to say that. Arson, you're making me suffer out here. Young. Oh yeah, they devoured those after making the trek to the ketchup swamps. Ooh, dino nuggets and corn for dinner for Ava. Ava knows what the heck is going on. Yo, dino nuggets and corn. Corn is the best, honestly. It's the best veggie. Best veggie, corn. Yum. Big yum. Sweet corn, yes please. Corn, rice, and yogurt? I didn't even know that these things could be mixed together. I don't know anything about food. Oh, thank you for the follow, Velvex. I appreciate it. Oi, welcome to the party. We're just listening to Nintendo music, fishing for fish. This is fishing day, you guys. I haven't fished this entire stream, I promise. Are those dino nuggets? Oh my gosh. you just happened to be in the chat, and then you mentioned I mentioned Dino Nuggets, and you just had you got a Dino Nugget emotes. This is amazing. This is amazing, Velvex. I'm so happy that you're here. You'll never drink Coca-Cola ever again. Oh snap! On their own. Oh my goodness, Beowulf, please don't bring up stuff like that in the chat. Thank you very much. Do I have any mods on right now? I don't think I do. Let's keep it light, shall we, please? You can keep your political stuff to yourself. Thank you very much. Let me and yet, could you delete that? Beep boop. Beep boop. Bleep blop, bleep blop, bleep blop, bleep blop. We don't have to think about stuff like that all the time. La, 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 la. How much juice have I got? Oh, I got like no juice. Tasty Peach Studios nuggets. Hooray! Yeah, I saw that. Tasty Peach chicken nuggets. Disgusting. Gino Noggies. Noggies? Oh my gosh. That reminds me of Noggies, which is a term for Norwegians. I learned that from, whose stream was that during? Oh, it's for Daydreamer Dan. Daydreamer Dan. Wamp wamp. Potatoes? So anyway, what should I have for dinner? What are the options? What are the options? You can't just ask an open-ended question like that. Ooh, another cutscene. Oh, by the way, we danced with her, Alchemic, while you were gone. We danced with her at the thing. Also, she's out here at night. I guess you're wondering why I'm at the graveyard at this hour. Yes. Correct. Well, I'm here because it's the best place in town to find some privacy. That's the graveyard? Yeah, it's got like 4 graves. Listen, not a lot of people die around here, all right? And I'm all sweaty because I've been practicing my swordsmanship. All right. That's good. A little TMI, but that's all right. Hey, what do you think? I'm too weak to swing a blade? No, whoa, what? No, whoa. I didn't say a word. Hey, chill out. Whoa. Nobody said anything about weakness. I never said a word. Sorry, I guess I'm getting a little defensive. Yeah, since I didn't say anything. If you become defensive whenever somebody hasn't said a word, it's probably your problem. You see, I wanted to explore the mountain caves, but I know it's too dangerous to go there unarmed. Good, you got a sword right there. Take the sword, go to the caves. You can do it, you're strong. You're strong and independent. You've used a sword before, haven't you? Yeah, and it's exciting. Yes, but only in self-defense. Yes, but it's dangerous. You should stay safe. Interesting. Oh, Pimley, what's up? Hey. How are you doing? Pimley? Hope you had a wonderful day. Hello. Well, right now I'm trying to, I've got a mod list that I'll show you in a second, but let me see. Should I encourage her, right? I feel like I should encourage her because I haven't only used it in self-defense because I've harvested some slime. I'm gonna say, yeah, it's exciting. See, you understand why I'm out here then. Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about. Getting in good. I've lived in the valley my whole life, but I've never really done anything memorable. I want to go on an adventure. The greatest adventure of all. Marriage. Marriage is the greatest adventure. I'm just kidding. Abigail? Wait, what? Oh, no, Pierre. Oh. Don't worry. Dad? Uh-oh. He was behind the tree, but he was on the side that we were on. Bruh, he was on the side that we were on of that tree. I've been looking all over for you. Your mother wants you to come home and help with dinner. Oh my gosh, holy moly, Pierre. Whoa, watch it with the help with dinner business, sir. What are you doing in the graveyard anyway? This is no place for a young lady. Excuse me, what do you think I'm doing here? A young vampire in purple boots and my purple skirt. Prices just went up at the general store. Oh no! Mind your own business. You think that I should be at home cooking dinner because I'm a girl, don't you? You're really stuck in the past, Dad. Wow. Let's get out of here, Earl. Oh! Yee-woo! Yeah, let's get out of here. Well, you coming or not? Ah, yeah, boy. That's what I'm talking about. Come back. No. We went away together. Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. It's a sign of love. True love. Sigh. Can you believe that my parents were ever young? They don't understand my perspective at all. I know. They grew up in a different era with different values. It still ticks me off, okay? Well, thanks for hearing me out, Earl. Now could you help untangle my hair from this bush? Hair touching. Hair touching at such an early stage? You should get married before you touch a lady's hair. Make Garrett do that speech for his wedding. Make Garrett do that speech for his wedding? For his wedding? I should do that as a speech. I should say, I've got something to say. Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Hand holding? Lewd. Don't even put that in the chat, Alchemic. Jedi, could you delete that message right there? Could you delete the middle message of Alchemic? I don't want to see that in the chat. It's too inappropriate. Listen, I know that we like to joke around here, but that's crossing a line 100%. I can't have even a joke like that. I'm sorry. It's too much. We were talking about hair, and then you're just taking it too far. You're just taking it too far. I hate to see it spelled out like that. Oh, I can't believe it. Family-friendly chat. Absolutely, the illusion's been shattered. Listen, the internet's a dangerous place, and we had a good thing going for a little while, but you know what? You can't take the internet out of the internet, I guess. Unbelievable. I've sold my name. It's all right. You keep switching it. Maybe people won't notice that it's you still. It's all right. Just keep it switching. I feel sick. Keki's shedding one silent tear. One silent tear for all the children that may have read that. Can we keep any? Let's see, because we were looking for some of these before, I think, right? Let's sell all this. We'll just sell it all. Oh wait, we need actually some of the coral. Let's. I think that it wanted one more coral. Bloop. Ooh, the coral is satisfactory to our needs. Said. All right, the population can go higher. We can get more squids. More squids, more squids, more squids. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, I upgraded my pond? I don't remember doing that. I don't remember upgrading it. You've been a busy bean. No, I didn't upgrade it. I think that was because I made them happy. I pleased them with 3 chunks of coral. I believe that was all. But let's sell all this junk. We'll definitely sell all these like really high quality fish. And the golden ones of those, let's get the silver clam, silver daffodil. Maybe we'll keep the rest of these. I'll keep them just in case that I have some sort of recipe. Darkwing, yo, thank you for the sub. Hey, double months. Thank you so much for the 2-month subscription, Darkwing. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Darkwing's here. Oh, yeah. You know the party's starting. Yes, we got the purple gorilla in the chat. Oh, yeah, that's your emote. That is totally your emote. Listen, Darkwing, I know that it's not actually your emote, but nobody else uses that. It's the emote that I totally associate with you. How are you doing? What does the pond give you? Allie, I believe that you can fish out of it whatever fish you put into it. So, for example, I've got those squids in there, so I could fish them out if I wanted to, and they slowly will reproduce. They will reproduce as squids are wont to do. Yes. What am I doing? What is happening? Oh, yes. Wood. The wood. We shall put the wood over here. The wood over there. The wood. And I'm just thinking about crafting, you guys. I'm thinking about what we can make. What kind of junk have we not? We haven't made a worm bin, that's for sure. Put a sign on your fish pond. What sign do I put? Oh, you mean customize this sucker? You mean customize the pond? I'm confused. What do you mean, Kaz? I'm changing the appearance, but I can't see crap. I can't see crap. A wooden sign? Why? Why should I name it like Fishland? Fishland. Kaz is ordering me around. I feel like I have to try this. I know what Kaz is talking about. Kaz may be talking mad yang, but let's find out. We can't. It's a magical sign. Oh, yeah. Oh, snap! It is! Kaz, I should have never doubted you. Check it out. It shows the squid amount. It's literally magic. Holy moly. Now we know how many Squidwards we got. Oh, time to go to bed. Kaz is pretty sus. No way, Kaz? Kaz is numero uno. Kaz, good call. Good call. You got a silly question. But do you know if Royalty Sub's coming out with bubble bars in May? You know what? Even if I knew that, Goth Girl, I wouldn't tell you. But I don't happen to know that. And I wouldn't lie. I would just tell you. I can't tell you. But I can't tell you. Oh wait, no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even what are bubble bars? Oh wait, no, bubble bars. No, they can't do that, right? Because that's I'm pretty sure that Katie explained that, right? Bubble bars, I believe, are actually copyrighted. I think that those are copyrighted by Lush. I don't think that you can make those and sell those. I think that that would actually be illegal. And anybody that does is actually violating it, I believe. I'm pretty sure that those are copyrighted, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong, but I think Katie said that. It's the recipe. I think that it's the recipe and possibly the concept. They're violating the patent. Yep, there is a patent, and Katie's not going to break that. Katie is a very legit businesswoman. She's 100% legit, and she's not gonna violate that patent. So no, there will not be. And that's, yep. Oh, you never knew that? Oh, Katie did say that? Okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't want to lead y'all astray, but yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, bubble bars have been completely patented by Lush, which is kind of a bummer. Rush all day, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello?
Hello? Hello? We're taking care of our farm right now.
You need more hands so that you can use more soap. More hands necessary. You love honey? Me too. Honey's pretty good on toast. I like honey on toast. Pretty good. We gotta pet every chicken. When are we gonna get a giant brown egg? We have been here for months. How happy? What is Egghead, the one that's the brown chicken? We're gonna pet that chicken again, specifically, and find out how angry this thing is. Nugget looks really happy. What is Nugget's problem? Do you see this? 0 hearts. 0 hearts? Nugget, what is up with you? Nugget looks really happy. 100% happy. 100% happy. 0 hearts. Nugget, you could stop being a drama queen and just give me some of those large brown eggs that you know that I deserve. Next heart is 16 points. I guess that's 16 pat-pats. Maybe brown chickens are elitists. I don't know. I don't know what their problem is. But you can't trust a chicken, no matter what they look like. Nugget knows that you're about to eat him. What? There's no meat chickens in this game. Do we have good luck? Let's actually, let's save these geodes for a lucky day, shall we? Well, we'll save them. We gotta spend money to break these open, so, you know, I'm gonna make it 100% worth it. Let's slap some of this gold in here. Let's see, I'm just looking around, trying to decide. It's Pierre's birthday. Should we try to smooth things over with Pierre? I'm a little concerned, you guys. I think that Pierre's still gonna be a little pissy about what we did with Abigail last night. Walking away whenever he ordered her. How old is Abigail to be single? I guess they don't have ages, do they? Ageless. Ageless in Stardew. Well, let's go. Let's see. Who is Pierre? There we go. Pierre, let's take a look. Let's take a look. It says friendly. Friendly, even though 0 hearts. Very nice. Gifted this week, nothing. Golden pumpkin is the only thing that he likes. He likes honey, diamonds, let's give him a dandelion for his birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Here's a dandelion. Must be the last one of the season. The last dandelion of the season. A lady never reveals her age. How dare you ask? How dare you ask? You'd never ask a woman her age or her weight. I'm sorry. My bee. My bee, LOL. Ooh, cauliflower time. Big yum. Big yum. How the vibes down at that stupid farm? Hey, it's Pink Monster. AKA Pink Mobster. How are you doing? Pink Mobster, welcome back. Oh, is that look up anything mod? So nice. I know, right, Pimily? I mean, you could do it literally anything. It's so good. Look, it shows all the cooking and the tailoring. I mean, whew. Spicy attack, so good. Low key, that's a pretty good British accent. Oh, Oh, Arson, thanks. Are you British? Because I've had a lot of British people that got really angry in my chat, so I don't know. I don't know if I should take that, but I appreciate the compliment, Arson. Oh, these things are wearing away. Good stuff. We got that taken care of. Let's sell some cauliflowers. Let's sell some beauty. Also, there's our bunny. The bunny. Where's my fur, huh? Where's the fur that you promised? What people have gotten angry at your accents? Well, maybe not angry. Maybe angry is the wrong word. Oh, you are British. Hey, all right. All right, Arson. I gotta take that as a big compliment then. Oh, very nice. Oi, Pink Monster, you're back. Also, did you hear me say pink mobster? Yes, that's right. You're trading me to be a mobster out here. Here we go. We got a bunny. Isn't it adorable? Help wanted. Local wizard in search of a fresh quartz. I can give him a fresh quartz. I got you. Got your wizard man. Got your wizard man. Let me just give this fellow a birthday present. Dandelions, just like the man wants. A birthday gift? That's very kind of you. I love it. Of course you do.
Whoa!
Merps!
Yeah!
Merps!
Merpiest of Merps gifted a tier 1
Thank you so
sub
much
to
for the
Purple
gifted
Rose
sub, making the lights
138.
go crazy. Oi, Merps, what the heck? Thank you so much for that big gifted sub. Big gifted sub for Purple Rose 138. You can, Merps. Merps cannot be trusted. Merps is always in danger of gifting another sub. Help! Help! Thank you so much, Merps. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Goodness gracious, I don't know how many. The subs have been crazy recently, you guys. Thank you. What are we gonna do? Oh yeah, we need to get the quartz. Quartz. Almost forgot. The emotes are so cute. Berry Pika. I love them so much. They were actually made by most of them were made by my mod. I have what? Two? I have two that weren't made by my mod on the list, but they were almost all made by Arisa Gattis, who's one of my mods around here. I think that she's probably asleep because she lives in Norway, but I guess he could be more specific than what? The emotes are so cute. I love them all. I love them all. Also, we've got nothing growing, but it's the end of the season. We're not doing anything. Let me see. What do we do? Oh yeah, the quartz that the fellow wants. 1 quartz for you, Buster. And let's go deliver it. Local wizard. I'm kind of curious about what's going on over there anyway. Let's go take a look-see. Ooh, beans. I will pick up the beans later. Oh, we gotta pet this cow. Almost missed it. Ooh, Purple Rose. I'm so glad that you got gifted a sub. What? Purple Rose? That's a stone badge that you have? What? Did you change your name, Purple Rose? Or has that been your name the entire time? Thank you so much, Merps, for gifting a sub to somebody with a stone badge, I see. I'm off to see a wizard, the wonderful wizard of, what's going on over here? Look at this pig with a fez. I might get a little bit distracted by this wagon. Oh, a sturgeon. Sturgeon bug meat, orange sapling. Dang, how long does it take for the stupid trees to grow? Y'all remember those trees over there? I didn't cut them down, did I? Orange sapling, eh? Takes 28 days to produce a mature orange tree. Bears fruits in the summer. Only grows 8 surrounding tiles are... What? If the 8 surrounding tiles are empty? Oh, you want a prismatic stone, Goth Girl? I'm gonna buy one of these. I just want to spend that, you know? I want to spend it. I like to spend some money. You have zero idea what a badge is. Oh, it's it's the little circle that's next to people's names. That shows who's a sub and who's not. A rare seed. Let's go ahead and slap that right there. Star Spangled Summer Spangle. I'm ignoring all that. This is all junk. Where's my Grabbit's foot? I have to go see a wizard. Go see a wizard up at this castle if they have. Hey, K-Tronics is here. Hey, K-Tronics, what's up?
Yeah.
Lupus Stream gifted a tier 1 sub to Arson.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Yo. Thank you for that gifted sub for Arson. So generous. Now Arson can totally see what the badge is right there. Now you have one. Hooray! I appreciate it. Wait, what did Barry say? Those are yours? What? I thought that they were so cute. Berry Pika, I love them. They're adorable. I just assumed that there was somebody else's emotes that you really, really loved. I should have looked. I should have looked. I'm clicking on. Hang on now. If you're drawing pictures like this, Barry, I gotta give you a follow, my friend. That is too cute. Too cute. Let me click that follow button. Boop. 505th follower. Yes. Yes. Cute pikas. The BBs. Okay.
Okay, your work has been satisfactory. Here is your compensation. I believe the townsfolk are afraid of me.
I can't imagine why, dude. Can't imagine why, except for this big poison pot that I see over here and this satanic circle you got here, but all right. I can't imagine. Bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop, bleep, 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 bloop. Wah, wah. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Let's go down to that mouse shop. Does anybody know if the mouse shop ever gets new stuff? Because I've never seen any stuff new. Okay, goodness, I can't get through here because I don't have a proper instrument. I don't have my hammer. Oh yeah, let's get our $75. That's like as much as a course is worth, but I guess that the wizard likes us a little bit, so it's probably worth it. Hats are unlockables. When do you get more? Because I want more. I want them all. Did you say mouse shop? But a mouse runs it, right? Isn't there a little mouse? Little mouse is the owner of the shop. Also took a wrong turn, but here it is. At least we're getting here. Look, it's a little thing. It's a little cutie. Yes.
Hi, yo, Poke. Is this where you bring coins? Good. Me sell hats.
Cool cap. Butterfly bow, lucky bow, good old cap. Daisy. That's kind of cute. For $1,000 for one flower? Are you kidding me? The sailor's cap is your favorite one? That's what I'm wearing right now, Arson. It's pretty great. I don't think there's a better one. Ooh, what about a bow? A watermelon band is kind of cute. Kind of cute, not gonna lie. But I thought that there might be new hats, but I don't see any. I don't see any. Hey, y'all making me cry with the follows, love. Ha ha! Hooray! That's what you get, Berry Pika. That's what you get. You get follows. Hooray! Hat mouse. Wait, mouse? Oh, hat mouse. It is the hat mouse. Please bring coin and give hat. Give hat if you bring coin. Oh, wait. Is Marnie here? Marnie, please let me inside. Ooh, we've got rabbits. Oh, and pigs. We can get a pig. It's $16,000. We literally have that amount. Bruh, should we do it? We literally will be broke. It's either the sailor's cap or the pink cowboy hat. Oh, snap. That is awesome. You drew your Stardew character. You'll post in Discord. Cool beans. Cool beans. Show it. You want to draw again, too? Do it. Kiki Catacorn, please do. I think we're going to buy this pig. Shall we name it Crispy Bacon? Shall we at least call it Crispy? Crispy Bacon. No, it's not long enough. Wait, we can put them together. Hang on. No, wait. Crispy Bacon. No, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Should I just call him Crispy? Or could name him Kevin? Hey, Crispine Bacon. What? Crispine? You're working on a cross stitch of all the Stardew slimes. Ooh, that sounds awesome sauce. What? Goth Girl Punk gifted me a tier 1 sub to Berry Pika? What? What? Goth Girl, what the heck are you doing? I saw that. Crispy. I think I'm just gonna call him Crispy. Y'all know what the meme is. Y'all know what the meme is. Great, I'll send little Crispy to her new home right away. Crispy Bacon. Now, can I break in here? Now we need more friendship with Marnie. Darn it. I didn't want to spend any more. Didn't want to spend any more on Marnie. Diamond. We could give her 1 diamond. Then we can break into that room. Finally get that done. Now you can use her emotes that you like. Goth Girl Punk. Holy moly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Naming a piggy? Yes, indeed. Crispy Bacon. A beautiful name. Oh my gosh, this pig looks weird as heck. What is with its legs? Its feet are so weird. It looks like a table. Crispy seems a little cautious. Seems curious, but a little cautious. She's getting used to her new home. Sweet little Crispy. Crispy looks disturbed and maybe a little bit bony. Maybe a little bit of bony pork. Not my favorite. Also, I'm pretty sure that I accidentally chopped down all my, you know, I probably did chop down all of my trees, come to think of it. I paid all that money for fancy trees, and then I think I chopped them down accidentally. So what am I gonna do? 8? Did it say that 8 have to be around it? It says, only grows if the 8 surrounding tiles are empty. Oh, well, that's not difficult to do, right? We could put it here, because all of these tiles will be clear. Yeah, Crispy is a she. That's true, yes. Chris, it's short for Christina. Okay, this tree, don't chop it down. In fact, let's double check. Let's take a little peekaboo around here, because now I can just, I can use my cursor to see stuff. I see things with my cursor. What is this? What is this tree? Why does it not show me what it is? It's a mahogany tree. Okay. What about this tree? This is a mahogany tree as well. Okay, so I definitely chopped them all down. Genius. Oak tree. Excellente. Excellente. I've never chopped such beautiful trees down before. Okay. So what are we gonna do? Dress pet. Okay, we've still got fishing stuff in my pocket. And are all rare seeds the same? Sow in fall, it says. Takes all season to grow. Christina Penelope Bacon. Bacon. Yes, you need to pronounce it Bacon. Don't pronounce the name wrong. It's Christina P. Bacon. Yes, very nice. Let's put the rare seeds in a stack. Very lovely. Now let's go over here, dump some of our garbage. The dandelions. This is just getting worse. I'll put the dandelions away. Bloop. And, oh yes, let's get a diamond. Let's get a diamond for Marnie. Marnie deserves diamonds with her dinner. Let's do that, and who else should we make it rain on? We can make it rain on Abigail. Yes. Abigail's starting to trust us. We should totally swoop in for the kill. Frozen tear for my boy Sebby. Let's check. We got Abigail. Oh, Shane. I don't think that I have anything that Shane loves. I've got a golden pumpkin for the winner. The blessed golden pumpkin for the good boy. Pepper poppers, we could buy some more though. What about, why does Emily like us so much? I don't remember doing anything for Emily. What's your problem? Aquamarine, eh? Yeah, cheap. Survival burger. Topaz? Hang on. We got a bunch of topaz. Let's give her a survival burger. What do you say? Dang, you got in with Shane fast. I know, I gave him a couple of peppers and this guy's crazy. This guy's crazy about me just because I gave... listen, you got to show this guy like the tiniest amount of kindness and he's all of a sudden like, oh, you're my friend. Survival burger. All right, let's go deliver some of these. Let's go be Santa, you guys. Let's go get some deliveries. For some people, all it takes is 2 peppers to marry them. That's all you need. Emily's the nice girl in town. She likes everyone. Yeah, Emily's a little basic for me. I don't know. You get a golden pumpkin once a year. I'm not sure how to make them any faster than Halloween. Oh, well, no worries. Emily likes crystals. She believes in their healing power. No doubt, I believe you. I believe you. Now, where is everybody? Let's see, we got Caroline in here. Is your daughter at home? Oh, I don't see it. Nobody's here. I thought somebody liked Emily, so you weren't like... So you were like, no, thank you? Because somebody else liked him. Oh, yeah, it was Clint. Clint likes Emily, so I was like, nah, I'm going to move out of here. I don't want to cause any trouble. All right, this is Shaney. It would be a Shane. Here, take this. I seriously love this. You're the best, Earl. Yes, love me. Love me, love me. I really love this. How did you know? Oh, you know. Always slept. Always slept. Never wake, only slept. Okay, where's Marnie? Is Marnie in here? Aha. There you are, madam. Having drinks with the mayor, no doubt. This is an incredible gift. Thanks. You're welcome. Who's the burger for? Oh yeah, it's for M. Here, have this Borg. Have this burger. This gift is fabulous. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, she like gave me a kiss earlier, right? Thank you, all of you. I've been giving follower love, legit crying quietly while the kids are playing Leapfrog Book before bed. Very Pika, hey! I'm so glad. I'm so glad that was given, that the friendos in the chat are giving you some support. That's so sweet. So sweet. You deserve it, Barry Pika, you sweet bean. I haven't even watched your streams, but I'm still feel like supporting. Let's buy, dang, where's the poppers? Dang, man. We could buy him a beer. That seems like a bad idea. I don't want to do that. Besides, it's too expensive. Oh, we've got no money. Woof. We are dead broke. We are broke. Since when were we so broke? Goodness. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's get the heck out of here. I don't know if I should sleep since Sebastian's there. Wait, what? Oh, you can't go to bed? You can't go to bed with thoughts of Sebastian. Thoughts of Sebastian swelling in my head. What happened to your funds? Pig. One word. One word, 3 letters. Pig. Unfortunately, we spent it all on the oinker. We spent it all on Crispy. Our beautiful Crispy drained my pork is expensive. What? You don't eat the pig? You can't eat Crispy? You can't eat them? You're supposed to use them for truffle development. You're supposed to find truffles. Truffles are super valuable. We'll get truffles and we'll make truffle oil and it'll be a lark. It'll be a lark. I'm just kind of, blasting away at these, But Crispy is crunchy. Ew, cakey. Don't talk about that poor pig like that. How dare? Oh, they're an investment. Yeah, 16,000. We should calculate. As soon as I get some truffles, we should calculate how much the pig was worth. Truffles. Oh yeah, we should definitely try to get another silo, eh? Yeah, we should get another silo. Speaking of which, maybe we should take a scenic route and grab some trees. Ah, dang, I don't have my axe. Shaking my head. They find multiple truffles a day. It's nice. Oh yeah, it's gonna be worth it. It's just a future investment, Bleep bloop, bleep bloop, bleep bloop, blah, 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 blah. Wait, is somebody going to bed? Oi, you gotta go to work in the morning, so you must sleep. Hey, we'll see you later, Merps. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the support and all the love. You've been so sweet with the good vibes. I'm glad that you decided to buy that headset. I hope that you super duper love it. We'll see you later. We'll see you later, Merps. Get some rest. Get some schlep. Glad that you're taking care of yourself. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. So I'm gonna teach a few of my friends to ride a horse. Oh, snap. That sounds dangerous, Beowulf. Are you sure that you're up to the task? Be careful. Start slow. Horses could be very scary. Have some merpy dreams. What would a merpy dream be? I'm confused. I'm confused what a merpy dream is. Could you please explain? Explain, please, America. Also, I'm clearing out all of these for no reason. Really, we're just getting nothing from them. I'm not even getting coal. Where's my coal, huh? I was expecting to get some. But what, Haley Haynes? You didn't know that I was a streamer? Wow. Hello there, Haley. Are you, do you watch royalty soaps or something? Is that where you came from? Hi there, Haley. A merpy dream is a merpy dream. What? That's not very descriptive. Hey, Haley, thanks for jumping in the chat. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Is that a Haley that I know? I know Haley's. Wait a second. I'm confused. What's happening? My mind's blown. I don't know what's happening right now. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for a response because I don't know what to say. I'm just gonna go back to my farm. Help! Help, I've got stone for days. What do I do with all of it? Oh! Let's slap our stuff away. Put some, let's see, we got daffodils, stone, copper, coal. Okay, we got some copper. Nice. Don't forget to sleep. What, in the game? I was about to say, like, I automatically sleep in real life. Don't worry about it. Let's keep our wood. Let's keep our wood. Wanted to stop by and say hi. Got some work to do. Hey, no worries. K-Tronics, I'm glad that you got to jump in for a little while. It was big fun. I hope that you enjoyed just a little bit of chill. Just a little bit of chill Stardew. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you later, K-Tronics. Toodaloo. I'm glad that you got to chat for a little bit. Oh, you're from Royalty Soap, so snap. Haley also saw us. Hey, yes, I am a full-time streamer. In fact, I was celebrating my 1 year my 1 year not working at Royalty Soaps, 1 year of full-time streaming, and that happened on April 1st. And so we're kind of over that. We're over it, but still, that's an entire year of just streaming out here. There's been so much support, and we've played so many games, and it's just been big fun. We're nearly to 2,000 hours streamed. Nearly. We might be getting closer and closer, actually. Oh, it's Emily's birthday. Dang it, I should have saved that survival burger. Darn it. I didn't know that it was going to be her birthday today. Okay, let's see. What is she? Oh, she loves tons of stuff. Let's give her Topaz or Aquamarine. Let's find out. What do we got here? Royalty Soaps, I thought you looked familiar. I thought the name was just a coincidence. No. It's me, the Earl of Suds. Katie Carson's brother. Yes, one of those beans. Yes. Brother number 2, right here. The younger brother. Have I been on the channel? I've been on that channel a few times. Yes, indeed, Stu Bear. The very same one. The very Earl. Living here in Dallas, Texas. Oi, hey, bleep bloop. Where do you check that? It was in my achievements. That's where I saw it. Huh? What is happening with your community center? Let's get that greenhouse. Good point, Kaz. Good point. I should get my focus on. It's the next season, I think, is the main stuff that I need to do. I was working on getting. I really need a big brown egg. I think that's something that oh, there we go. We can put this wool, and that'll finish another bundle. This is our first wool right here. Our bun has grown up. Our bun is grown up. Hooray! Hooray! So now we can go out here. Let's pet all of our animals. And that's another thing right there. Crispy looking juicy. Juicy. Do not ever call me or my pig juicy ever again. How dare. Good meow meow. BRB. Gotta go hydrate. And after all the love, hey, go get a drink. Berry Pika, go get yourself a drink, please. Okay, let's just grab these peas. Big bun. Big bun all grown up. Juicy. Juicy. We need to build, excuse me, another one of these silos. Does anybody know how to make these? Does anybody know these? You actually didn't know that I was related to Royalty Subs until the second or third stream? You watched Katie all this time and and you were introduced to your stream in a raid? Hey, awesome sauce. That's probably gonna happen more and more as my sister gets more popular. She's way more popular than whenever I was on the channel. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this happens. More and more. Let's sell some stuff right here. What made you want to do the soap with your sister? Oh, money. Money and freedom. I was working at a barn before I worked at Royalty Subs, so it was kind of a no-brainer. Didn't really want to keep working at a horse barn whenever I could work for my sister and make more money. Easy call. And it's also, you know, it was very fun. It was very fun and creative and stuff. It was much more interesting than working with horses. So, and also I got opportunity to get to do a lot of creative stuff. Like I was the video editor for at least like months and months and months, hundreds of videos I edited. I totally enjoyed that. And it was very creatively engaging. Very engaging. 100 stone, 10 clay, 5 copper bars. Okay, so clay is the thing that I forgot last time, right? I like money. I'm Mr. Krabs. I like money. No, that's not what I mean. Maybe you should stay home today. Oh my gosh, what does that mean? What was that? Did you say that? Do you still work for Katie? In no respect, no. I can hear the spirits whispering something to me. The spirits are somewhat mildly perturbed. Okay, very ominous, very scary. But yeah, no, I don't work in any respect with the family business anymore. But I kind of keep tabs on it a little bit. Let's see. I think I've worked with consultation like one time. I don't know. So what you said we need 100 stone, 10. Oh, only 5 copper bars and stone. If it's made mostly out of stone, this is gonna be easy. We'll just grab this, and we already have all the... Nope, we don't have the stone in our pockets. Boom, we'll put a big stack right there. Let's go get that built, and we need to get Emily a present. I've already got the topaz, I just remembered. We've got that. We could turn in the wool. And we'll check the community center. Let's see what happens. She's BFFs with the Try Guys now? I don't know if I... Okay. I'm just gonna let y'all weave y'all stories. You're gonna make spaghetti tonight? Ooh, spaghetti. Spaghetti time. They say money doesn't buy you happiness, but it can be used to buy the stuff that makes me happy. So, well, Cakey, I mean, it certainly can be distracting in a good way. Where's Emily at, though? Oh, there's Sebby. Seb, but I think I've already given him too many presents. Let's check where M is. Oh, M's down here, birthday time. Let's go take care of our business first. Oh, and do we have the money? $10,000, holy crap. We sold some serious cabbage, you guys. Serious cabbage. I would totally eat some spaghetti tonight. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking I still need to investigate HelloFresh because I'm curious about that. I wonder if I would enjoy making stuff. We'll have to see. Because I don't want to think about what I'm cooking to eat, you know? I don't want to think about what I'm eating. I just want there to be food, you know? It's $100? Ha! It's just $100. That's very affordable. Boop. We'll just put it right there, right out of the way. Most of the things like take 30 minutes to make. Yeah, that's good. That's good because I don't have time for anything else. Or I won't make time anyway. You want food in general, but your gums hurt? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What are you going to eat whenever your gums are all... HelloFresh, sponsor this boy's stream. HelloFresh sponsored stream. We're doing cooking streams, you guys. I have to cook 5 different HelloFresh meals on stream. Come on, you guys. Show some support. There we go. All right, let's zoom over to animal products and let's take a look at what we need, you guys. What do we need? Boom, we got the wool. Bada bing, bada boom, and the bundle's complete. What the heck do we get? What the heck kind of present do we get? A cheese press. Nice. So if we get another cow or another goat, we'll be good. And let's see. Artisan bundle summer crops. So we got to get one more tomato. I cannot believe that I missed a tomato. I even made tomatoes. And I never even put it in here. Shaking my head. Cloth, we can make that. Truffle oil we'll have soon from the piggy. And quality crops are melons and corn, which we can get both of those from summer. Long time no see, FNAF. It's not been that long. Hey, FNAF, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. FNAF, hope you've been having a good day, my friend. Hello. Wow, wow. You were here like 4 days ago. I'm glad to see you. There you go, hashtag sponsored. You hear that? It's our totally real hashtag sponsor for the day. Check out their products at twitch.tv/the Earl of Suds. 10 out of 10, we all recommend. You're gonna head out and go to sleep. Have a good rest of your day. Hey, Arson, thank you so much for those sweet words. We'll see you later. We shall see you later, chum. Thanks so much for jumping in. I hope that you had a good time. Hope you had a good time. And I'd love to see you again. If you want to hang out again, we will be here pretty much every day. Do. I'm glad that you're feeling better, FNAF. I'm sorry that you were feeling crummy. You deserve to feel the good. You deserve the best feelings. There's Shane schlubbing through town. Let's give her a good present on her birthday, eh? And you know that I'm swooping in here. Clint's in big trouble. Clint's in big trouble. Emily's got blue hair and is a cutie. We've got this one. A birthday gift. That's very kind of you. I love it. She loves it. I bet you Clint's gonna give her like a clod of dirt. I bet he's gonna give her just like a handful of worms. Is this a cutscene right here? Ha! Walking out the side. Kenny's talking to all the alternative girls in town. She's got colored hair. She's a manic pixie. She's the manic pixie. Oh wait. Another beautiful day in Pelican Town. La 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 la. What about Sebski? What about Seb? He's an alternative boy. Burb. Hey, drop one of those feathers. Let me have one, please. My friends. Those are your friends? All right. Let's not make fun of her. Birds. Oh. That bird's dead, man. Oh no, you poor thing. Oh, she's gonna nurse it back to health. How adorable. Your wing's broken. Oh no. Oh, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. You just have to cradle the baby. Oh, you're a bit different than the others, aren't you? Just like me. This writing is really on the nose. She's quirky. I'm not like the others, and neither are you, because you hit a window. You're quirky. Yeah, this bird's quirky. It hits windows. Don't worry, I'll nurse you back to health, little one. Everything will be all right. This bird. I wouldn't equate myself to a bird that hit a window, but Emily took the injured parrot to her home and bandaged the wing. Aw, it's a parrot. I do like parrots, though. He's all set up in a room, but as a token of respect, she didn't give the bird a name. All right. Hey, we all draw our lines certain place. You guys watched The Office? I did. I haven't watched The Office, and that's a heart thing? What did that have to do with me? Why is there a cutscene that doesn't involve me directly? I don't understand. So what? So what does this have to... Well, there's a bird somewhere around here. She patched it up. Where's the bird? Excuse me? I like making my own clothes, but it's not easy to get cloth. All right. I didn't know that she was a seamstress. You heard carrot instead of parrot. Imagine nursing a carrot back to health. The carrot's all withered. It's a withered carrot. You have to take care of it. Please give it water. Give it water and stroke its hairy. Its hairy self. Please take care of my carrot. Hello. You came all the way to visit me? That's nice. Yeah. So have you been exploring all the mountain caves at all? Oh, look at what's with the red? What's with that red? Did you see that red dot? What does that mean? You see the little thump, the little red dot? You see this? Interesting. I'd like to go there myself one of these days. Oh, maybe that's her. Maybe that's the crescendo of her character. What do you think? Her ultimate character is getting away from Pierre, then going on an adventure with an adventurer. Don't worry, you can defend yourself, but I'll be there just in case as backup. I'm sure that she'll be able to handle a sword, and I'll be there just in case. Everybody needs backup. I could use some backup. I've died out there. The number of bats in the local cave. Slay 50 bats in 2 days? What kind of mission is this? There's a lot of trash in the water. Why don't we fish out to make the valley more beautiful? Some? What do you mean? Also, how are you going to pay me, Linus? You don't have any money. I'm going to take off all of my stuff. So what, in the river? We're supposed to just catch some trash? How much? Gather 20 pieces of trash and dump them in the recycle bin. 20? In 2 days? Taking jobs from a homeless man. You don't know that. You like her purple hair? I miss Kenny with purple hair too. Someday, goth girl. The purple hair was super cool. I loved the purple hair. I totally need to do it again. But I might try fire red hair next. I don't know. Look like some kind of angry anime character that always cracks all of the jokes in the squad. You know that character with the sharp teeth. The sharp teeth and the sort of angry looking eyes. Zoot. I hope that this is trash.
I hope it's trash for the trash man. All right.
Nani? Zoot.
I'm the trash man.
Hey, Haley, thanks so much for the follow. Hey, royalty soaps friendo in the party. Hey. Welcome. Leaning into your natural color. Wait, what? My natural color's boring old brown. Boring old brown. Hi, wanted to do text-to-speech messages. Text-to-speech is pretty great. We've got Brian that does all of the talking. What time is it? 4 p.m. Oi. Why don't you just fish in the pond on your farm? You get a lot more trash. Lauren, that's genius. I forgot how trashy my ponds were. That's a good point. You get it's almost 100% trash. Do you have to get them from the river? I don't think it said so, Pimley. It doesn't here. It says gather trash. It says fish some trash out. I could have swore that it said river, but I don't think that it does in the mission. And that's all that matters. For a cheap 100 bits or $1 sub, you can have Brian speak to chat. It's true. For the low price of $1, you can make him say a vodego, egg, frying an egg for like 30 years. It's totally worth it. Just think about how many minutes of torment you get to include. Just think about it. It was the power of suggestion. You were near a river. I could have swore that it said it on the sign, though. It definitely didn't say in the mission. I remember more than one royalty soap video with the light highlighting redness in your hair. It's true. I do, especially during summertime. Summertime, I've got a much more reddish tint to my hair. Oh, we gotta recycle all of this. Maybe we can keep the soggy newspaper, you know? All right, yo, check it out. Look at all this trash.
Look at all this trash. You're totally right, Lauren. I can now become the trash man.
They say that Kenny turns ginger in the summer heat. He would if he stayed outside. I think that might not happen this year, Corey. This is the year of hiding indoors. I don't think I'm gonna go outside, not a single time. Have a recycler or two in handy.
Lobster man. Delicious lobsters. He turned as red as a lobster.
You like indoors? Me too. I like indoors more and more. The older I get, the more I like it inside. Okay, let's see. How many recyclers have we got? I think we got one. We got one. Let's make ourselves another. So it's really the recycler that we're running it through? Dump the trash in the recycle bin behind the train platform. A shame. A shame we're not allowed to recycle it. We gotta go take it to the specific recycler. To the specific one. You like outdoors too, unless it's raining? Well, outdoors are okay. Okay, but hear me out, Kenny with bright pink hair. I'm gonna probably be growing out my hair, so we'll probably do like some fun temporary dyes. In fact, I'm considering doing a temporary dye for the subathon on my birthday, May 2nd of 2021. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I believe that this may happen. I don't know what color we'll be going for, though. We'll have to see. I'm telling you, poser paste is great. It's great? How long does it last, Alchemic? You're a May baby too. Oh my God. How many May babies? Kenny is born May 2nd, 2021. We're so looking forward to the day, Corey. I'm ready to get out of this giant womb that's called the Earth. Hooray! Let me free. Elon, please take me up to the moon.
Patricia. $1. You can make Brian say anything. Horse, 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 horse.
Patricia, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for the $1 tip and for the important message. Thank you for relaying that important message. I appreciate it. God bless. It's temporary. It's like hair makeup, essentially, so it only lasts until you wash it out. Aw, man. Aw, man, that's it. That seems a little too quick, right? That doesn't seem like enough suffering. I don't know. It seems like if I'm gonna make it a sub goal, then it should be painful in some way. It should make me suffer, you know? Every sub goal gives a little bit of suffering. And it won't harm your hair. Harm hair. I think that I may be harming my hair just by existing. I think that the way that I take care of my hair is probably what you would call harmful. I wash it with dish soap in the sink. About 3 days. It takes about 3 days, you know. And then I wash it with dish soap in the sink. I found out that you have a slim chance of getting fabric from a newspaper whenever you recycle it. Blew my mind. I'm totally looking forward to it. I want to get that free cloth. Free cloth, free cloth. I cringe so hard right now. No, you're lying. All right, Lynn's called it. I am lying. Even knowing that you were lying, just think about it. Nice dawn. Hey, it works on the ducks. If it works on the ducks, it's going to work on the Earl. You know what I'm saying? Huh? You have a literal family that makes shampoo bars? Oh, well, Pemily, those don't work very well for me. I mean, I don't think that that's a bad thing for me to say because they don't say that they work for everybody. In fact, Katie's soap even itself, you know, it only works for certain types of skin. Everybody's a little bit different. But yeah, it doesn't really work with my hair that well. Do you wash your face with water only too? Wait, what? What am I supposed to wash my face with? What are you talking about? I wash my cats with Dawn that has the duckies, that has the little ducks on the, it's got some ducks. If it's good enough for ducks, it's good enough for cats. That's what I always say. My mom always said what's good for the ducks. Dawn is the good stuff, but I may be biased. Oh my. Jedi. I can't believe it. I love Dawn. Me too, Kuri. I'm so glad that she's back. Come on, where's the trash? Where's the trash? 7th generation is all organic and much safer. 7th generation. There's much more generations than that. I use Dawn to get rid of bugs in my houseplants. Whoa, what's happening right now? I'm so confused. You guys are dropping all of the mom knowledge on me, and I don't even know what's happening. Kuya Cat's here. Yeah, how are you doing? How you doing, Kuya Cat? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello. Thanks for the lurks. I appreciate it. We harassed him for weeks to buy soap. I'm losing faith in him. I have it. I bought the soap. I bought it. I bought it days and days ago. You didn't check in with me, Linz. I was waiting for an update. I was waiting to give it to you, but you never asked. And I was so sad. What is it? 12 a.m. It's all right. We got 5. How many have we got? What do we got? We need 7 more. 7 more pieces of trash.
More trash for the trash man.
Oh, wait. That was too far. Earl, are you a voice actor at all? Not at all. Not even a little bit. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. What is the symptoms for a heart attack? Because you might be experiencing it all at once. Heart palpitations? Sweaty palms? Loss of vision? I don't know. I'm not sure. No, you told us on movie night a few weeks ago. I remember. Wait, what? Do you know that I got soap, right? I got soap. Yeah, it's true. Curry, Dawn's name is Dawn. It's true. You're gonna die. I think you're gonna be fine, Catercorn. You're gonna be just fine. Also, I'm going to die. Wait, it's 1:20? Oh, I think we can catch one more piece of trash.
One more piece of trash. Come on.
Come on, trash. Mr. Trash Man. Bring me some trash. Boom, 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 boom. I have to run. I'm done. I'm done. Too much risk. Too much risk for this bisque. I'm going to bed. Ah, no, darn it. I flew too close to the sun and my little wax wings, they melted all. Dripping puddle on the ground, looks like the Wicked Witch of the West. Ah, dang. That's too bad. Went too far, you guys. I'm sorry. I went too far. Oh, geez. What do we got? Oh, we got some lucky lunch. Lucky lunch indeed. Thank you very much. I wonder what's in here. What is in a lucky lunch, you guys? Let's find out right now. I'm curious. Lucky lunch contains a sea cucumber? Sea cucumbers, lucky? Blue jazz, the flower, and a tortilla. Now, tortilla I agree with, but a sea cucumber for lucky lunch. Bruh, that ain't luck. That is gross. I ain't eating no sea cucumber. I don't care about it being lucky. Yeah, icky food. No, thank you. You sound almost like a voice twin for one of the characters on Big Mouth. I've heard that before, Barry Pika, but I've never watched the show. So it's a complete accident. It's an accident. I doubt that I could do the voice if I tried. I just like goofing around. I like goofing around with the voices. Also, these are the very plants that we need. These are the very ones. Yes, the very ones indeed. Pet all the chickens and the duck. Lucky for whom? Not for the sea cucumber. The sea cucumber's like, no, wiggling in pain. That's the noise that a sea cucumber makes. Pet that crazy chicken. Pet that scary chicken. Good. Moo so cute. I know. The cows are pretty great. Similar to a guy who plays Derpy character. Derpy? Wrong button. There we go. The stream's over. You just called me Derpy. I can't believe it. All right, let's grab these eggs. Oh, last day of spring. I know, I got a shooka that bush. We got a shooka. Oh, look at that, 4 squids. King of the squids over here, goodness. Yeah, we got to get there by noon. But let's get some more just mashing buttons over there. Listen, I'm struggling over here. Listen, these buttons don't make any sense. It's literally my fault for not making these. You can put images on these buttons and I just have words. You can put any icons that you want and I just have starting, talking, gaming, table, cut, baba, raid. What is that? It says lemon, hype, default, and zoom. How am I supposed to figure out what any of these buttons mean? I'm in trouble for calling him Derpy, or does he pull my leg? Oh, I'm pulling your leg. You're all good, Barry. I'm just teasing. I just wanted to practice my zoom. What's lemon? Oh, lemon's the counter. I don't know why it says lemon. I don't remember typing that, but that's the button. No, you're good, Barry. I was only teasing. I'm sorry. Oh, today's a lucky day.
Today's your lucky day.
Womp womp. Weep womp. Weep womp. It's only 9:30. We have plenty of trash time.
Trash.
Trashy trash. I'm dying out here, you guys. Where's my trash? Mr. Trashman, send me up. Oh my gosh, come on. Well, I'd rather have a lucky day than lucky soup. Yeah, we might as well just take the luck that's given to us for free. I'll take the free luck every time. Gosh, we gotta hurry up. Fan fiction? Oh, that's not the word that I didn't allow, Kiki. Sorry about that. That's not the bad word. It's getting late. Good night, friendos. It is getting late. I can't believe that I stayed up this late. I don't even know why I'm awake right now. Robin! Hey, that's why I was still awake, so that Robin could say hi. Hoi! Get some sleep. Just another person like you. Give Pookie a kiss for us, and we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Give Pookie a head pat. Pat, pat. If they're not sleeping. Don't wake them up. We'll see you later, Linz. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wimp, wimp. Aw, dang. Aw, dang. Come on. Where's my trash? I don't have time for this. I gotta go in town. Okay, I'm not gonna miss it. I'm not gonna miss it. We gotta go to town. We gotta shake that bush. We gotta shake that bush at noon. Hopefully I can make it there. Actually getting a little bit concerned right now. You are the most important Robin. Very important. Very important you are.
Very important you are, yes. Vance Robin you are. Let's go up here.
It's going to be like playing tag with me in streams because of starting a new job. No worries. If you're jumping in, jumping out, that's all right. Jump in, jump out. We'll be waiting for you. No worries, Goth Girl Punk. I'm glad that you're getting stuff done. Getting stuff done. Making that moosh. Making that moosh. It's this bush, right? Your farm has changed so much since I saw you play, and I'm confused by everything. It's all right, Robin. I installed some mods. And that's the reason why it looks a little weird. That is part of it anyway. What the heck? Where is it? Have I already got it? Is that why it didn't give it to me? All right. You're feeling lucky. Not so lucky, eh? I already got the spring one. Dang it. Stupid. Stupid. Give me more. Give me more. I want more. I want it all. I want it all. Give me it all. Okay, let's get some more trash. Stardew mods. It's true. Stardew mods. Indeed. Just slightly modified. Slightly modified for your convenience. Yeah, so these beans aren't doing anything. We still got 3 days. Let's grab this trash before it's too late. Before it's too late. Yeah, there's all the mods. Thank you, Jedi. Jedi right on top of it. Yo, Jedi. Thank you so much for being an awesome sauce mod. Oi, oi, oi. All right. Come on. I've got to get this trash today. I've got to get it done today. We got to get 3 more pieces of trash, then we got to dump them. We got to dump them. 3 more. Come on. We got time. We got time. We can do it. Dang it. Joja Cola. That's actually good. That's not even trash. That's dinner. Like tomorrow you work till 4, then till 11 p.m. So you don't know when you'll see the streams unless you keep your vid ups and I can watch replays. I don't know how long the VODs stay up, Goth Girl, but I think that it's like 2 weeks or something. Yeah, I think that it's set on the maximum that it can be. If I didn't turn them in, if I didn't like edit every one of them. But yeah, they last for a while. They last for like 2 weeks, I think. I don't know if you're gonna be wanting to watch 6 hours whenever it's not running, but it's there if you want it. It's there if you want it. What's that noise? Did you just hear that thump thump? Oh, she's working on the silo down there. Well, I was about to say, am I going crazy? Cause I could have swore I just heard a thump thump of a hammer. Yep. That's her working down here. Okay, come on now. How long am I gonna stream today? Oh, I'm pretty much done. It's getting way too late. I can't believe that I'm still awake right now. I think that we're gonna make it to the next day, and then we're gonna call it a night. Beep boop. What? This is longer than normal. He's streaming forever. He's never gonna stop. I mean, I'm glad that there's so many beans that are hanging out. Away. Beep boop. Ooh, check it out. Yo. We got 20 pieces of trash. Let's go dump them off. And what else are we gonna do? Nothing? Oh, wait, let's put this stuff in the bucket. Let's go slap it in the bucket. Slap it in this bucket right here. Get that large egg, void egg. And what else? Milk. And we've got another cheese machine. More cheese, Gromit. Let's move this out of the way and put the cheese machine right here. I think that we turned this entire game into a cheese machine with all these mods, you know what I'm saying? Where'd I put the... Oh, there's the spinning wheel. Yes. Curse Ender. Now let's go, up to the... Oh, wait. The fastest way should be up this way. Go. Let's force Kenny to keep streaming. I don't think that's possible. Whoa. Let's grab these mushrooms before I forget. La. All right, let's go up north. Up north. Yo, north. That's where we need to go. I think that they said by the, where am I supposed to go? Community cleanup. It says behind the train platform. Oh, dear. Oh, it's too late. Ah, crap. I had good luck today. Should have busted those geodes, but at least we're getting this trash mission done. How much is this homeless man gonna pay me for this job, huh? Maybe some of the town folks are gonna work together, right? Do. Up we go. Be a shame if we start a hype train when you're finishing streaming. Excuse me. Is that all of it? No, $500? How could he afford this? How did he afford such things? Incredible. Do. You don't think that that's possible, streaming for 30 days straight? It's with sleeping. Sleeping's included, if anything. And also, streams can only go for 48 hours, and then you have to reset it, technically. But you can get right back on it. You can get right back on it, but of course there's sleeping, because you can't stay awake for 30 days. I don't even think that you can stay awake for 4. I don't know. 4 days is starting to push it, right? That would be pretty impressive. And I'm looking around. I can go ahead and slap the stuff back on the rod since I'm not going to be fishing for trash anymore. And it's too late. We wasted our entire lucky day. Our lucky day has been ruined, but it's all right. We can crack geodes later. Oh wait, no give presents. No give presents. Down we go. Oh, there's a mission today. Caroline would like to hire somebody to fetch Daffodil. You'll be paid for your time. All right, I think that we can probably do that. Daffodil. Maybe we can do it real quick. Do. Daffodil for Caroline, who's the one that's up there, the one with the green hair, with the beautiful swampy green hair. And I wonder if I've got anything else that I could do before the season ends. Oh, look at that auto machine go! Look at that thing. It knows exactly what to do. Daffodil. Perfect. And that daffodil's for Caroline? Okay. Let's see if we can catch them before they get out of here. You come back here. Darling, I do have this daffodil just for you. Don't go anywhere. We've got a small daffodil. Do. All right, excuse me. Caroline, you're still up here. Let me take a look. Oh dear, she's snuck downward. Whap. You get really grumpy whenever you're sleep deprived? Sometimes I do too. It's a tough call. You never know what's gonna happen. Because I've streamed really late before. You can never really tell what's gonna go down. Oh, please leave the door open. No, let me in. No, I got your food. Oh, I've got your thing. No, come out here. You get headaches without enough sleep? I get headaches from almost everything. I can't escape them. Maybe it's because I look at streams all day, so I've gotten grumpy on 24 hours. Yeah, but I've also gotten grumpy from like 4 hours. It kind of depends. It depends on the stream and my mood whenever we start. I think that's the main thing. Lucas, hey, what's up? Welcome to the chat, my friend. Hope you're doing all right, Lucas. Hello. Hello. I'm glad that you got to catch the end of the stream. Awesome sauce. Glad that I got to say hi. Dang it, Caroline, come out here. Get over here. Do. Okay, well, we're done so. We could do that tomorrow. Don't worry about it. The next year, year 2 summer is about to start. This is it, you guys. This is it. I guess we'll do one day in summer. Just step outside your room, Caroline. Yeah, can I yell from the door? Like, hey, get over here. Get over here, Caroline. I've got one daffodil for you. I've got a beautiful daffodil. I'm sorry to hear that. Sucks. Sorry about that, Lucas. That is big suck. I hope that things pick up for you, my friend. Oof. Common mushroom, Jojo Cola. Should we sell this? I don't even want to drink it. I hate Jojo so much that I'm not even going to drink their cola. I'm not even going to give it the benefit of me even trying it. I won't even sample it. That's how against Jojo I am, you guys. I won't even sip it. No, not even a sip. Not even a sip. I'm going to sell this. Ooh, Blue Jazz Honey. Nice. $200. Sell all these mushrooms. And everything's running. Everything is moving along very nicely. And I will go ahead and get all this loot. All this delicious loot that I've gotten. I wonder how much I'm making per day, right? How much? Oh, I saw that. You think I'm going to miss that mayo? You ain't going to miss me with that mayo. Give me that duck mayonnaise. That's so disgusting sounding. Duck mayo. Ugh. For some reason, that makes me think that we're making the mayo out of ducks. Like the poor ducks are somehow being turned into mayo. I don't like it. There's something wrong with it. Yeah, we're putting all the ore in here so that it like automatically smelts. And all the bars go over here. Let's see, we got clay. So I've got a lot of stone. I could pretty easily make another silo as soon as this one's done, right? Duck mayo does sound ew. I don't like it. It's no different than chicken mayo. They don't call it chicken mayo. They just call it mayo. They don't call it chicken mayo. That's not a thing. Duck mayo is so much worse. Let's put our golden axe over here where our pail is. And oh, boom, it automatically does it. Everything's so fancy. You could probably make it out of quail too. Well, but you wouldn't make it out of quail eggs. Yeah, okay, you corrected yourself. Nice. Chicken mayo. Yummy. Do you put chicken mayo on your sandwiches? You totally got it. Shade brain cell. I should have just waited 2 seconds. Oh, maple syrup's ready. Maple syrups. Does that mean that there's lizard mayo? No, it doesn't. Just because it means that there could be doesn't mean that it is there. Boop, boop, bleep, bloop. Is there pig mayo? What? Pigs don't lay eggs. Sorry, Barry, that's a little too far. You don't even have mayo in your home? Neither do I. No way. No, what? Mayo? Who uses mayo? Not me. No, thanks. It's what, 11:30? Let's see, what have I got in my hands? Maple syrup. Yeah, hang on. Let's see, what do we make out of this, right? You love this song? Me too. Is this from Banjo-Kazooie? I don't know, because I've never played the game. Maple syrup. Oh, it's for the honey house. Nice. That's coal, iron, and maple syrup. Maple syrup. Well, I'm probably gonna have to play Banjo-Kazooie someday, because this song is banging. It's worth it, just for one song. Do I have enough coal? Uh-oh. I was a fool. What am I missing? Ah, dang it, it is coal that I'm missing. Are you kidding me? I wanted to make these honey boxes, like, a lot. Let's see, can I put some... Let's at least cook a little bit of wood. It's, we might have time. It's what, 3? We need 8? I don't think we can do it. I don't think we could do it. It's too late. Oh, there we go. Well, let's slap down at least one of these suckers. And I'll make it so that it's relatively easy to collect them, I suppose. This way I can kind of weave through them. I think that hits all of the flowers, if I'm not mistaken. Nice. Because I accidentally picked the flowers last time. Whoopsies. Goopsies. You have mayo but nothing to eat it with? What? A true mayo fiend would just eat it right out of the jar with a spoon. I'm confused, Cakey. If you like mayo, why don't you just eat it with a spoon? Yummy. Do we need 8? Yes. And wood, which I'm using up all the wood on the coal. Where's my stuff? Reach pal, what the heck? Oh my gosh, there's a raid. Hey, raid, awesome sauce. Hey, welcome you guys. Thank you so much, Reach Pat. Whoa, such an aggressive chat. Holy moly, whoa, Reach Pat. I so appreciate it, my friend. What's up? Holy crap. Nick, please. Goodness, everybody, welcome to the chat. Hi there, what's up, Reach Pal? What the heck were you playing, my friend? Let's get a shout out. Nice, Luigi's Mansion 3, that game is muy bueno, my friend. Ooh, I play this like every single year. I love it so much. Hey, Bohemian Moons in the chat, thank you so much, Reach Pat. We got a party going on around here. A celebration to last throughout the year. Thanks so much for jumping in the chat, my friend. I appreciate it, Reach Pat. Goodness gracious. Hi there. Did I see Breezyonic in there? I see Bohemian Moon. Hey, Reach Pat. Hi there. A nerd with a Switch. Welcome to the chat. Hi there. Thank you so much. Is that Damniel? I think that's the way to say it. I'm not sure. I'm slightly confused. Hi there. Hope that y'all had a wonderful stream with my friendo Reach Pat. I appreciate it. Reach Pat, you're a mod for Sleeping Dogfish, right? Isn't that how I know you? I think so. Yes. I'm also following you because I've watched some of your streams. Yes. Very sneaky. I apologize. I am a filthy lurker. And I'm about to pass out in this game. Dogfish and Breezy. Oh, snap. Reach Pat is a friendo to all. Thank you so much, Reach Pat, for jumping in the chat. We're playing a couple of mods in Stardew. In fact, we're almost done, and I will 100% be passing on all of this love to another streamer. I will 100%. We will totally say hi. I'm not gonna let this hype go to waste. No siree, Bob. We are absolutely gonna be able to drop some love on somebody else as well. Don't worry. But it is true. We are getting very close to the end. It's about to be a new year. And it is getting late. Earl, go to bed. A random ghosty. Excuse me? Don't tell me what to do. Oh, hey there. Would you mind clicking this link? Oh, yeah. I wasn't sure how long you've been on, but I want to raid you for a while. And it says that you are still online. Yay! I so appreciate the Reach Pat. That is so very sweet. Can we get another shout out for Reach Pat? With your sweet bean and your crazy community jumping in and going, making it into a party. Party time. Just bonk Ghosty. He's fine. He's used to it. Oh, snap! Look out! We got it. We've got history. Oh, dear. History. Wow. We got hammers flying around everywhere. Be careful. Oh, check it out. It's summer. Yeah, hello. It's summer. Who is this? Fiber Seeds? This is Linus. Hi, Earl. Thanks for helping me clean up around the valley. The waters are looking much cleaner. I think everybody will appreciate it. I know I will. As my way of saying thanks, I wanted to teach you how to grow your own fiber. I hope it's useful. Linus. But anyway, you guys, I'm sorry I had to read that. But how was Luigi's Mansion 3? Were you just starting the game out? Are you doing like a challenge run? What the heck is going on? It's just an old game, so I know that you're not just playing it. You're not just playing it because it came out. So what's the occasion? You playing some spooky games, or you're just revisiting some Mario games? What's going on? Like I said, we played it like both of the Halloween since it came out. We played it because it's super duper fun. And I've also played Luigi's Mansion 1 on stream twice, I think. I'm a big fan of the series, 100%. I was totally deprived of it as a child. The poor flowers. The flowers are dead. Everything dies. Everything on this valley is dead. I can't believe it. You've never played it before? You got it on sale. Ooh, nice. You thought that it'd be a fun game to play since I 100%ed Super Mario 3D World. Ooh, nice. I don't think Oopsie and I aren't quite done with 100%. Shaking my head. We need to do another stream. I don't know what Oops is doing, but he needs to get back here so that we can finish that game. But yes, it's a most good, incredible game. Do love Luigi's Mansion 3. We'll probably play it this, I mean, it's like, it's so difficult to find Halloween games that are somewhat family friendly. It's literally like impossible. You guys need to do another stream. We're going to. We've got to do it. We've got to do it. I haven't seen them in my chat in a little while. Okay, we get the cheese machines going. Let's see, automation is absolutely maximum. All we gotta do is just put something in this right here, and boom, it will just automatically feed it into all of the machines. It's literally incredible. Okay, this is gonna be our last day of the evening, you guys. So let me just go ahead and get a little bit of work done. Let's see, we've got geodes for days, holy moly. And we're feeling lucky as well. Let's see, we're gonna need to plant some stuff, you guys. I think that it's planting time. You wonder if you still have a list of spooky but not scary games? Well, I know that we have what's it called? Little Nightmares 2. I know I've got that. I think that we might wait till October for that, even though it just came out. It just came out, and Rosera bought it for me, but I don't think that we're gonna play it right now. Also, look how beautiful this field looks. My goodness. My goodness, just beautiful. Let's fill up that new silo, eh? It's not actually that spooky. I mean, maybe to you, but the first one was pretty spooky. I was disturbed, okay? The grass looks great. This is what we get for modding the game. Look how beautiful. Phil played on stream the other day. Well, maybe you and Phil are really tough because yeah, the first one's definitely spooky. Okay, we're just gonna keep going. You're a big baby with spooky? Well, less of a big baby than I am, apparently. Then again, we did play Amnesia, so I don't know how I feel about this. Oh, it's super good. Play it now. No, I don't want to play it now. We need to save it. We'll save it for later. I must ask you to play this game. No, I will shave it for later. You left for Amnesia? Oh, snap. Oh, yeah, that game was horrible. That game was, I regret playing that game. That's my only regret. That's my only regret, is playing that game. I should have given up and stopped. You have to be careful with spooky. Yeah. We don't really play spooky around here. Don't worry. I was here. I know. He's tough. Oh, there we go. We done. We finished it up. I appreciate all the support of the people that were there during the horrible Amnesia streams. Okay. Everything is looking beautiful. Just beautiful. Okay, thank goodness. I thought I killed the orange tree for some reason. Let's go buy some stuff and smack these geodes. Let's bust these geodes open and see what kind of treasure is inside. And we'll take a little bit of a quick. We'll take a little quick move right here on this. Oh, yes. And it's time to do... mines? No, wait, no. Town. That's what it is. I was confused. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Geode busting. It's strawberry season. Yes, it's strawberry season. It's melon season. It's corn season. There's a lot of things that we need to grow. They're all very important. This is a very, very important time for us. We have a lot of missions that we need to complete. We've got a lot of community center stuff that we've got to get done. The poor kitty. What's wrong with it? No, the kitty's doing just fine. Did it just squish her? Oh, you're talking about the cat in real life. Oh dear. I thought you were talking about a game cat, and I'm like, no, it's hanging out in the sun. It went squish. Ooh, opal. We've got some good obsidian. Obsidian, that's for our Bina Sebastian. Freaking Phasmo. Oh, snap. Your favorite spooky game is the ghost hunting one? Oh yeah, Phasmo. Phasmo's good stuff. Yay. Phasmo's just fun. It's just, if anything, it's a little bit boring, to be honest. I think that I've gotten bored of it. It just is not, it's too predictable now, unfortunately. It doesn't make my heart pound like it used to, you know? I feel like we've grown apart. We've grown apart, me and Phasmo. I feel like we had something, but I lost the magic, you know? Lost the magic. I just think that we've known each other for too long, and now we know each other too well. It's not me, it's you, Phasmo. You need to update or something because you are boring. Can't they just buy some new houses or something? Because I am falling asleep over here. They're trying to scare me and I'm like, hello, how are you doing? Hey, Sparkle Nerd, what's up? Sparkle Nerd's in the chat. Oh, yeah. We got 7 days to do for unknown reasons, the local population of the Dorado has grown to an unsustainable level. You have to reduce their numbers. I can't do that. 100 pieces of bone? I'm not doing any of these missions. These are way too difficult.
These are way too difficult. Let's go straight to Pierre's and purchase some items. Let us go purchase some seeds.
Ooh, I like this little ensemble right here. Nice. Wah, wah, wee, wah, wee, wah, 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 wah. Crack open Pierre's shop and buy some stuff. Excuse me, Pierre. Okay. We've got melons, tomatoes, blueberries, peppers, wheat. Okay, so like, I'm telling you, this has got to be the best. This is the best time to make stuff. We need melons for the community center. We need melons for Demetrius. We need tomatoes for pizza and tomatoes for the, also, we need those for the community center. Blueberries make fantastic wine and jelly. Peppers can be used to woo Shane. Wheat is just generally good to make stuff. Radishes are worth nothing whatsoever, and they taste disgusting. And the rest, hops. We can make beer, and also corn, which I don't know what that does. But yeah, we gotta make them all, you guys. We gotta buy them all. Seed them on. Boop. We got 30 of those. Let's get like 30 of these. So how long do these take? 12 days, 11 days? So we can do this twice because it's 28? Yeah, we can do these at least twice. So if we go a little low, it'll be all right. Blueberries continue after the harvest. So I'm just going to officially buy like 40? Nah, that's too many, right? Oh, 41, dang it. I just bought more accidentally. Peppers. Let's see. They continue to produce after the harvest. Let's go a little bit lighter on these, maybe 20 peppers, because they produce so quickly. Radishes are 6 days, and wheat is 4 days. What? 4 days? Yeah, it's a new season. It's a new season. It's summertime. Summertime sadness. Let's see. We got 11. Let's buy some hops. Buy some hops so that we can make some booze. And corn. Takes 14 days. Summer or fall. So we're going to leave the corn alone. No, wait. No, we just need a little bit of corn for the... Yeah, we need some corn for the center. We need some sunflower. That's true. That's true. We'll buy some sunflower seeds. And this is going to be far too much. This is going to be... we've gone too far, you guys. We've flown too close to the sun yet again. And unfortunately, I will not be able to water all this stuff. So I'm going to have to probably buy some more sprinklers. Because this is going to be a mess. An absolute mess. Here we go. Yeah, because the things that are on those... The thing that I'm worried about... Oh, red cabbage to finish the dye bundle. Oh, yes. It's going to be these starters that are going to be a pain in the neck. Those are going to be what gets us. But over here, yeah, I mean, all of these are going to be... These are all auto waterers for people that don't know how this game works. They water every single morning for us. Easy peasy. So I just got to hoe this one time. Boom. And now, as long as I keep crops on it, it will remain hoed for the rest of the season. The entire season, it could be right here. Wait, you have a well with captured squid? Yes! We got plenty of squid. Okay, let me just go ahead. This is going to take some energy. We're going to probably have to eat some food. We're probably going to have to nom some foods today. Well, let's just start getting all of these sprinklers done. And we can probably buy some more sprinklers. But let's first see how long these seeds go. Busy first summer day. It's true. It's all crops. It's all crops on your first day. Why is this here? Does it water all this? No. But there's a missing piece in the middle. What's happening? Why did I set these up like this? I'm confused. Because this isn't full coverage, is it? I think Kitty might be angry at me. I'm unworthy. Wait, what? What? Kiki? Huh? No, you're not unworthy. What happened? I'm confused. I made a break in the middle. Oh, for the scarecrow. Oh, Kiki, what are you talking about? Did I say something? Oh no, you're not in trouble. Nobody's in trouble. Everybody's a good bean. Everybody's been a good bean in chat. Y'all are all big cuties. I haven't even had to ban anybody today. It's amazing. Y'all have been so Gucci amazing. Y'all all get all of the head pats. Can I destroy this stupid grass? All right, fine. I breathe a sigh of relief as I finally clean up that grass. There we go. Nice. Let's just ban Bohemian for funsies. Oh, Alchemic, how dare you? I would never. Okay, I have an extra sprinkler in my chest. Yes, I have extra crappy sprinklers. But I think that I'll probably be able to buy some nicer sprinklers anyway. We'll probably ball out, you know? We've got the money. I think that we're just going to ball out and make it nice around here. Okay, so we just need to, I just need to make sure that I don't go over that line. Let's just kind of keep them together a little bit. Because I think that we have the materials to make more of these suckers, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't wanna have to work very hard for these seeds, you guys. We can buy some more melons. Let's keep them away for a moment. And tomatoes, are they permanent? They continue to produce after the first harvest. Okay, so don't do that. Don't do the blueberry, don't do the pepper. The corn takes 14 days and continues to are all of these continuous productions? Oh dear. What have we done? Are we gonna be able to break in? Do we have to move these sprinklers? Because all of these like continue to produce. That's no bueno. Well, are we gonna be wasting like the middle thing? Because I can't make it so that you access all 8. You can't access all 8 things at a time. Does this like put up, oh wait. Oh, I thought that this would be on sticks. Oh, the only thing on sticks is hops. Can you walk through the rest of these? Can you walk through the tomatoes? I certainly hope so. Otherwise, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Does anybody know if you could just walk through the tomato beds? Right? Oh, Sisters in Act. Hey, good morning. Good morning. A little bit of Stardew right before we go. Nice. Awesome sauce. Sisters in Act, good luck with your day. Good luck with your day. Thanks for coming in and saying hello. You can walk through them? Okay, thank goodness. Thank you. Lauren, you saved my buns there. I appreciate it. Okay, so 40, 20, let's, but we can't walk through these, right? We can't walk through the peppers. Can you walk through like all the stuff? Thank you, KDW. KDW, I appreciate it. Oh, we'll see you later, Lemon. Thanks so much for hanging out. Oi, oi, oi. Lemon Berry, get some rest. Get some rest. We love you, Lemon. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a jolly good time. Okay, if it has a stick, you can't walk through it, but you can walk through anything without a stick. Awesome sauce. Oreo Pixel, did you see that you got a gifted sub? You got yourself a free gifted sub from some kind being in chat. I'm very happy for you. Oh, I could have fertilized all of this too. Doi. Should have fertilized. A shame. Well, regardless, we could buy what? We could fill in all these gaps if we wanted to. And maybe we should move this. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Shoulda, coulda. Okay, let's move this. Boop. And let's put this over here. Wamp womp. Weep womp. Right there. Let's clean up this real quick. We'll put the blueberries down here. You love this music? Me too. What a jam. What a jam. Mario knows what the heck he's doing. Let's go. Super duper. And we'll put in some blueberries. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. La, 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 la. We're just playing it all. We got too many plants. All right, let's see if we can make some more sprinklers. We need like one more set for the blueberries. And then we've got room for something in here. I guess corn. Oh, wait, I moved the thing. Okay, well, let's hope that I can make a couple more sprinklers. Oh no. What have I done? I just start planning it whenever there's no sprinkler there. Okay, let's see what these things cost. They cost refined quartz, gold. Oh, it's gold, iron, and quartz. Okay, we might be short on quartz, if anything. Yeah, because we got tons of this loot. We got loot for days. Well, let's start by making a couple of these suckers. And let's fill in this spot that I just messed up with the corn. And then let's build another one of these. And, ooh, oh, we'll go this way because there's already a scarecrow ready for us. Big day, you guys. Holy moly, big day. Okay, blueberry time. Oh, we're not gonna be able to buy the seeds. Oh no. I should have bought the seeds immediately so that I could fill in like the little melon gap that we got, but I guess it doesn't matter. All right, we got corn planted. And we could also plant some more corn up here. You might as well. And is that everything? No, because there's one on sticks. There's hops. Okay, we got to take care of hops. And we can do, what, 5? I think that it's 5. Let's practice with the... Where's the watering can? Ah! Watering can. We got to hurry. It's 9 p.m. already. Holy moly, time flies. Okay, let's start up here, I guess. Well, we can just use these, right? Yeah, let's just use the same guides as last time. And we'll make that in a second. It goes up to here. Ah. All right, we got some hops. Let's switch over to our hoe. Oh, this spot here. This spot here. This is just so that I can water it super easily. It'll just take one little bucket. One bucket each time. Oh, goodness. We do gotta hurry, though. Boop. Right in the middle. This is such a boring way to end the night. This is just like doing chores. Doing chores is how we're gonna end this stream. We're probably not gonna plant that many trees in this orchard, so I'm just gonna go ahead and put some more over here. Oh yeah, we've got the same hoe as we have everything else, so we could do like mega hoeing. Let's go, yeah, this way. Boom. Plant our hops so that we can be brewing all summer, and it's the perfect amount. Nice. It's just like real life, ending the day with chores. Yeah. This is maximum enjoyment, you guys. Chad got real sad. Wait, what? Here we go. There's 1, 2. Man, this farm's gonna be great. Oh yeah, we have to water everything because the stupid sprinklers didn't go off. Dude, we are busted. We are busted. I can't get all this done. I don't even know if I'll have the energy for this. All of our plants are gonna die. Dude, it's almost absolutely wrecked. 100%. Okay, we're gonna start with the blueberries. All right, we're just gonna go as fast as we can. Get as many done, and I'm gonna just pass out on the farm. It'll be all right. At least I've got a good watering can. Okay, we're averaging a lot. What have I got the water for right now? I've still got a couple more. I'm gonna slowly make my way over to the, oh no! Come on, we gotta be efficient. The sprinklers didn't go off because there was no, you can't water just the normal ground. And I didn't till it up. I forgot that I have to till it up, but it would have started disappearing anyway, so. I could have I couldn't have fixed it, I don't think. Okay, fill up water. I think we're actually gonna make it. We might not even pass out. We might get lucky. Here we go, come on. Hi, Ivy Rose, what's up? Hang on. Hang on, let me fix this. Chester? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Ivy, are you talking about Animal Crossing right now? I'm shocked. Oi. Ivy, how are you doing? How are you doing, Ivy? Hope you're having a good day. Oh, we're trying to get all this stuff done. Boom. I think that we watered it all. Let's get the heck out of here. Did we not take care of any of our animals? No, I think we did, right? Didn't we? Oh my gosh, there's a raid. Holy crap, parsnips. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid. Holy moly, let me get to bed. Let me get to bed really quick. Oh my gracious, thank you so much for the raid. How's everybody doing? Hello. Raiders, thank goodness we made it home. Holy moly. Thank you so much for choosing my community to raid. Hey, what's up, everybody? Hi there. I'm the Earl of Suds, variety streamer over here. We're playing some Stardew. I'm on year number 2. We're just making it into summer. What the heck have I done to deserve a raid? Hi there. Oh, Rena, you're in the chat too. How are you doing? Parsnaps, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see the mods in the title. You love modded Stardew? This is so what's the word? It's very, very slightly modded. It's almost vanilla. I've only got a few mods on here. It's mostly just quick little visual mod. We've got like it's mostly UI stuff. UI stuff that makes it just a little bit easier to do stuff. Thank you, Chocolate Vertigo, for the follow. Hey, is that Katu Lent? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hey, what the heck? Did you just find me on the list of Stardew? What were you playing, my friend? I'm asking a lot of questions. I'm sorry. Oh, you were playing Sims 4? Awesome sauce. Hey, Sims friendo. Cool beans. This is a Parsnaps raid. What cute emotes. Oh my gosh. The one that says PS7? That is so cute with the salute is adorable. Oh my gosh, there's Raiders. You're making Stardew characters to The Sims. Also, as you can see by my name, I love Stardew. Yes. Also, you mod for Little Simsy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It all comes back to Simsy. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you jumping in. Oi! You think that Kenny's lights are still broken? They do. My lights do still pause on random colors. Whenever people follow, then my lights do a little rainbow thing, and then they randomly stop it at different times. We all love Simsy. Yes, I Simsy is such a big sweetie. I cannot believe it. We love Duck Dad and Simsy. Yes. You're like, oh my God, Stardew with a great human, perfect place to go. Thank you so much. We're actually ending today. This is. In fact, I'm not even supposed to be doing anything. I'm not even supposed to be doing anything. More like Earl of Subs, am I right? What? Hey, One Topic's here. Oh no, why is everybody joining? Why is everybody joining when the stream's over? You guys, I gotta go to sleep. I'm supposed to be done. I said that was the last day, you guys. It was the last day, but we will totally pass on the love to another being. Do not worry if you came in with a raid. I'm so sorry that you won't be able to watch me for now, but we will raid somebody else that deserves some love. We'll find somebody. One more season. No, not one more season. Not one more season. Parsnaps, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you guys so much for the follows that came in with Parsnaps. We're totally going to pass on the love to another person. All right, it's going to be a drive-by. A drive-by. Earl, you can't sleep. I just got here. Yo, Odie, you can hang out with me in the Discord or something, my friend. Hey, listen, you don't have to just hang out with me on stream. You've got like that. You're like an elite friendo, OT. I don't want to hear any complaining. You're also so glad that you found me on here, Haley. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you watched Royalty Soaps and you found me. Hooray! 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 I stream like every single day. Tomorrow we're probably going to be playing a new chaotic game that I have not. I'm just going to go ahead and save. By the way, we're just going to go ahead and save, and we'll start looking for a bean to raid. Okay, we'll start looking for somebody to raid. But tomorrow we're probably going to be playing a very chaotic wizard game that's called Noita, where you can like destroy every single wall and you can like spawn lava out of your magic wand. It's absolute madness. There's bombs everywhere. It's complete chaos. In fact, if we really like this game and if you guys respond well to it, we might turn on some modifications that make it so that chat can cause chaos as well. But it won't be tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I'm not hooking up anything because I am not good at this game. I'm just going to be blowing myself up. Myself will be exploded. You're just going to see me like running around trying to attack these worms underground, and I will be accidentally just exploding. It will be madness. It's like Terraria except for absolute chaos. It is very fun. Your camera's so tall. I know. I feel short. Feel like a little baby. I'm practicing. Listen, I'm working on this camera. You see how it has lag and stuff? I am buying a new camera, okay? So just please ignore the quality at the moment. I've got one good camera and one bad one. Are we still doing Marbles Wednesday? No, we're not doing marbles anymore. I'm not playing marbles. No more marbles. I've lost my marbles. So no more. I'm sorry. Listen, we went too far. We played it way too often, and I said no more marbles. No, none. No more marbles. Maybe we'll play it sometimes just for fun, but until people have forgotten that there used to be a Marbles Wednesday, we won't be playing it. Okay, that's the point. The point is that I'm not a marbles streamer. Rena, thank you so much for jumping in the chat. I hope that you had a good time for as long as you were here. I don't think that I saw your name. I hope you enjoyed it, Rena, and I'd love to see you again. Fifi, I'm so glad that you got to hang out with us. Okay, let me start looking for somebody to raid you guys. We're gonna bring some wholesome energy. We're gonna raid somebody. Big attack. Let me just boop. Hold on. Oh, wait, I could turn on hype. Yes. Let me turn on the rainbow, you guys, while we try to find somebody. We will find some sweet bean, but my memory is eternal. You're okay with no marbles? Well, maybe we'll never go back to it. That's fine by me. I'm not crazy about marbles. I don't know. We went too far, you guys. Okay, let me see. Who have I got that's online? Somebody's playing Noita. Well, we're going to play that tomorrow, so we're not going to do that. Maybe we should raid somebody small, you guys. What do you think? Are y'all up to try something new? Are you up to try somebody that we've never seen before that I have not looked at? Maybe we can find a small Stardew Valley streamer and we can just, boom, we can just dump some support and love. Just boom, some hype. Let me see if I can find somebody. I want to find somebody new because I know that I've raided all of the people that I know that are online. I've raided them recently. So let me see. Let me turn on family friendly, of course. Family friendly. Yes. Some people have a completely different idea of family friendly than I do. Let's look at Farming Away featuring Fearless, Barn of Memories, 1 month of Twitch affiliate, ooh. Let's see. Man, Man, there's not that many people playing Stardew right now. Aw, dang. Aw, dang. Have you ever seen Insomniac Rap? Never heard of that. If you have any suggestions for raids, especially like if you want me to really investigate them, then you should probably put that over in Discord in the sub area, like the feedbacks and raids area. Let's see. Maybe we should raid somebody that's playing Animal Crossing in this case, because I barely see anybody playing Stardew. Let me see if Animal Crossing New Horizons. Let's see if we could find a new bean on there. Some small bean, some teeny tiny small bean that we can give some support to. Oh wait, I just typed in ACNY. Like that's gonna pull it up for sure. Okay, Animal Crossing. I'll type in the real words. Here we go. Let's turn on family friendly and see if we can find anybody over here. Okay, now that's a lot more family friendly beans. Okay, awesome. Let's see. AC New York? Wait, what? Animal Crossing New York? I love that game. Need some help clean up my island. New World Day 2. Tom Nook is a crook. Cozy Stream Numas. Let's see. Who's this Paladin Perrin? Let me take a look at this. Let me see. Like one of the only people using the family friendly tag. I'm sure that there's plenty of them in here, but I have to go off the tag somewhat. Okay, let me turn down my music just a little bit. See if I can suss out this character. Christian husband, father, biker, gym rat, coffee snob, Chick-fil-A consumer, puppy enthusiast, and full-time nerd. Is there puppy cam, please? I see it's family friendly. That's good. That's good. Let's see. I don't know. This seems like a sweet bean. I'm not sure. They're playing Animal Crossing with 6 viewers. House Flipper Sims would be fun. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know. Bye. I'm going to go watch an art stream. Hey, have fun. Well, I'll see you later, Goth Girl. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong camera. But we'll see you later. Goth Girl, thanks for being here. We're looking really quick, you guys, for somebody to raid. Let's jump in their chat, give them some love, and then if you need to go to bed, I totally understand. But let's try to give some love to somebody. Eighth do be playing SOS. I know. We just raided Eighth, though. We just raided them. I kind of wanted to raid somebody new. Let me see. Leia Luck is a sweetie. Not technically family friendly, but generally wholesome. I think Jedi gave me a good suggestion last time. I know that I think that Jedi has pretty good taste. Let's see. Maybe not family friendly. Hey, fair warning, you guys. Maybe we're about to jump over here. Let's see. Streams Animal Crossing New Horizons, Monster Hunter Travel. Let's see. Let me read a little bit of this. About me. Wave slowly. Hello, I'm Leia. Wave slowly. Here's a few things you should know about me if you stumbled upon my channel. I'm a Harry Potter fan. Oh boy, Harry Potter. I'm a bartender, so it's a late night stream crew. Okay, so staying up late, that's good. You can't pronounce things for nothing. Originally from Ohio. Love to draw. Derp. Fun chill times. We could. You feel Jedi? You really suggest this bean? I mean, Jedi's got good taste. Sarah Key is adorable. Hang on. Okay, so who are these beans? I don't know any of these beans. This is difficult. Okay, I think that we might be, let's see. Sorry, you guys. This is taking a minute. Oh, Sarah Key's playing with like 400 people. Let's find somebody small. My bad. Okay, so I think that we're going to jump into Leia Luck's chat. I've never met this bean before. Fair warning, I have no idea this person's content. So if you are not down to try out something new, then I totally understand. And you could just, I would love to see you next stream, you guys. I'd love to see you there. But I think that we're going to chance it, you guys. It doesn't look like they are family friendly. So if you are not down to hear some curse words, then hey, it's time for you to hop on out. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it, you guys. Tonight was super fun. I'm glad that we got to try out mods. I'm feeling good. I was feeling a little bit burnt out the other week, but you know what? I'm feeling a lot better right now. I'm feeling real good. Lots of fun, high energy, good times. You guys are super supportive today, and I really appreciate all of the chatters and the lurkers and the subs and everything, but it's really you guys just hanging out in the chat and talking with me. That's what keeps me going. Thank you so much for the raids. For the people, if you're still here, thank you so much for raiding me. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. All of the love and support to each one of you. With whatever you're going through, whatever you're trying to get done, I hope that you have a fantastic day, you guys. Hope you have a fantastic night tonight, day to day. Hope that tomorrow's fantastic for you as well. And let's pass on some love to this new friendo. Never met him before. We're gonna have to try him out. They go by Leia Luck. Apparently very sweet. Very sweet bean playing Animal Crossing New Horizons. I'm going to start this raid, you guys, and let me shout out my mods. Thank you so much, mods, for watching over my chat. Thank you for keeping things safe and fun around here. I'm talking about Die101. Arisa got this, is hopefully asleep because she lives in Norway, and the Scandinavians are crazy. And Jedi Aurora is finally back. I'm so glad that you're here. Jedi, we missed you. I appreciate it. One topic, I talk really fast whenever I talk really fast whenever I get excited. I'm sorry, I have to talk fast because the raid's about to start. Thank you, Olivia. I didn't know that you were here. You've been watching for a while trying to rest your hand, okay? But thanks so much for the stream, Olivia. I'm so glad that you got to watch with us. Oi, oi, oi. We got some oopsie friendos in the chat. Awesome sauce. Thank you, everybody, for all of the support. Let me jump over also and shout out all of my VIPs. Thank you so much. Alchemic Refuge, Anaya Falcon, Bohemian Moon, Calico Kitties, Kivi, Kuri, Lupus, Malice, and One Topic. My VIP friendo. Thank you so much for being here, for supporting me in all the different ways that you do. I so appreciate it. Y'all are all very sweet beans. I will see you next time. I wonder if I have a exiting screen. I think I do. Hope y'all had a wonderful time. Let's give some love to Leia Luck. I've got two different raid messages. There's one. There's two. You can hit them up depending on if you are a sub or not. I will see y'all in that chat, and I'll see you tomorrow for some Nuita, I believe. I'll see you there. Let's go!